Wednesday, April 25th, and it's 12:05 here in Montreal, Canada. 12:05 p.m. The afternoon is just beginning, and we're having a great time right here on OTW News. Oh, Dick has returned, probably to say his thing that he wanted to say before he left, or maybe something happened, internet connection, a meteor landed on his router or his antenna, and this is why he lost connection. So
You're assuming a lot of things, OTW.
I am.
Says a lot about you.
I'm an assumer.
Not much at all about the greatness that I am.
Well, please tell us how great you are. I would love to hear it. Because if you say it, it must be true. I mean, it comes directly from the person concerned.
I don't want to hear about Dick. I want to hear about me.
I feel good. I feel great. Good things are always. And I'm late. Oh, shit. This
Yeah, you messed that up.
I think you're going to need to work on those words.
That was my one shot.
Aaron would be very. Shot. Yeah, Aaron would be very mad right now.
I'm good enough. It's. I have gigantic genitals. I promise. They're huge. They're absolutely. They're so much bigger than.
Big balls. You're like the Miz from fucking WWE. Is that it?
I can't show you because of the censoring and.
Catch a strike.
Yeah, it's not worth it. But.
All right, so OTW, I'm late, sir, but
you guys are inferior.
I had some things to do on this RiSiNG for once, but I want to let you know that I'm multi-streaming. This is the first time I'm trying it multi-streaming, so it actually, I think this is an updated. I think this is an update to the restream function on StreamYard because I didn't see this option before. At least I don't think I did. If it was there, it totally missed me. But so I'm streaming the two channels right now at the same time. So that's pretty cool.
All right.
Restreaming to two. Yep.
Hey, can I talk to Dick for a minute?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Because I got a little bit for y'all if you want it. It's up to you, OT. This is your show.
Oh, I'm into everything, man. I believe that
Dick.
Anything. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Dick, I came from a family where my last name was Richard, so my dad used to hate it. I'd say, "What? We're dicks. What do you mean? Was Richard? We're dicks. We're just." And of course, when I got a little bit, into high school, I mean, it was funny at first in junior high and playing football, but when I got into high school, I was like, I'm not going to be called fucking Dick anymore because it's just bullshit. The girls aren't going to be into that. So I changed my name to Richard. Okay, I'm no longer Dick or anything like that, but so I went through life, and now my family, a lot of them have gone, and that's the original French pronunciation of it. But so I move on in life, and I go on. My father passes away, and I'm at his funeral. I'm like, just upset. It's one of the fucking greatest guys I know. I wish I'd have known that the whole time we had a relationship, but it wasn't until the latter years that Dad and I got close, and I realized. Oh, I've said it on another cast. All the while that I was looking out, watching him help other people and getting jealous, I didn't realize he was over my shoulder, fucking leading the way. So I'm at the funeral, and I'm feeling bad, and I'm next to my mom. I walk up and I look down, and my dad was a funny fucking guy. I mean, you want to talk about jokes? I got jokes for days from my dad, But let's just talk about what happened. I'm standing there, and in the back of my head, I hear this voice as I'm looking down at my dad, holding my mom, going, "Mom, you okay?" You love Big Dick. What? In his voice, I'm thinking, Dad. Now, I'm like, that is so weird, but that has to be Dad. He's got to be here. Fuck, that's weird. So I get a little bit flustered, and I'm like, hey, Brett, hold Mom, give me a second? And he's like, you all right? Yeah. I run to the fucking bathroom. I'm standing in the bathroom. I actually got hot. I got fucking hot. It was a sensation of what the fuck come over me. So I'm in the bathroom splashing some water. My cousin Tommy comes up and you all right? And he goes, I'm all right. I look at the mirror and I'm like, I hear my dad's voice. I swear this is true. You're in love with the biggest dick. As I'm looking in the mirror, I'm like, oh my God. Tommy's like, what's wrong? I said, I don't know. It's like my dad's here. What the fuck? He goes, he is. He's in the other room laying in the casket. I'm like, no. No, I'm saying I heard my dad's voice clear as fucking day twice in the last 5 minutes. He's like, Scotty, are you smoking pot? I'm like, no, wait. Tom, I'm just telling you. He goes, well, just relax. Everything's all right. Well, nothing else happened. It just went on, and the day was fine, and I just had that. I'm like, wow. So I decide I'm gonna fucking just deal with it. Mom comes up to me and she tells me she's got a guy she's gonna date. This is a few years later, and I'm like, well, okay. So tell me about him. His name's Art Gay. I'm like, what are you gonna do? Hang him on the wall? Art? I'm like, gay? Mom, that's politically incorrect. We can't be a family that's known as the Richard Gays. I mean, that's if you're going to change your name, you'll be Mrs. Richard Gay or Dick Gay. She's like, oh, shut up. And I'm like, no, Mom, that's it. I mean, I've always said we are the Dick family. And she's like, stop it. That's Dad would always say when I'd bring that up. So needless to say, she dumped the guy. And the next guy she's fucking, now this is in a retirement community. She meets another guy, and guy's name's Lewandowski. I'm like, Mom.
You do realize this is time we'll never get back, Scott, right?
Well, I'm going somewhere with it. I got kicked off stage for this just the same. If you don't want it, you don't have to
As you
have
should
it.
have.
Hey, it's a lot funnier than you think, but you miss the rest of it. So I digress. I yielded.
Maybe try like a canoe in a river off a big waterfall.
Yeah, if you didn't hear the lose the game show sound during that, I think that's sort of a clue as to where that was going to go.
Didn't follow suit with that because I didn't really care. If you're on the fucking stage and somebody's heckling you, you either talk to them or you move past them. I just moved past it. So if you guys aren't aware of the way the world works out there, how doors open and close very fastly in this fucking weird world we're in, then I can't help you because I don't want to, period.
You see the same people on the way up you do on
God
the way
bless.
down.
Awkward moment. I should get
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, I should get one of those overlays.
Where, let's stew in it.
I'm going to do that right now. Get the awkward moment overlay, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
Okay.
Did you put him down?
No, he left. That sucks. I actually liked what he was saying.
Yeah, come back, Scott. I was just getting warmed up. You don't have to go just because my bozo ass said some.
You were saying what we were all thinking, Dick.
Yeah, it was going on a long time. You got to get to the point a little quicker. You can't just run into a monologue like Svetlana and go over everybody. Got to at least bring a little sexuality to keep us engaged for a bit. He wasn't even rattling his tongue. Svetlana will rattle the paint off a Chevy. She gets things cooking quick. So I don't even mind sometimes. I'm like, with the headphones on, I'm like, if she just rolls that R a little bit, I'll chill here. But Scott, he's got to bring more
Nick,
to the table.
did you just say that she would rattle the paint off of Chevy? I'm going to use that.
Yeah, she rattles my jewels when she talks. Is basically what I'm getting.
All right, he's back. Cool, he's back. All right,
I
so,
apologize, Scott, I didn't mean to offend.
All right.
And we also have Wizard. I think he wanted to give us some good news, so we're going to give him the floor as soon as I let him on. So, and we'll get back to our crazy conversation, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Wizard has some great news for us, so please give a warm welcome to Mr. Word Wizard himself.
Breaking news, breaking news.
Breaking news.
Ladies. You're going to hear it first on OTW.
Yes. Actually, you've been hearing it first for a long time. I've been telling people with this lung cancer stuff that I've been in remission simply because I know my body, and everybody should know that body. But they wanted me to do the chemo radiation whole gig up, and I told them no, I wasn't going to do that. So they had me on this CHRiSTOS stuff, infusions every 3 weeks on the lower dose because I'm such a small guy. And so we're going to keep with the 3 weeks infusions, and that's supposed to last about 2 years. And what it is, when I first got diagnosed with cancer, I had just recently picked up a job, and instead of sitting on the internet all day, I went out and got a painting job with a friend, and I thought it was shoulder pain from painting. And come to find out, after they put me on pain meds and it should have dissipated, it didn't. So we had more tests and find out it was cancer. And when we found out it was cancer on the scan, it was a node about 5 centimeters by 3 centimeters on the backside of my right lung. And then there's another small node, really, really small one, about the size of the tip of my pinky on my left lung. Now, that one showed an activity of 3.79, and the one on the right lung showed an activity of 8.4. The last scan showed that both of them, the one on the left is almost non-existent, and the one on the right, it's still there. It's not quite as big as it was, but the activity is, in comparison, is only 2.3. So, and the size of it was 6 millimeters or 6 centimeters by 3 centimeters, and now it's 5.4 by 2.4. So it's definitely decreasing in size, and we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. And like I said, I've got some videos out there. I'm going to do another video either today or tomorrow on it, on the cancer success and everything, and go through a little bit more detail on what I've been doing as far as diet and supplements. And I always make sure I've got my baking soda right here with some salt and my pH strips, because that's one of the basic things. Everything in our life is based on water. Water is the energy of life. So keep the pH balanced, and that's going to be one of the main prerogatives in life. And then, like I've learned through this stuff here, high dosage of vitamin C's. I also do vitamin D, vitamin B12, vitamin K17, and the magnesium chloride crystals and folic acid, along with, of course, the apricot seeds, RSO, and various other things, ivermectin, DMSO,
hydroxychloroquine.
The
No.
hydroxide breathing
Hydroxide.
infusion. Hydroxide breathing infusions.
How are you taking the DMSO? Are you orally, or are you taking it topically?
Topically, after you get out of the shower, spritz down with it.
They use that for horses. That's actually good stuff. But actually, I've heard of people taking that with diabetes and ingesting it. And when they do, fuck me, they smell like rotten eggs for days.
Oh yeah, it'll make your shit stink, everything. What it is, it's a carrier that goes through all cell wall barriers. So if you've got anything on your skin when you use it topically, it's going to carry that stuff into your body. So make sure you're clean before you use it topically. When you drink it, you want to be very specific. You want to use a dosage, as they say. This here topically, you can like, again though, make sure you take a shower first. If you've got all them oils and everything on you, like the lotions and stuff that aren't natural, it will pull that stuff right into your body. You're going to end up poisoning yourself with that. So you make sure you're totally clean. You just use it right after you get out of the shower. It's a cleanser, basically. It's going to take all the toxins. It's a carrier. It's going to go into your body, and it's going to go straight through. It's going to go in one side and out the other. And when it does, it's going to grab onto the toxins and carry them out. That's the whole thing about DMSO. But anyway, like I said, I'll do a video later on it. I'm going over some more of the blood results. Everything's back in normal range. Everything is in perfect range, they said. So we're having success.
Good news.
And
that's the pH. You're messing with your pH, which is rocking everything in the right direction, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. My pH last night was 8.5.
You're killing everything that's bad for you.
Yep. It's the alkaline and the vitamin C and the vitamin D, vitamin B. Those are things that are going to build things up, while the pH is going to help tear the bad things down. In your alkaline body, your vitamins will build up in that alkaline setup. When you're acidic, they have a very hard time bonding and things like that, because the acid is at the same time tearing it down.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You're not using a fucking $5,000 or $500 system. You're using soda water, or half a teaspoon of soda, half a teaspoon or a teaspoon of salt twice a day, and some water. And you're doing this.
I don't even use that much. I use a half a teaspoon in the morning and a quarter teaspoon of salt twice a day. So I use half as much.
So how much moving in the right direction for you, Wizard? I got to jump off. You guys have a great day.
So you're saving a ton of money doing what is fucking fantastic for you. God bless you, man. I'm so happy that it's working in the right direction. Sorry that you had another failed news on it. Well, another hurdle.
Well, and make sure that you don't use the Arm & Hammer baking soda, guys. They put aluminum elements and stuff in there. You want to use a natural baking soda from a generic company. Read it, make sure it's not putting all those other toxins in there. They're doing that with every product we've got today. So you got to be aware of the things that you're getting to do this. You got to make sure they're not toxic themselves. Other than that, thanks for all the support. I'm going to go do my shit for the day, and I'll be back later. Love you.
All right, man. Thank you for the update, sir. It was.
You think they're doing it with the borax?
I don't know, Pineal. I was just telling Wizard, thank you for
baking
coming.
Soda.
Oh, okay. Is that it? Is that the only question you have for Wizard? He was on his way out.
No, yeah, my bad. I had my StreamYard tab muted. I always do that. But no, I was just asking. I mean, it's a good point. I have read that before. And myself personally, I've gotten little baking soda ones from, I think they're from Aldi. But, I guarantee that's probably questionable too. And it raises the question. It's like, how many people are testing, you know what I mean? Things that they buy from the store in general, just in general. So. If you've ever seen any of these videos where they're taking the graphene and what looks like other metallic, particles and separating them with magnets from everything from cereal to just everyday things, it's really questionable at the very least, and extremely suspicious and terrifying at the worst. So, yeah.
Wizard's still on here. I want to ask him something as far as the heavy metals. Something I've read and I believe helps with that detoxifying heavy metals is cilantro and salsa. Eating a lot of cilantro. If I'm correct, maybe it does for something else.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 100%. Parsley and cilantro, man.
Yep, there are a lot of things in your diet that you can use other than the products that they sell you. Not so much the hydrogen peroxide, but most everything else, your vitamins, supplements, and all that. You can get all of that stuff from nature. So it's just a matter of doing your research, find out what they're sourcing it. Like I said, all medicine is a synthetic, and they model all of them on natural elements, every last one of them.
Because they can't patent nature, so they have to modify it, a molecule, an atom, a fucking twist here. And now they're selling you nature.
Yeah.
But their version, man-made nature.
That's the gain of function that they talk about. And when you're taking a natural element and you're creating something new as a synthetic, that's not a gain of function. A gain of function is taking what's there and adding a function to it, not changing it and then adding a function to the change and saying it's the same thing, which is what they're doing. It's like Walmart. When you look up Walmart, you go to Walmart, you see it says Walmart, capital W-A-L, and then capital M-A-R-T. Now, on their SEC agreement, it's not like that. It's all uppercase. It's Walmart, all uppercase, Inc., INC, uppercase, period. And that's the exact name of the registrant. So anytime you go to a Walmart and you see that sign that's advertising Walmart, WALMART, and it's not this exact name of the registrant, that's a false advertisement.
False and deceptive trade practices, maybe.
Yeah. See, if I went out there and posed that I was Keith Little and I was actually Keith Little Inc., you get me now?
False and deceptive trade practices, pure and simple.
When they're using your name as a commercial entity, that's false trade practices. You never gave them permission to use that name as an investment, and that's exactly what they're doing it.
That's a fucking very interesting thought.
Well, look at this.
Keith Little, not to be confused with Little Richard. Or
Yes.
Little Dick.
Or Little Dick.
You guys can take a look at all.
Wow.
Take a look at all of your prescriptions. Any prescription you ever get anywhere from any pharmacy will use LITT. That's the first 4 letters of my last name.
That's lit.
It is not the last name as shown next to it.
That's literally lit.
Those are 2 entities. This is the firm name, and it's attached to the Social Security number without dashes and listed as the obligor. Sorry, you can't change or convert the obligee to the obligor. The obligor is the grantor, and the obligee is the beneficiary. Totally different, and they're doing it all through paperwork because nobody knows what they're doing.
Everywhere, all the time.
Court papers do the same thing.
But they use the doctrine of, what is it? Doctrine of idiosyncrasy, like things, dissimilar things can't be joined, but they do join them. You need to bring up the doctrine, is what I'm saying. To
bring up the fact that you didn't know about the doctrine.
I wish I could say it proper. I'd have to look it up, but there's a doctrine of like things cannot be joined that you have to bring up to avoid them joining them. They're just saying that it's because it's similar, it's the same. For instance, a judge in a case can look at a signature, whether it's a photocopy of one or not, and deem that as credible. It could be a mark. He could look at anything. He can assume whatever he wants. So, or should I just say one of the absolutely. That's why, because it's court's a game, and you're going to lose.
Well, if you go to court, it's known by definition the defendant needs to voluntarily appear in court. That way, if you appear in court, that's an automatic waiver of personal jurisdiction. So if you want to challenge jurisdiction, you don't challenge subject matter or territorial jurisdiction. You challenge the personal jurisdiction because you never gave him permission. You need to volunteer, and that means they can't move forward without the parties involved. Therefore, if it's a voluntary position, then you don't volunteer, and they can't move forward. So that when they do move forward, even though you signed UCC 1-308 on the side of the road and never showed up in court, you turn around and find out that they assessed the case anyway and are posing that you owe them a debt. You call up the Treasury Offset Program and ask them if there's any debts, public or private, listed against that name and number. And when they tell you no, it tells you the state is lying. They've not had any communication with the United States, and that is pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 7, 8, and 9. Vessels of the United States is particular at 18 U.S.C. 9 because that's that similar that's talking about. They're considering that vessel of the United States that you were established under at the enumeration of birth is you, and it's not. That's the establishment of the person for their commercial purposes that they created. It has nothing to do with me. None.
So, Wizard, I got a question because this is actually relevant. I've watched your video twice on that with what you're talking about because I got sued by fraudulent Chase Bank for like my credit cards or whatever, and so they're actually sent a thing to my boss to garnish my wages and shit. So I have to get it handled like within. I was either just going to pay it in full and have him do it for me, or I was listening to your videos and I was like, huh, I wonder if there's a way I can obfuscate that without me having to do it. And
ask them if this is an administrative process. They're going to tell you yes. When they tell you yes, remind them that under 32 U.S. or 32 CFR 1602.4 under area office, it tells us that the Selective Service is responsible for all administration and operations. Now, if this is an administrative court, and you got that flag up there with the yellow fringe on it, concurring that it's a military court operated and administrated by the Selective Service. And that's that same thing. LITT is what they use in those courts for the court registry investment system. They use the firm name instead of the last name, and they convert the Social Security number to the obligor number, which is without dashes. And I've got that on record here as well, showing the exact same conversion that they do on the prescriptions.
so if I call the the collection or the court thing that basically I talked to yesterday or 2 days ago, this attorney bullshit that's going to garnish the wages, I say all that shit to them, and will they even know what I'm talking about, or would they care? Or,
they may or may not. And this is why I say it's a matter of learning how to communicate with these people and learning how to shout it out. I don't send notices to just one person, in case you notice. I send it to everybody I can think of, particularly the adjutant general, because the state adjutant general at the state embassy is what we're talking about. They're saying that you're part of the Selective Service. Are you part of the Selective Service?
Not that I know of.
Exactly. I'm over 50 years of age. How about you, Scott?
I ain't a part of that shit, but they want to believe it.
So we're no longer eligible. So why are they using numbers that are not eligible for names that aren't eligible under Selective Service?
The money grab.
Exactly. So all we do is correct the record by saying, hey, I realize that record is a military record to be entered into the National Archives. And I'm sorry, but I'm a prophet unto the nations under our Father which art in heaven. If I'm in any service, it's of him. Your military service, you're supposed to be coming to us for counsel. You're not supposed to be making us subject to your counsel.
Okay, so when you're sending out these notices to these different interested parties, so to speak, could you like write up something that's very like succinct in that nature, or does it have to be in a, I won't say have to be, but should it be in a more like a,
you're doing the administrative
legal
process, aren't you?
Right. You got to do the administrative process. And in that, you can't just say stuff that you don't know anything about. Because in this, just like Paul is telling you, got to have to learn how to educate these people. Every last one of them. They're all set in their cognitive dissonance. They are not going to know what you're talking about because they've been set in the administrative process. And that they don't know anything about these codes and stuff. They don't know where to look up that 26 USC 6201 says that taxes are duly paid by stamp. Yet everybody in the history has been paying taxes by Federal Reserve notes. How does that work?
I got you. That pretty much
That's the IRS. How are you compelling people to pay their taxes by anything but a stamp? Because that's the only place it says that taxes are paid duly by stamp. That means nobody else is really paying taxes, are they?
And you said this was 32 CFR what?
1602.4. And it's very short.
I mean,
So
I got
you look
nothing to lose. I can try
that's
to
what I do. Is start out and say, hey, I have a question in regards to these administrative costs and fines and charges and everything in regards to this credit account. Because as far as I know, the law says that the administration and operations are all responsibilities of the Selective Service, and I'm not part of the Selective Service. So how are they my authority? See, Mom looked at me at 50 years of age and said, Keith, the police are your authority. The fuck they are. They can try to profess that they're your authority, but it damn well better be in that record. Damn well better have your red ink signature, and it damn well better have a statement of your intent. Without that, ain't none of it valid. None of it. So when we look at this court document, we see the same thing. They took the last name and converted it to a firm name. And then you see the social, they converted it by taking out the dashes and called it an obligor. And that's unlawful conversion because they never told me they were going to convert the last name to a firm name and convert the social to a obligor. Never told me. I didn't know. You guys don't know. You guys ain't going to find out unless I tell you. And I'm going to show you right where it's at. Government Publishing Office Styles Manual, Section 2. And it will show you all about the all mark, which is what they use for the obligor. That O with the parentheses around it, that's specifically called an all mark. O with a parenthesis. And then it
you
says
say Government Office Styles
BLIGO.
Manual?
Government Publishing Office Styles Manual, Section 2.0.
Wouldn't that be the same place that we could look and it says the all caps name is either valid for your tombstone or epitaph or for a corporate entity?
Nope. No, I don't know where you're finding that.
Well, it was in the Chicago Styles Manual that I'd read it.
Okay, that's Chicago.
Okay. So it doesn't have anything to do with the government.
Well, it might, depending on what they're using. But again, you put a government documents, which is the court documents issued by the clerk, not the judge or the prosecutor, but the clerk. This is a financial index that I got from the clerk, from their file, not from my cases and attorneys and stuff, but from the clerk. That's the government official. That's why I keep telling everybody that's who you're supposed to go after, that clerk. They're the ones doing the unlawful conversion. You fix them. You fix them and everybody else will be fixed right along with them because that clerk will stand there and say, nope, I'm not going to enter that. I've already been fucked.
Right. And the reason behind that is the judge just has a fucking noisemaker and a hammer, and the clerk is making that mark on the page. That's the stamp. The clerk has that stamp that moves that fucking currency. Correct or incorrect?
Yep. Check this out. This is the prosecutor. It's going to use an instrument. Going to use the same instrument as the judge. Going to use the same instrument as the clerk. They're all going to use it differently, though. The instrument is you.
Jesus. They've been teaching us backward ways for centuries. The indoctrination USA is so fucked up. I mean, the pig Latin that we speak, dog Latin is what they call it. It's just upside down and backwards. What do they say? The Phoenicians turned it around. The Greeks flipped it upside down. They handed it off to us with Latin and all kinds of shit mixed in.
Yep.
So we have
like I said,
the great.
Like I said, Latin used to be all uppercase. Now in the legal system, it's all lowercase. English, when it was first originated, it was all lowercase. Now they have both upper and lowercase. You go back and learn how this stuff was created and how it changed over time and stuff. You'll find out all the differences in what the real truth is. But again, you got to get back to that concise English. Get yourself a concise English handbook. It's going to teach you about how the words are constructed. It's going to teach you about all those suffixes and prefixes and all that. The antonyms, synonyms. There are so many words that are so synonymous with each other. It's pathetic. But when you get to the origins, it only takes one simple term and it explains all of them. So think about it. Your way. What is weigh? It's how much you weigh, right? Well, how much you weigh has to do with how you grow, right? So don't you eat whey as part of your diet? And as you grow and eat that whey, isn't that how you travel or sojourn along your way? It's all the same thing. That's what these guys at the cancer clinic don't know, don't figure out. They keep trying to convince me I need to go chemo and radiation therapy. No, the way I understand it, that kills a majority of the cells in your body.
That's annihilation. That's annihilation.
And then your body has to expend that energy trying to rebuild those cells and provide new cells. Whereas now we see that without the radiation and chemotherapy, my body isn't going through the destruction of cells, and everything I'm putting in there is to help build. And that itself is what's destroying the cancer. So I don't see any reason and logic why we need to do the chemo and radiation. The scripture says that he who is whole is in need of no physician. And by you telling me that you want to do the radiation and chemotherapy to get the cancer down so they can go in and cut it out of me is not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's already in remission, and my body is obviously getting healthier and healthier as each test shows. So why would we stop that? The only reason you would stop that is to practice. That way you could dig it out and get it out and then look at it under a microscope and see what it is and do some more experiments. I'm not up for that. You want to practice and experiment, you find something else. I ain't your project.
Guinea pig.
Yep. Because it's, again, if it's plain and reasonable logic that I myself knew I was in remission before any tests, and I quit taking the pain medications and stuff and stayed up with this stuff, and it's still in remission and I'm still healing, why would I need to do anything else? Why would chemo and radiation make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, chemo and radiation does basically everything but kill you. That's why you lose your hair. That's why you vomit, throw up. You're like poisoning yourself. So you're basically killing everything, but you're killing good cells as well. And that's why you're right. I mean, like,
yeah, you're destroying the stem cells.
And cancer cannot live in an alkaline state. It thrives off acidity. And that's why you're right. If you have your body in an alkaline state, the most alkaline you can get it, the cancer cannot spread because it thrives off acidity and not alkalinity. Like you say, that's what our body is made of.
And one of the results on this last scan, the PET scan, from the first scan, okay, the one nodule on the left and the one on the right were both noticeable. Yet at the same time, there were a bunch of smaller nodules that they noticed in the first scan that are no longer there. Everything but those two disappeared. Everything. So again, just like Jeff says, we got to learn that there are certain phases of the body, just like phases of water. Everybody likes to drink that tap water that's H2O, and they've been taught to drink the H2O. And yeah, keep drinking the Kool-Aid too, because that's what it's made with, is the H2O. But if you want a real nice juicy drink, you squeeze the juice out of an apple. You squeeze the juice out of oranges. Those are H3O2. It's still water, but it's flavored like Kool-Aid with fruit juices of its own. And that's the nutrients and stuff that you're going to get from that fruit. But the water itself is H3O2. And that your body will absorb immediately without having to expend energy like it does with H2O to convert it to H3O2. Your body has to expend energy to turn that H2O that you're drinking from the tap water into usable water. This is part of the obesity problem, because if your body doesn't, then what's it do? It carries that water weight.
I resemble that remark.
Yeah,
I know you do. So does my companion. But there's nothing I can do about it. That's something for you guys.
Jeff, let me ask a quick question. Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm fine. I'm going to go take care of things.
Well, I wanted to ask you something, Wizard.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you something real quick about grounding. Are you familiar with it? And my understanding is you go stand on the ground, and I guess the positively charged ions from the earth instantly flood your body. Now, the effect that it has on you, it's either turns your blood back to positive or negative. Which is it?
Positive.
Turns it back to positive from negative. And then someone was telling me that we have ions rolling around us all the time, and that, like, if you're in a convertible, they blow off you. You're all fucked up, and so that's why you're tired at the end of the fucking ride. But you can go stand on the ground or go hug a tree, and these nature beasts that they are, if you want to call them a tree, you can call them a tree, but it's a living entity, it's a living body, will just give those back to you. This is where we come from. And we spend our lives with shoes on, insulating ourselves from that source that is what it is, a life source.
Right. And that's what Tesla was talking about with that piezoelectric static charge that exists in the air. We can use that. We are, like I've said, transceivers. We receive that energy and we put it back out. So just going out and hugging a tree is the same thing as hugging another person. You can get that energy draw from them.
Or a pet.
Yeah, that's why we talk about being around positive people and negative people.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
it's a tough one. Peace. Nice talking. Thanks for all that. Thanks for all that.
I'm here in the background if anybody needs anything, but
absolutely. Wealth of information. Absolutely. I have to say I've been following some of his stuff for a little while now, and I go back because he's a lot further above my head and knowledge than anybody else I know, really. So I'm learning, and I have to repeat it a few times to get it, but I tell you what, hopefully that'll make me a better person inwardly, health-wise, because I need that same journey myself. I yield now.
Yeah, Scott. Wizard. Yeah, he has I've been watching a lot of it, watching his videos as well, and I've got to listen to him several times because you got to wrap your head around that shit, because the way he speaks, it's like you have to speak, or just like Paul would as well, you have to speak with authority and knowledge, or like in a knowing with these people. Otherwise, you will get back down, and you will succumb to the system, because these people don't actually even know what's going on as well. But if you don't, and you come in haphazard, you're not going to get very far either. So I want to be able to tell these people to fuck off with this other stuff, because I know it's fractal banking, it's all a scam, it's all a lie, and they've been ripping everyone off forever. And I would love to not pay these fuckers.
But you have the chosen few that don't.
But then I did do a contract, and I didn't know. Now that I know better, I'll do better and won't make more contracts like that. But so I'll just have to kind of figure it out.
you're in the right place. You're with people that are figuring it out too, and that's their mission, that's their goal, and they're moving in that direction. And a couple of them are further ahead. And you know, here's the thing, and this is what I think people need to learn the most. And like someone like Wizard is just a brilliant guy, and there's a couple ways we learn. We learn visual, auditory, and kinesthetic, writing shit down. When you're paying attention to Wizard, I wouldn't at all shy away from suggesting get a piece of paper and a pen and take some notes. Even take YouTube, watching this video, slow it down a peg so that you have time to take your notes. Because if you want to learn this and you want to be able to use it in the future for yourself or to help your family, friends, and otherwise, you know, the masses around us, you have to inwardly absorb it. You have to know it. It has to become part of you. So the other part of that is just keep sticking around these people, because as they're growing, the best advice I can give everybody in this misfit land that's out here doing this is life is a ladder. And that ladder leads to success no matter who you're around or what you're doing. Everybody has the same impression of the ladder of success. So there's going to be people above you. There's going to be people below you. If you're wise, you'll always push the people above you further up the ladder. If you're even wiser, you'll also pull people from behind you and try and get them ahead of you. And if they're respectable, if they're honor able, they'll reach back and grab you and throw you ahead if they can, because the first person that gets through the doors has to hold it open for everybody that helped them get there. And that's the way this world works. And if you don't get that, then, well, honor able, cape able, any able, you're going to be fucking disabled, because the people that lock the door aren't even going to slide open the window to see who you are or what you're doing. I realize that. I don't mind it. I know it's the law of attraction that's out there, that's from fucking the dawn of time. We either make our way in or we find our way out. And I yield.
Very good points. And I think one of the best ways to actually do it is to, I know it's scary. I mean, I think it is for me. I was thinking about writing a letter and doing these things, but I didn't want to do it wrong. But it's like, it's that fear of doing it and then getting, you know, fucking up or whatever. But I think that's just the way you learn, because I'm sure that's the way Wizard learned with 93 cases, is doing the research and then just sending it out and seeing what the fuck happens. You know, I've thought about doing a couple things with this, you know, with these codes and writing it in and stuff. And I was like, or I like even thought about saying it over the phone to a couple people, saying I'm a man, I'm not the corporate entity, part of your fractal banking, blah, blah, blah. And I thought they're just going to fucking laugh at me and think I'm fucking crazy. But you don't know unless you try. And then all I can do is say no. And then you can try again and get better and keep learning and learn from people that have had success from it. So I agree with you on that point.
Mute, Wizard, we can't hear you.
I would hope you'd learn to realize that when you're learning from people like myself that have been through the bottom of the barrel and been in those courts 93 times and cussing and swearing and fingering them and calling them communist bastards and stuff, you know, the reason that I stand the way I do today is because of that experience. The reason I state today that I'm the fool is because I'm the one that accepts responsibility for my own actions in all of that. That is the one thing that many people will refuse to do because of their ego. This is why Paul gets on you about that ego. This is why I'm trying to change, because if I really want to show that I've changed, I've got to quit cussing, swearing, fingering it. You know, that's the
Wizard. I'm proud of you. You have done that.
And I'm, like I said, I'm not perfect. You're going to see it again. I have no doubts. But again, that's why I give Jack what I give Jack. You know,
hey, fuck you, brother.
Yeah, I'm not going to be light on him.
Brother.
I'm not going to be light on him because, you know, that's one of the problems, is when we start learning to like each other and get that sense of respect and dignity towards each other, we have this complacent cupcake thing about each other, you know. And that's why I say I love you guys. I really do.
Well, that's kind of what I said. Did you see the end of Paulie's stream last night?
No,
I was about to ask you. I fell asleep, man. I wanted to.
Yeah, you guys were up until 3 or 4, weren't you?
Yeah.
He was going to make it a 2-hour stream. It ended up being over 6, wasn't it?
Yeah, like so we just kind of ended at the end. It was just him and I, and it was nice to talk to him, but I just kind of said the same shit. I was like, I think indirectly I've been waiting for him to like ream my ass because maybe I want it or something. Because I know
and that's a
I
good
should
thing.
be doing better.
I see that in you, brother. I see that in you, brother, and that's a good thing. Go ahead.
So we had a good conversation and stuff, but I think it's the people around us here. There's a lot to learn, a lot to give, a lot of value and stuff. And so I respect a lot of, it is some fun, but there is a lot of good people and a lot of value around. And so it's not to be, I don't take it for granted, because I think there's something special between a lot of, the people and their opinions, whether their opinions are facts or knowings, but it's an interesting dynamic, to say the least. But I think all of us are good people just trying to get better, do better. And we're kind of on the same, for some reason or another, we've been brought together in this crazy metaverse, and here we are, learning, growing together.
Well, and Ginger says it a different way than Paul does. You guys into esoteric karmic responsibilities, and that's the spiritual thing that I was talking about when I found out the thing about freedom. I found out, damn, this is the way to be free, to disconnect. Guess what? Now I have even more responsibilities. So the freedom that you think you have comes with a cost. But that cost is what your investment is. Because if you don't take responsibilities, somebody is going to take your abilities and make you respond. That's what's all upside down and backwards. When you learn how to take control of yourself in that spirituality, that's when you realize the lesson about giving a man a fish, you feed him for a day. You teach him to fish you feed him for a lifetime. But if you do it with the true sense of spirituality, it's not about feeding him. It's about passing on the knowledge so the younger generations can learn and then upgrade. That's what this technology is about. The world has been upgrading, but people haven't. They like to take upon the convenience of those upgrades, but they themselves are not upgrading. I yield.
I found my way in front of a judge one day, and then I got put through a program that was supposed to be an 18-month program, DPTI, if anybody knows what that is. And I got out of there in 12 months and a day, like maybe 6 days, to be honest, 12 months and 6 days. And the quickest that anybody had been out by like 3 months. Got all the work done, showed up, did what I was supposed to do. Didn't want to be in this system. This is years ago. But the magistrate or magi that was standing there in the black robe in a packed room asked me to speak to everybody on what my success was. And I reverted back to the past when my father had looked at me one day and said, son, when you make mistakes and you let strangers make decisions for you, be prepared for strange decisions to be made. And that's that responsibility thing that Keith's talking about, is you have to kind of get this in your head and understand it and be able to speak to it, because a lot of people respond with ignorance and chastising one another when they don't understand something. They quickly want to jump your shit because they didn't hear you, and they didn't hear you because they weren't programmed enough to hear you, because they didn't have the foundation with which to get that overhead headed, higher level knowledge that was being transferred to you at that point. So you can jump the ship and say, oh, that's stupid, that's idiotic, or you fucking don't read the room or anything. Or you might sit back and pay attention for another minute or two and see if something triggers you to catch on to this shit that's going over your head. And I think that...
Yeah, and that's... Go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
That's one of the things that I see in a lot of these rooms. I mean, I really see that the moment to learn is like upon you and upon us. And then someone comes from out of fucking left field and goes, it's a game. It's stupid. It's fucking life. Let's have fun and fuck you. Now, there's a point for that. And you do it pretty well sometimes, Little. And with Talcott, I swear to God, I wish everybody could train him in the right direction, because he seems like a very nice guy. He feels very amiable. And I know last night you were sticking up for him, but sometimes he believes in himself so much and so far ahead of himself that he's forgetting that other people are there to help him and trying to. I mean, Keith, I see you holding him accountable, saying, look, I don't want to hurt you. I want to help you. But you got to be honest with yourself first, or how can I trust you to be honest with me? And there's the disconnect.
Well,
I demand what is true, because I cannot live in lies anymore. I don't see how other people insist on it.
Time's valuable, and to fuck around with it that much is just insanity.
Yeah, 33 years, 93 cases. I was fucking around because I was what they call a hedonist. I was wanting to enjoy life. Okay, that's that manifestation of things rather than the path. And this is why I tell people when they ask me, why do you choose such a hard path? I don't. It's the only path I see anymore.
Yeah. So I've been watching it for maybe it's 5 months or whatever. And so we're in the chat. We all see it. It's frustrating. It's fucking frustrating. It's irritating, irate. I mean, Wizard almost walked away from Paul. I don't even think he was kidding. He was like, I'm done with this motherfucker. And Paul, I won't come back. And you weren't trying to give him an ultimatum, but it's like, what I think is, and this is my opinion, is that Talcott is Paul's greatest project. Because this guy, there's for some reason the only person Talcott even kind of respects or listens to is Paul. Everyone else, he will put you in the back. He will shut you the fuck up, even though we're all in the consensus. We've all seen it. And so for me, I had this revelation yesterday, and that's why I got on there, and I was actually being nice. I mean, not that I've ever been impolite to him, but I wasn't busting his balls.
Are you saying Jack never puts Paul in the back, sir? Are you going to sit here and say that Jack never puts Paul in the back?
No, he does, but I'm saying he's the only one that he respects Paul more than anyone else. So he will always bring Paul back, whatever. But the revelation that I had is just like, this guy is so, either he's in his own imagination in his space that he's gonna make something happen no matter what anyone tells him, and then for some reason it's been happening. So this guy seems happy and content with this crazy ass world that we all think is probably ludicrous. And I thought, fuck, who are all of us to tell him what to do with his fucking life? And that's just kind of the revelation that I had yesterday, because I'm like, why are we all so worried about fucking changing Jack? Like, you know, it is kind of interesting, and we all think we can maybe do it, but it's like, why are we so worried about this dude when we could be doing our own shit, worrying about ourselves? And everyone's so concerned on fixing fucking Jack, and it's like, let Jack fucking do Jack, you know?
Exactly.
He's either going to fall on his face or not, you know?
See, and that was my feeling at the time as well. But when I had to sit there and think about it, you know, it's one of those things. To me, Paul is one of the greatest rewards in this life. Why would I give that up? So I couldn't give up Paul. So I got to learn how to deal with Jack. In doing that, again, like I said, Paul is one of those guys that stands there and stands up to me and tells me my faults. And nobody in my life ever does that. That's why I say Paul is one of my greatest rewards. And in that, it helps me reflect on myself so I can correct myself without having to have him point me to a mirror. I can do that part myself. And that's why I say I've got to amend my attitude even towards Jack so I can improve myself towards other people like Jack that I know I'm going to run across in life, because I've run across them many times. My mom and dad are the exact same way. They will refuse to listen to my opinions because that's all they are to them, is my opinions. And in their minds, they know better than I do. Okay. If you think so, you go ahead and keep telling people you're going to walk into the UN. You go ahead and keep telling people the police are your authority. It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
If you want to reach out to somebody, then you reach out to your Father which art in heaven. He's the one that's going to supply you with the answers. Going to anybody else just does not make sense to me anymore. That's why I refuse it. I will research. I will take your opinion, Jack, Jeff, Scott, Patrick, Daniil, but I'm not going to believe it. I'm going to do my research like I keep telling everybody. It's the only way you're going to learn is by using the opinions that everybody else gets in your research, so you find the different views to find out which one better fits you, because they're all wrong. None of them are right, but you can do right. That's coming with equity to get equity. This is why I'm setting up that postal trust account. Because if you put the funds in the postal trust account, the judicial branch, guess who's funding everything? You. You're no longer dependent upon the military fiat funding everything, on the securities brokerage, which they're fucking you on and creating all those U.S. debts. All those receipts I've shown you, U.S. debit, U.S. debit, U.S. debit. Oh, I thought it was a business debit. Little. No, that's a U.S. debit. Well, that means that must be a motherfucking vessel of the United States. That ain't me.
Hey, Keith, can you ask you a question? Because I think from all the research that I've done and the conspiracy theory, and I don't even think it's conspiracy. I don't even like to use that word anymore, but it's like everything that's happened over the last few years, I think, is a culmination of something that's going to change. Basically, they're trying to force a financial collapse, a globalist, like, one currency or whatever. And the best way to do that was to lock the economies down, shut everything down, fuck all businesses, let Vanguard, BlackRock, they're going to buy up everything, and then we're just going to be subject to their shit. And I wonder at what point, like what you're saying is, like, when this happens, if the dollar collapses and everything happens, yeah, like we're kind of pigeonholed into these banks and shit. And I guess maybe we're not, or how do we?
You're pigeonholed into the military. Today's definition of legal tender is negotiable instruments. It has nothing to do with money, whether it be digital or paper. That has to do with peace treaties. Negotiations are peace agreements, not battles. Everybody's taking them into the courts as a battle. That's UCC. Commercial forms are literally known as Battle of the Forms. Hold on.
This is literally wartime. We've not had. Go ahead. Excuse me.
No, you started talking before I. Please continue.
Well, I mean, since the Act of 1871, I mean, there's in the we haven't, what was it, the Libra Code? We haven't been at peace since. I mean, they keep saying a war on drugs, a war on this, a war on violence. I mean, we're literally at war every year. They announce it right out in the open. And that means that the government's being run by the military. The military's running everything. Central Command's in Tampa, right there. If you want to go find out some of the bullshit that's gone on with the I forget his name, the Flag Hole series, that stuff happened. Now, does it matter? Not when we're at war. It doesn't matter. They're just doing what they want to do. God yield.
And when it comes to that Libra Code, that's the martial law. And if you remember what I told you about the term martial means to put in order. Okay, so literally it's to put in order law. So what is the order of laws? Well, UCC is the lowest jurisdiction. What's the highest? Scripture. It even tells you in Public Law 97-280 for the United States that the 1611 version of the King James Bible, the scriptures therein are the law of the land, not the common law, but the law of the land. And the reason they had to do that is because America, the United States, is the only country in this entire world that was not founded on scripture. America is the only nation, the only country, United States is the only one that came in and wiped out the indigenous people and their spiritual laws. Now, coincidentally, the Native Americans here, though they call them savages, were closer to nature than any other people on the planet at that time, or that they had discovered on the American continents at that time, whether it be North America, South America, Central America. All those indigenous, they're all getting wiped out still to this day. Look at Venezuela. Hell, look at Belize. Belize is a country that has its own private bank, but the nation itself is destroyed. Sad. People don't learn that kind of stuff and don't relate it to how they're living today. You're living off the lives of slaughtered people, because that's the concept. Take from another man instead of gathering what was freely given from your Mother Earth. Oh no, that's too hard. I'll just take it from him because he's got plenty of apples. He's got all those trees. He's got all these apples. I'll just take them. I got this guy's got tomatoes. This guy's got apples. This guy's got a couple cows. This guy's got some goats. I'll just take them. Sickening. Anyway, I'm going back to my stuff.
Thanks much for all your information and input. That's insightful. I'm sorry I interrupted you earlier, OTW. I hope you're there.
Whoop. Yeah, I'm still here. Just because my thing here is it's a back thing, so I just lean back like this and click off the cam. But I'm still here listening. It's a great show up until now, guys. Like I said before, when you come to OTW News, you can expect all kinds of different variety of information, entertainment, and or humor. It's just a big salad of all kinds of stuff. So, I think it's something for all tastes. So thanks everybody for being here right now. We got like 41 people watching right now. So, go ahead and hit that like button, share this out, click the bell, get all notifications, subscribe if you're newlywed, which has no relevance whatsoever to what we're saying. So if you're like new to the channel, please go ahead and subscribe. Don't be shy. And there is also a link in the top of live chat where you can also, if you have the means to support the channel in a different way, go ahead and buy a coffee. It's much appreciated. Very grateful. Thank you, everyone who has already donated up until now. And also shout out to Jimmy Shively, who graciously donates every single day. So thank you very much, Mr. Jimmy Shively. All right. So your thoughts, panel, and really grateful to have you guys up here and contributing and joining in on this awesome Grand Rising Show, episode number 15, here in Montreal, Canada. It is presently 1:15 p.m., the 25th of April. Like to get that in there as a filler, ladies and gentlemen. And it is also like 9 degrees Celsius, and it is raining. So there we go. Back to you, Sir Wizard.
And it's 4:20 somewhere. Somewhere it's 4:20. So pick it up and hit it up.
I'm down with that. I'm going to have to roll another one. That one's dead.
Loading up as we speak.
All right. So everybody get their joints rolled up. Their coffee's ready. If you guys are past the hour of coffee, well, whatever toots your flute, you know, you be drinking a smoothie or something healthy right now, a glass of orange, tomato juice, who knows. Try to stay alkaline, everybody. You know, slightly more alkaline than acidic. You know, like you know, there has to be a balance. All depending in which health situation you find yourself. And obviously on the OTW News, nothing here is any medical information or whatever. It's all our personal opinions based on our personal experiences. So that being said,
no legal advice.
It's no medical advice being given here on OTW News. Everything is here for information that you could research yourself and inform yourself to be more informed on the current things that are happening in the world. And the people that join here are, dedicated journalists who like to bring you all of this information for you to filter out for yourself and make your own judgment. So thank you very much, everybody, for being here. And I believe, Wizard, you look like somebody who wants to say something. So go ahead, sir.
When it comes to this journalist stuff and the learning and everything, this is what I try to impress upon people is you got to have your own experiences. You know, when I put this stuff out there and you guys are saying thanks for all it, I appreciate the gratitude, but it's not me. I'm just the pass-through, you know. So the real gratitude goes to the process and the truth. And when you're listening to all these other people, it's like the cancer oncologist I spoke to today that was trying to convince me that I should sign up for the radiation chemo, and I expressed to her, I said, listen, he who is whole is not in need of a physician. I'm a very spiritual man, and I believe that every breath I take is an act of God. So, you know, I'm going to do the immunotherapy and I'm going to graciously accept that. But I firmly believe that what I'm doing at home is the majority of it, you know, because again, my research says RSO does it. Apricot seeds do it. DMSO, ivermectin, you know, frequencies, you know, I'm still using the frequency machine. So 5 different methods right there that I'm doing, incorporating at home, aside from the vitamin supplements and the diet change.
RSO, is that Rick Simpson's oil?
Yep.
Okay.
And so I've got 6 different means that I'm using at home aside from their one. And they want to add chemo and radiation to kill off everything I'm doing at home. I don't think so. It just does not make sense. So when you do your research and you realize this stuff, you're able to let them know in a nice, peaceful conversation that you're not going to do that. No. And believe you me, as a patient, you tell the doctor what to do. The doctor does not tell you what to do. He's only going by your diagnosis first by going to him. If you don't tell the doctor something's wrong, he ain't got nothing to say about it. If you do tell him there's something wrong, the only thing he can say about it is his opinion. Think about that. All we can do is give each other opinions. Then we have to be able to reflect on that, think on that, and then act on that. That's the process. And it ain't any simpler than that. Observe, record, report.
But Wizard,
That's journal.
You're forgetting they have years and years of experience and study. Wizard.
No.
A lot of these people went
They've
to
got
very
years and
prestigious
years of
schools,
college.
Wizard.
They've got years and years of college that is lineated studies. They go from an internal perspective where the teacher or the professor teaches them internally in a educational system. Myself and people like myself, I expect, as Paul is one of them, learns from a different perspective. They learn from an outer perspective. We're able to look out and see different paths and see that many of them go to the same places. I don't want to be on these paths. I don't want to be on these paths. I don't want to be on these paths. Oh, look. Wow, that path is full of kings and queens. That's the path I want.
And that's the thing, Wizard, too, is like, I think when you have the eyes to see, like, people want to give these people the white coats, all the authority, but I've been a carpenter. I've built things. Guess what? I miscut something. I missed a nail. Like, you don't hit it right. Think about the doctors doing that with surgeries or diagnosing you. They're making calculated guesses on basically references of what you say about your body, but all they have is an assessment and they don't really know. And I think as us, we know our bodies better than anybody. I know my body better than anybody else knows my body. And I think the most magnificent thing is nature. In every part of nature, when you get poisoned somewhere, there is a cure close by. That is the way it is symbiotic in nature. You see it everywhere. So like out here, there's poison oak everywhere, right? You know what the best remedy that I found when I got poison oak? This red clay dirt. It dries it out. I don't even put anything on it, no medicine. I rub red clay where I have that because it's just part of, and it dries it out. It cures it faster than anything else. But that goes along with the lines of anything else in nature because that is what nature is. That's where we get all of our medicine from. And we listen to these people that supposedly have been indoctrinated with the same books written by the Rockefellers or whoever else for profit and all this bullshit. And they want you to stay sick. They don't want you to cure you. They just want to put a patch on the wound mostly and give you more pills to make you more sick. And they don't care. If you want to heal yourself, you have to put the things in your body that heals you. And the easiest way to do that is by your diet and not putting poisons and other shit in yourself. Drinking the cleanest water you can, growing your own vegetables, all the stuff that our ancestors did from day one. But everyone's worried about convenience and easy peasy and all this fucking garbage processed shit. And it's easy and it's convenient. And that's why we're all stuck in this fucking cycle of a bunch of, like we're lazy. We don't do it right. And what do we expect? We're going to be sick.
Yeah, and that's because people have been taught a system of education as a remembrance. And again, it's a lineated remembering. You remember these things. Don't worry about that stuff. Just remember these things, okay? So what we have is this DMSO that I've been talking about. It's a carrier, right? So you spritz it on, and as it goes through your body, it collects up the toxins. Okay, so what you do there is with your poison oak and your clay, it's the same thing. Okay, the clay is an attractant; it's a carrier. Now, when you're a winemaker, like myself, a lot of times I'll make wine in the process of distilling because you have to ferment it first, so that when you see a moonshiner distilling, that fruit juice and stuff, that's technically in that process. When it's done fermenting there, it's wine. Okay, it just needs to be fined. Okay. And what they do when they find the wine is they're going to remove all those pollutants. So they scoop up all the fruits and everything. And then you got this clouded mess with all the pectins and everything. Okay. They use bentonite. It's a clay. Cat litter. Same thing. And what they do is they'll put it in the wine batch and let it sit for a few days. And all that stuff that's in there will cloud up at the bottom, and then they can stain off the top. Same thing with your poison oak and the clay that you use. It's an attractant and it draws it out. So when you put it on it, it's wet. Any of the pores or places where the poison oak jabbed into you, they're little spiny hairs. And what it's doing is catching on it, pulling it out. How's that for fine, huh? You're a fine young man there, brother.
Wizard, earlier I was saying thank you for everything, and I do mean it sincerely. And I don't mean to tell you that this is a journey that you're on and I'm following you. It's a journey that I'm on myself, and I've been in so many different places that it's nice to come and I get a break, and then I learn about something else with you, and it's easier to find that path forward to that information when someone's there helping to guide you. And the appreciation is that, well, that's why I'm willing to share some of the stuff that I have and that I've done, because, well, for all intents and purposes, if I can show you an easier way to get to where you want to go, when you're showing me an easier way to get to where I want to go, that's the give and take. That's the ebb and flow. That's the quid pro quo.
It's the service to fellow man, because a lot of people don't want to give without receiving back, and that's the problem. Because I think when you give wholeheartedly and selflessly to your fellow man and people, and you truly care without trying to gain a profit or give it, that's the problem. Like, that's the whole thing. He showed that Zachary Hubbard bullshit tonight. It's like, these people, they have some kind of fucking movement or bullshit, but they want something out of it. If you truly did it selflessly, authentically, if you did it authentically and selflessly or selfless, what you do for these, this is what I found in my life, my personal experiences. When I've been able to help my friends or other people, because I've always hated money, and currency and all this stuff. I never felt comfortable with it, but when I have it and I see people less fortunate, I want to help people, because, and it's not even about that, but any way I can in helping, not having someone, whatever, that's just the way I've lived my life. So I take care of people, and it's come back tenfold for me, because I've always had a selfless heart, in my opinion. Maybe, other people might have a different perspective of that, but that's kind of how I've always rolled. And I just think that's how you have to be in life, and not really, it's okay to give and not expect anything in return. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to my grave with anything. I'm going into my grave with my integrity, who I am, and being the honorable man that I can be to other people. And if I can help everyone else, like, we're all in this together, right? We have to stand tall and walk alone, but at the same time, like, that's that leadership and boss thing, like, people are going to follow someone that they respect. And, that is the one thing about Paul and stuff, is he can give you a hard truth and something that you're not comfortable with, but you will sit back and think about it and wonder, holy shit, who else calls me out like this? Because my parents, Jeffrey, you're great, you're the best, you're special, my whole life, I don't get in trouble. Yeah. You're an angel. I mean, I have been a good kid. I mean, I have secrets, I'm not perfect. But my parents have always supported me, and I've been lucky with that aspect of life. But maybe sometimes I do need a kick in the ass, and maybe that's why I'm here following Paul, because You know, I need to hear some people talk some shit and realize that, you know, we have to take a stand for what's true and what's right. Because if we don't, who else? You know, who's gonna do it? There's a lot of sheep out there not paying attention. Wizard, you're on like a fucking you're like a level 10 in the video game. I'm like a 6, no, maybe a 5 compared to you. But like, there's just different levels of shit. And then you can look up, and you can have a mentor or somebody that you look up to, and you can take notes and, you know, appreciate them and let them know that you appreciate them. You may not even, like you said, I don't care if you love me or what's your saying? You don't gotta love me. I love you. I don't give a fuck if you love me back. I mean, that's the thing. So, anyways, I just wanted to say my piece with that, because I do appreciate all the really brilliant minds around, because I do think that there is some really smart people in all these panels. Even though we like to joke and kid, and there's some chimpanzee chaos and shit, makes it interesting. But there is some gems that come throughout it all. Almost every. I yield.
And the nice thing about these platforms here is that, you know, we're not setting ourselves up to sit here and be surrounded by these bankers, lawyers, attorneys, and stuff. We're setting ourselves up to hear from other people that are in the exact same spot or have similar situations. One of the biggest problems with the society and its probation system is that most of the people that are involved in that administration have never had problems like we have. They've been spoon-fed and lived good lives on full pockets of money. Many of us don't come from that same stature, but yet somehow we're proving ourselves greater than those with money who think they're all this and that. You can go ahead and talk to Klaus Schwab all you want. I'm going to tell him to fuck off. Big difference. And that's what I appreciate about this platform, because I've never seen myself as an eagle like my mom and daddy. Keith, if you want to learn how to fly like an eagle, why you keep hanging with that flock of turkeys? Well, that flock of turkeys you're talking about is my eagles, and those eagles you think are eagles are fucking wolves in sheep clothing. You know? So until you open your eyes and see what the reality is, you won't know what that lesson is that you're trying to teach me that I already fully understand. Again, just like Paul and his daddy. Paul understands a lot more things than his daddy does, and his daddy's the one sitting there professing that he's the one that taught him all this shit. Really? Yeah.
That situation.
You're the one that set me up with a post office contract when I was 10 years old and didn't even know it. Paper carrier. That's under postal regulations as a contract with the post office. Had I known that when they pulled me over in that last case, I'd have told them to fuck off. That plate's on there for a reason. I have a contract with those people, and you're interfering with that contract. Yeah.
What's that called?
That's called violation of 15 U.S.C. 1 and 3 both.
But there's a trust in place, so it's tortious interference too.
Right. So you have an interference with a contract, with its interference with foreign trade, particularly because it was a rural route, meaning it was a foreign country. And I had a contract with the post office through a third-party intervener. That third-party intervener is the one that required me to have a driver license, not the post office. That third-party intervener is the one that was taking my name and social security number and investing it in a private contract. Where's my principal coming back on that? That's a 30-year bond. Suppose I ought to get a hold of him in 23 years? No, it's the Lord's release coming up here real short, 7 years. And that's going to be the correction of the record. We're going to get all of them.
You think we're going to get that Jubilee back?
What do you mean, Jubilee back? The Jubilee is. They can't take it.
Well, I meant like I've heard certain things to where like they trade our birth certificate / social security numbers they're basically, we are that corporation, so they treat us like on the stock market. And so if there's a certain thing where you could look up your social security number or your who you are, and then on
Yeah,
the certain
you're
website.
talking about that. Yeah, you're talking about that GMEI, and that's people don't understand that. They think that's pulling up their social security number, and it's not. It's pulling up a series of numbers that could be many things, and it's just like search results on your internet. If you punch in a number, it's going to give you a whole list.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
have to
I
find
was
which
listening to like
you're trying
I
to
was
sit there and
listening
say
to
that
like have you ever
have
listened
their
to
information.
Sorry, Wizard. Go ahead.
They think all these other companies that they've never had business with have their information and are using their information. No, look at the details and you'll find out there's a portion of your social security number in one of their stock numbers or something. So the AI pulled it up because there was a portion and it gave you the option to pick. You have to learn how to pick. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, the one thing, so I'd listened to this guy, Charlie Freak, Santos Bevanacci, and they have some good information, but who knows if it's some misinformation. But he mentioned like if you, with anything, even your house or your car or whatever, if you ask for the true original contract, they don't have it because
you know how you can prove it? Because that document should have a $10 stamp on it. Tax Duty Stamp Act. It should be a $10 stamp on it showing that the transfer was completed. Not the transaction, the transfer. And this is the problem with all those records. If there's no stamp on it, then they're treating everything as a transaction and never transferring the property while claiming that the property is theirs. How's that work? Bank that can't own property?
There's a lot of stuff going on in that situation, though. Everybody runs around. There's deed states and there's title states.
Basic simple thing is that tax duty stamp says there's supposed to be a $10 capital transfer stamp on there, and 26 USC 6201, as I said earlier, taxes are duly paid by stamp. Go down to that county register and ask who paid taxes on that, and can you tell me what form they paid it in? And they're going to ask you, well, what do you mean? Well, I don't see the stamp on the document.
But are you looking for the APN number, which is in a file drawer?
I don't give a fuck about no numbers. If there's an actual transfer, that fucking document better have a $10 stamp on it. Otherwise, what I'm buying isn't valid to begin with.
Would the warranty deed itself be considered a stamp? It's a $10 warrant. Every fucking property transfers for $10.
It's got a stamp on it.
Yeah, okay, then the stamp would be on the warranty.
A seal on it, and they think that qualifies. Like I said, it doesn't. There are three different uses. The third use is never used. It's never properly stamped.
I'm trying to understand something. What I'm trying to understand is you realize.
Look at that warranty deed. Has it got a stamp up here?
Right, correct.
Does it?
No, I'm saying no. Okay. No, they don't.
Not valid.
Okay, so the acceptance is what hasn't happened.
Correct.
Okay, so what you're in essence, I'm just gathering because I've been in real estate for 20 plus years. Okay.
Yeah, my dad was a real estate appraiser.
What?
My dad was a real estate appraiser.
I was taught what I was taught. That doesn't mean I wasn't taught upside down and backwards.
Exactly.
Okay. And by design, because I had to go out to the masses and go, here's how it works. And all the while convince them upside down and backwards was right side up and normal. So here's where I'm coming from. I know and have known for years there's different states that properties transfer in different ways. You have title states and deed states, but either state always has a warranty deed. And it doesn't matter if the property is $5 or $50 million. There is a $10 transfer on a warranty deed is what they transfer it on. So I'd assume that anybody holding a warranty deed should stamp it on the front and back, as Keith is suggesting, with $10, and you're done. Now it doesn't matter who's claiming what. You're fucking in first place, first position, with clear fucking decisive ownership.
Adverse possession, when you go to a bank and you get that loan and you sign that document, you're supposed to keep that document. Okay? You're supposed to attach that document to the warranty deed. You're supposed to put a stamp on a front cover document of your statement of intent to discharge for full acquittance all parties to the fraud as evidence on the record for not having a valid transfer stamp. And because you're the one that came with equity and put that $10 transfer stamp on it, you now receive the equity. How much is equity? How much equity is in that property? Whether I live there or turn around and pass it on to someone else, I get the equity.
Can this be done after the fact? A year, 2 years after the fact?
You bet. You bet. I wish I'd have been able to do it to Jack. He'd have been in that motherfucking tent like I said. Some cocksucker went up and saved his ass. Keep sucking dick. Keep sucking dick.
I don't know the backstory to that one at all.
He was coming up for eviction and foreclosure, and somebody came up and bought him out again. 5th year in a fucking row. I don't know how anybody gets that fucking lucky. He's got to be sucking dick.
Or he's Jesus, man.
Wizard.
Wizard.
Angry right now, wizard.
I'd have been slick as shit to buy that motherfucking thing right out from under him and give it to a bunch of homeless motherfuckers and give him their tents.
Wizard, he can stay in the fireplace, wizard.
As soon as I light it up so he can keep nice and warm.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you
Hey, Wizard, I have another
What
question.
you talking about, Willis?
Have you heard of Russell J. Gould? And is he a total is he a total? He's a total charlatan, right? He claims to be the he claims to be the Postmaster General, and so does this other guy, Chris or whatever his name is. There's a British guy,
Mark Christopherson or something
Yeah,
like that.
Mark,
But let
yeah.
me ask you
Ask
something.
them if they know how to make their homemade stamps. Ask them if they know how to make a homemade stamp.
Ask him if he got away with court-martial and everybody in the country.
Ask him if he knows how to
Who,
make
Russell
homemade
J. Gould?
He evidently went and held court-martial. He said he had, I don't know, I wasn't there, but he said he had a bunch of military around him. They were probably just making sure he didn't go any further. But he said he court-martialed the entire administration and everything. What? Well,
No, he said he said he captured the flag in 2000, like
1999.
That's why they're still flying it, huh?
yeah, whatever. So
He
yeah,
says he leased it back to the Navy.
and then he said that
okay.
basically every presidential election since now has been false and it's just a charade. And he's
I would agree with him. I would agree with him because
No,
this
it's
is a
not a
corporation.
charade. It's a corporation, and it is all recorded. So it's not
It's a corporation for sure. Yep.
Now, when you ask him if he knows how to make a homemade stamp, ask him if he knows how to use it. Like I said before, you know anybody using a postage stamp the same way? Did you know that I even created my own language just like they did? But I don't go pushing everybody else to learn it and use it to say I'm going to court-martial these guys because this is a true and correct language.
I've got a language too, Wizard. You want to hear it?
Oh my God, I got hard.
That's come on. I think that's Wookiee. That's Wookiee, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Wookiee. It's Wookiee. I stole it. Never mind. It's not mine.
I caught you. You're just a big Wookiee. Come on. He's fucking shaved his forehead hair and his fucking cheek hair. He's a Wookiee. So Russell supposedly put together a new version of the periodic table, and everybody in the world except this country calls it fucking extraterrestrial technology, I believe. I'm like, okay, sounds cool, but he eliminated our periodic table and disqualified it based on the rule of boxes. If you go back to David Windmiller and Russell J. Gould and the Parse Syntax Grammar and understand that what they're saying does work, is true. They did go to the Vatican. He did get past Miller into the Vatican and understand some stuff. There's truth and there's okay. Here, let's put it this way.
Hey, let me tell you about the authority of the Vatican then. Okay,
go ahead, please.
Because the Pope in the Unum Sanctum, the
first papal bull, 1302.
The souls of all men.
Pope Boniface VI.
That's blasphemy. Isaiah 43:1. Fear not, for I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by thy name. Thou art mine. To support it, one shall say, I am the Lord's. Isaiah 44:5. I am the Lord's. One shall call himself by the name of Jacob, and another shall subscribe with his hand unto the Lord, and surname himself by the name Israel. Now, how good is that name on that paper anymore?
Bullshit.
I don't care if it's forgery or it is my name. It can't be if I say my name is Jacob and I subscribe in the surname of Israel. Now time, as I'm instructed, to the scriptures. Public Law 97-280, Rule 803 of Federal Rules of Evidence, exceptions to the rule of hearsay, Section 2, Hallelujah, excited utterances, Section 16, ancient documents.
Boom! Wow, man, I'm glad I didn't have to look that
drop.
Up.
That was awesome. Here, you know what that gives? No, I got something better.
Yeah, that all those comments on that paper, that's hearsay. But there's an exception, and I thank our Father in heaven for it. Hallelujah, because He says I'm to call myself His.
Amen. Amen.
Call myself by the name of Jacob, and then if you want my signature on that document, I'm going to give you Israel. Do you hear me now? That's why they don't want me in those courts no more. I refuse.
They have a problem. They have a big problem.
My signature, it's going to be Israel. It's not going to be Jacob. It's going to be Israel. It doesn't say I should sign Jacob. It says sign Israel.
Which puts the onus on them to clear the account, which makes the checkbook come out of the prosecutor's pocket, which really pisses them the fuck off.
Did you know all the senators take a dual oath to Israel?
I believe it.
Shit.
Fuck me.
Won't find that in Robert's Rules of Procedure, will you?
No, fuck.
You won't find that in Masonics manual.
The fucking circus out here. It's a circus of fools we've got going on. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I'm telling you, my fucking godfather is fucking been up here in this bullshit. Won't tell me a goddamn thing. Probably afraid for his life. It is what it is.
This is what they do. Like, I wonder. I mean, this is why I think it is. It's good versus evil. This is a spiritual war that's been going on for a long time, and I do feel like it's coming to a head. There's going to be a precipice, and I think good things are coming, and that's what I believe. I have a knowing. I have a feeling and a knowing that good things are on the horizon. Isn't there like three main things, Wizard? There's DC, which is its own It's not even part of America. Then there's the Vatican, and then there's London. Those are the three main. They rule the world.
Branch. Right. DC is the military branch. That's why we're under martial law. And the United States has the greatest military in the world. And it's the only nation, like I said, that wasn't founded on spirituality. It was founded on war. Okay. Every other nation was founded on its spiritual principles. Now, you turn around, London.
I never heard that. Can you explain that a little further?
They came in and slaughtered the indigenous people. Same with Canada. Those aren't Canadians. They give the Inuits stipends from the gross domestic products.
So what are Canadians then?
It's martial law. French?
No, but I mean, yeah, the French, English, right?
Iroquois? That's from South America or southern North America, Florida area.
That's where the Iroquois came from?
The 5 nations. That's the federal government. The Federation of Tribes was made of 5 nations in the south and southeast of America. You know, the other tribes out west and stuff, those are supposedly the ones from down South America, Axolotl and the Mayans and everything. And yeah. And the ones up in North Central, the Mound people, yeah. Slaughtered.
I lost my train of thought, but going back to the
City of London. City of London is a cool city just like Washington.
The Tri-City Empire he was asking about. We have,
Washington, D.C., United States is located in Washington, D.C. So we have that city-state. Then we have London, which is City of London, and London, which is another city in a city. So that's a city-state. Then you have the Vatican, which is all known as its own city-state. Notice the thing.
3 obelisks. The 3 obelisks.
Well, notice the thing in the center. That's a pine cone, right?
Pineal gland.
Pine tree resin. It's the center of health.
The Vatican.
That cerebral fluid that produces both DMT and serotonin.
Yeah.
Your body can produce DMT.
Yeah, absolutely.
It does it regularly.
Yeah, every night.
Isn't that part of the? I don't know this. I'm asking. Is that part of the adrenochrome bullshit?
No, I don't believe so. I think that's a completely different biological process.
Yeah, well, no, they know the secrets, and that's what they're doing is they're draining those biological processes for a different process. They're not using the pineal gland for that purpose. They're using it for the child trafficking and feeding off of other people. Jeez. Vaticanus is what it was called. Think about that.
Yeah, that's insane.
Anus. I did a video on it. You'd be surprised. It literally means spewing shit.
What the fuck? Spewing shit? That would make sense. I mean,
I guess so.
What happened when Benedicto abdicated? I mean, who fucking saw that? I mean, like literally, I remember back when Pope Paul passed away. My grandmother, oh, this is special. You'll only see this once in a lifetime. We've been through fucking 6.
Yeah, and take your time to punch that into your search engine, guys. Don't believe me. Put it into your search engine. Vaticanus. Put it all together as one word. It's not Vatican. That's a modernization. It started out as Vaticanus.
Spewing shit.
That's crazy.
So we have a Tri-City. Go ahead.
No, what were you gonna say? After that, I'll jump in.
We have a Tri-City Empire, and my understanding is in DC, where the obelisk is, that's our the Vatican, or not the Vatican, but the we are the Pentagon. That's the power. That's the power that protects the other two ends of the Tri-City Empire, which is the people, all held in by the Vatican, and then the money all controlled by England or the IMF. So we're controlled, or the brute strength is controlled by the U.S., the Pentagon, the money controlled by the IMF, Vatican controls the people. And all our birth certificates, are you aware where they're held? To my knowledge, this is very true, but are you aware where they're held in the U.S., Keith? Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception in Washington, D.C., the Basilica there. So all of us are supposedly the Christed beings, if you will. You know, the true birth certificate went there.
Exactly.
Yeah, and funny enough, that the United States doesn't have a requirement for birth registry. Therefore, the only birth certificates there come from the states, showing that the states exported it, the United States imported it, and again, they are the holder, and therefore they're liable. Again, all liability shows the holder of the record to be the United States. U.S. debit, every credit transaction, and it's a Marshall transaction. It's an order. It's not a promissory note. It's an order. Learn how to make your promissory note in the form of a silver certificate backed with the silver, held in escrow by a third-party private member not interested, and then deposit that silver certificate with the letter of credit into a trust account. Boom, baby. Nobody can touch you, especially if it's a postal trust account, because they're the protector of all international persons. And now your person isn't a person, it's a trust.
Knowledge drop, knowledge drop, knowledge drop, knowledge drop.
I'm gonna have to get some more overlays, man, for when Wizard comes on here and drops these things, and I'm gonna get the bomb drop sound effect, and I got to get a couple of things going here.
You need to get a sound effect.
You really need to get a pen and paper.
For Wizard or when somebody, pardon me, Wizard, when someone's talking like that, that way you can keep everybody else at least on cue that you want to listen to that or whatever. I yield.
Yeah, we got 43 people watching right now, so please make sure that you hit that like button and share this out.
OTW yielding? Was that you just yielding, OTW?
No, I didn't. Did I yield?
Oh, okay. My apologies.
It was me. I came up. I said, "I."
Oh,
Pat, I'm sharing the three Super City Stranglehold tab there. Oh, what? That's weird. Sir, the Trinity, the Unholy Trinity. The perfect name for it, the Unholy Trinity.
Interesting.
Sure, I'm sure everyone here. Well, I'm sure most here are already aware of it. But if you look at the obelisks here, let me see. Hold on. It's really interesting because the way it's set up there in the Vatican, it's almost as if they have this scalar wave technology in the form of, really the architecture. It's masked as architecture, but it's really scalar wave technology, and it's funneling essentially the essence of anyone who comes in and out of there. It's taking all that spiritual energy, whatever you want to call it, prana, whatever, and dumping it right in the sea, in the Vatican Sea, right? Law of the sea. So it's interesting to take these things into consideration when considering the power that these strongholds, these strangleholds have over the world because, again, the Admiralty Maritime is the law of the sea, and the waters connect. So if you want to call them globally, whatever, like this says right here, the globalist stronghold, whatever, the worldwidest, call it what you want. It's funny because I have this backdrop up and it looks like a globe, but it doesn't mean I'm a globey, guys. I'm also not a flatty, but I'm kind of just an I don't know what the fuck's going on kind of a guy. That's my thing. But
great stream, OTW.
I yield.
Please.
Isn't the telescope at the Vatican called isn't it called Lucifer or something?
Yes.
Sure.
Ghislaine Maxwell, she had her own, she knew how to, she had submarines. Her father was she created her own
whole country out of the water.
Yeah.
The water became her own country.
And that's why all these elites think they could not be in jurisdiction when they're going to all get in trouble for Pedo Island.
Some weird shit out there.
Look at this shit on factcheck.com or leadstories.com. It's another one of these, fact checker sites. It says, fact check, the City of London, the Vatican, and Washington, D.C. are not all sovereign states. Fucking conspiracy theorists.
Of course.
These people
the Vatican is a country. It's a sovereign country. It's its own nation, if you will.
And that's probably how they get away with this, right? It's word. Oh, yeah, right. They're not all sovereign states. They're sovereign countries, or some minor. Probably Wizard would know where the fault lies in this title, but it's probably something like that. Idiosyncrasy, a little grammatical detail, and that's how they get away with it because they're right. It's not this, it's that. Slightly different fucking wordplay bullshit.
DC is not a state.
Right. So there you go. So that's how they get away with that title because it's factual. So they're actually telling the truth. It's how they get away with it, right?
Supposedly they tell you everything with symbolism, but I think what's frustrating for people that see what's going on now, it's like they do it. There's no justice. They get it. It's like now that we have the knowing, it's like, what do we do about it? We're fucked in the banking. We're fucking finance. We're fucked every which way to Sunday. We've been basically slaves. And now we kind of there's a group of people that know about it. And it's like, you almost feel helpless and frustrated about what the fuck do you do about it? Because it just doesn't seem like any of these fuckers, they're untouchable at some point. It's like they're in every facet of everything. Like they said, the tentacles go deep and far and wide. And it's like, some people just kind of laugh and they say, well, how would just a certain group of people be in control of everything? But it's like, man, if you're like that pyramid thing, they compartmentalize everything to where no one really knows what they're doing. So even if you're doing something at the very bottom, you don't really know what that person's doing or that person's doing. So that's how they keep you in the dark and run the structure. But the only true people that know what's going on is whoever's the very, very top running the whole fucking thing. And to me, it's very frustrating to feel like you kind of know this stuff, and maybe some of it's misinformation, maybe it's conspiracy theory and some of this shit, but it's like there seems to be a lot of truth for a lot of it. What's your thoughts, OTW?
You're absolutely right, but just to wrap some people have a hard time just wrapping their head around, not even the beginning of some of these topics where we're talking about symbolism and everything. It's just it's just too far-fetched, and they call it this is where the conspiracy theory comes into play, and even though this information is researched and actually correlates, and there's no coincidences, and we all know that, but I mean, for the common folk, doesn't necessarily mean to them already believing in the system could, take this as new age information or, like I said before, conspiracy theorists, and I can understand and see both sides of the coin. You know what I'm saying? But I do understand the fundamentals of this type of topic, and I've delved deep into this subject, and I do have a little bit of knowledge on this.
Well, like some people would just say, like, ignorance is bliss. These people just walk around, NPCs. They just go along to get along, have a family, do their thing, get wrapped up in the news, all this shit. But then when I see what I see, I don't know. I just really can't accept it. I feel like I have to say something or do something about it. But then I don't really even know, where I started was with all this crap with the last 3 years. And it's all coming out to be, we all knew it. We knew better. Some of us knew from the beginning, so it's really hard to navigate through that with family and friends.
True that.
And you just want to help them, but at the same time, they think you're fucking nuts. And all you can do is love them anyways. I told some of my friends, I'm like, hey, when you come around, I'll still be here. I still love you, but I can't. If you're going to live by truth and authenticity, then you have to stand up. So to me, it's like, I figured out at that point, like, I'm just one of those people. I'm more of a cliche. I want to call myself a warrior for truth, dude. I mean, I can't do it. I can't look at you and be like, oh, that's okay. Like, it was the first time in my life I was like, I'm not a very confrontational guy. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Always been that way. I don't like confrontation, but through that, I felt like I had to. I had to say my shit. And I got banned on several things and all kinds of shit. Maybe that's why I'm here, finding you people like-minded like us and stuff. And I think Paulie has a different approach because he's just kind of like, you just have to work on yourself. Because you can't change, that's the kind of a Talcott thing. It's like, you can't really change the world. I mean, you can't go to the UN. They're going to laugh at you. Like, this is not, and they're the enemy anyways. So it's like,
let's be careful with this can't word. I mean, anything's possible. I could see it. Not really.
You can't make everybody like you, and that's the biggest problem. All right, when you're projecting yourself onto others, then you end up in a dichotomy of complete and utter chaos. What you need to do is find what it takes for someone else to be themselves and work on that. It's too confusing to try and change the whole fucking being. You're not there. You don't see their chaos. You don't understand the dynamics of who's stepping on the cat's tail today. So to try and reach in, sometimes it's going to work. If they're receptive to it, they're going to follow, but eventually they're going to revert back to their old ways because they're in their own prison, if you will. And that is not easily extracted through a fucking two-dimensional screen and a couple people talking. Now you can get into somebody's head, but can you really get into their body, their form, and their sustenance, their substance, and their surroundings? No, not unless they give them to you. And a lot of people are not willing to share exactly where they are. Why? Well, fuck, that makes them very vulnerable. So a lot of people are gonna, they're gonna present a presentable presence as much as they can, and a lot of people want to fit in with that presentable with wherever the dynamic is. So if Paulie's going to call everybody chimpanzees and challenge everybody and knock them down, if that's his fucking MO, then I see him using Talcott for more viewers and more reassurance for himself that he's okay and he's in the right place because he's above Jack and he's helping Jack and he's brought more people's attention to Jack. Now, Conversely, Jack could check himself and go, I need a lot of help. These guys are trying to help me, but I don't want to be made the fool at the end of the day. So he should maybe try and, like where Keith comes in and says, be honest with me or fuck off. Jack should ask that question. Well, maybe should I revisit what I just said? Why is he saying I'm dishonest? And there's wisdom there if you pay attention to yourself, because we're going to make some mistakes. Obviously, we're all fools moving forward. But if we live too far in the past, I don't think I want Jack or anybody to do that. That's low frequency vibrations. And as well, Wizard, you said it's all about the water. It's all about frequency and vibrations. And we can see that in the water, whether we freeze it or fucking just put water on top of a speaker. So it really is all about frequency and vibrations. And a real low level fucking vibration activity, in my opinion, is just dwelling on the past that's negative. So I would never want to see Polly. I would never want to see Jack. I would never want to see anybody dwelling on shit that hurts, unless it's going to help you heal, and only do that for a short while. Polly seems to be somewhat versed in bringing some of that pain to the surface in people, and I don't think that's a bad thing. As long as you're willing to make sure that you don't leave them hurt, you want to pull them out of that and honorable themselves, and yourselves be honorable or honorable enough to help them be capable of seeing that fix in the mirror. Everybody's got to fix themselves. You're in the mirror looking at yourself, fixing yourself through other people, or you can't fix yourself. And if you can't fix yourself, it's because you're not looking at yourself. You're looking for someone else to change shit for you, and that doesn't happen.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
Never. You have to show up.
I mean, that's the whole point, is people want to change the world or change other people. And if you see any addict or anybody that's into anything that they want to do, they can only, you can't make anyone do it. They have to want to do it for themselves. The end. So you can't fix people. They have to want to fix themselves, and they have to look inward. And that's the whole point, because everyone in the world could be telling them and screaming at them and saying, man, you're killing yourself. You're doing this. Like, want to try to change them. But it just doesn't work unless that person wants to make a change in themselves. And I think that's kind of the point that Paul makes on his channel, is it's not about making everyone do his walk or whatever. It's about making yourself better and doing your own walk.
Him doing the walk. It's walking the walk. You can talk the talk all you want, but if you're sitting there talking the talk, and someone says, well, what have you done? You go, well, that's not what matters. Yeah. If you're going to espouse your wisdom, your intellect, your past successes, are they there? Can you point to them? Can we see something tangible that we can relate to that shows us we're on the right path to human growth, or manly growth, or spiritual growth, or personal growth, if you will? But if you're not showing me something that shows me you're doing something, look at Wizard. Look at Wizard. Ask him what he does, or watch him and see what he does. You could do either, but you don't have to ask him. He's showing you very, 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 very succinctly. So if you don't understand it, that means it's high level shit. Watch it again. If you don't understand a few words he uses, get out your fucking dictionary, and then you'll start to see not everything's so complicated. You're capable, a being that just is able to learn and absorb things. And if you're going to go on Pavlov's theory, repetition's the mother of all inventions. Read it again. Read it again. Before you know it, you'll be able to recite it better than Keith, if that's your desire.
Amen.
All right, who did we lose? Was it
CHRiSTOS.
CHRiSTOS? Yeah, okay. So every time somebody leaves, I always wonder it's who, but I shouldn't wonder because it's always the same person.
Well, it was me earlier, actually, one time, and ironically, it was right around when Wizard was cooking something, and I gave him a comment too, and then I got booted off. My laptop like restarted or something. It tends to happen sometimes. It's very strange and bizarre, and lacking any logical explanation that I could come up with. But anyway, so Jeff, what did you and Paul talk about there for a while? Because I went back and I saw you guys. It looked like you guys were talking for like an hour, but I had fallen asleep. What were you guys? Do you remember? Is there like a summary that you could give me so I don't have to go back and watch it? What up, Lubis?
Hey, can I do a mic check?
Lupus.
This is when you
mic
know
check.
it's about the end of the show when Lubas shows up. He's like the you know, he empties out the stadium. That he.
Am I messing things up for what?
Hey, your mic's pretty bad. We don't hear you very well, sir.
Okay, let me put my headphones on.
Lou, please. Are you still there, Sean?
Yes, sir.
I would say in summary, no, we just kind of through some mutual respect. I think I kind of told him that, probably what most of us think or whatever, at least me, but kind of the value we get, the insecurities that we have, and just kind of, you know, we all deal with shit or whatever. And then, you know, he was basically saying what he sees in me. He thought I was a good dude and this and that, blah, 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 which was nice. But I guess it went on for a minute, but it was a good talk. So mini summary. I'll probably have to go rewatch it myself, but it was a fun day.
Do the same anyway. We'll see if I have time.
Yeah, I don't think it was an hour. It was probably like 25 minutes or so.
Either way, I watch stuff in double speed. So, but you'd be surprised how fast time goes by up there, because sometimes, like I'll be up there like an hour and a half or something, or a half hour or whatever, and I'll think it was half that amount of time. You know, so it's crazy, dude.
It's true. It could have been. It could have been an hour. Yeah, it felt like we were talking for a while. But
what is that?
Cooking an animal, poor animal. What is that? A duck? What is it?
It's a raccoon.
What are you doing?
Chicken necks and backs and asses. I debone them a lot of times because my when my son-in-law cooks them for the baby, I take all the bones and I make soup out of them, right? The leftover stuff, right? So I take the breasts, the legs, the wings, whatever, and then they they cook them in the oven or however they want to cook that stuff, and it's boneless and it's safe for the baby. She doesn't get a bone in her mouth or something.
All right, so I'm sorry to for all the vegetarians out there. I'm sorry you had to see that. Whatever views and actions that the panelists sometimes commit are not necessarily those of the of OTW News, and do not commend animal slaughtering and cooking poor little animals. That being said, that cheeseburger was really good looking yesterday. I wonder if I still have that picture hanging around here. Let me see that. Oh yeah, it's right here, guys.
Lubas.
Yes, sir.
Yummy.
I wanted to respond to what you were saying about. You mentioned about you guys were a little bit talking about how the way Paul does his message and blah blah blah, and the way, like. Sorry, but if you wanted to say something first, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Jeff.
I've been waiting to talk to you for a while. I want to tell you you're discussing. This is my Z impersonation. I tell you what, you're a pervert, Lou. And I've been waiting to talk to you for a while, but I've been off the internet. I've been waiting to say you're a fat grease pig.
Get a little closer to the camera.
And guess what?
Yeah,
I want to
that's
see your
better.
daughters. All right, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lou.
Oh man, you
No,
can
I
get
just
it. Get
I
your
went
shit
on a rant
together.
earlier.
Yeah, it was good. It was actually
I ha-
very good, Lou Bass. You missed it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how soon? Like how long into the broadcast? I'll go check it out later. Like if I don't want to go
God, it was
search
at
through the
least
whole
at the
damn
How
thing.
long have you been gone?
close to the 4 or 5 hour mark there.
All right, I'll go check it out.
I think Jeff's been here like the whole stream practically, man.
Jeff's been on like all night. No, look, see, I saw you last night late, and then I went to bed, and I came up this morning, and I just clicked in, and you're still here. Are you been here all along? Like, I mean, not just on this stream, but you were on Paul's stream. You were where else? I think just Paul's
Yeah, and then
stream.
he told me he was like supposed to go to bed. Then he saw that I went live, so he decided
so he just stayed awake
to pop in, and he's
I was
been here
in
ever
bed.
since.
I was almost passing out, and I saw you went live, and I was like, "Yeah, let's see what's going on over there." And then we just had some interesting conversations. Who knows what the hell?
It went everywhere today. It was really cool. What a great panel and a great conversation all the way through. We covered all kinds of different topics. Usually I come up with overlays, but it was so compelling that I didn't even think of going to get my overlays that I usually get. Like when you start talking, Lou, this is the one I like putting on when you start talking, Lou.
Sorry, what'd you say? What? Sorry, I didn't hear you, OTW.
I said there's an overlay I like putting on when you start talking.
Okay, put that on.
There you go.
Hello, Jeff. I am your father.
So what we're gonna ask Lou, or mention?
I was gonna ask you yesterday, and this is just a sense. I could be way off the mark. Obviously, we're all just chimpanzees taking guesses at what this world is and what other people are, trying to figure things out. And we get things wrong probably more than half the time, maybe 90% of the time. So I could be wrong. But when I came on at a certain point, I came on yesterday and you were on with Paul. And I think it was close to the end of the broadcast before you were just you and Paul. Because I'd woken up and just clicked on and I rewinded because he said something that I don't know, and I wanted to go back and see what he was talking about. So I rewinded and I put it at like triple speed or some damn thing. And I was watching you on that high speed. And if you go back and ever look at it yourself, maybe you'll notice it or anybody else if they notice it. But I noticed that I looking at you, the way you were breathing, the way you were looking, the expression on your face, I had this strong sense of anxiety that was happening. It seemed to me that it was like an anxiety, a look of anxiety in you. And I just wanted to ask you, do you suffer from anxiety at all?
Not really.
If you go back and look at it, tell me what you think sometime when I'm back on a panel, because it was really, really strong. When I get those senses, I like to mention them, and you just happen to be here, so I just asked. But okay, that's cool.
What was
like you breathe?
What was the topic of conversation?
I don't. You know what? I don't remember. I got so distracted by the way I was, the way you were, what I was getting off of you, that I wasn't even paying attention at some point to the conversation. It was if I could. Yeah, it was just a sense of anxiety. And maybe it's an unconscious anxiety, I don't know, or maybe it's nothing at all. But it was sort of like never breathing through your nose, it seemed, always taking these breaths through, like, and then turning and looking another way, and then turning, and it was like, I don't know, it just was, I'm sorry if I'm being too personal or anything like that. I don't mean to be. It's just,
No, that's all good. I mean, I'd probably have to go back and look at it.
I think you have to look at it at high speed to really notice it. And I guess that changes it a bit. But I did see it. I was aware of it after, and then I paid attention to it after. And then I still had that sense even at regular speed. But if you don't have anxiety, that's cool. I've suffered with anxiety, and that's the reason why I mentioned it. And, I don't really much anymore. I've sort of got a grip on it now, but I did for a long time in my life suffer a lot of anxiety. And I found what helped me was doing a lot of square breathing. And I would, like in through the nose for a certain amount of time, hold for a certain amount of time, breathe out for a certain amount of time, and hold for a certain amount of time. So you're maintaining like a square breathing thing, and that really helped me. It would generally, when I had these strong bouts of anxiety, I mean, at some points it was so strong that I would have to, get a plastic bag or a paper bag and breathe into it so that I felt like I wouldn't pass out or something. But yeah, it just had that sense that you might have been experiencing some of that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's all.
I mean, I've kind of had a stressful couple weeks, but I don't feel like I felt like any anxiety on the panel. If anything, It was relieving because we were joking around about the castles and up until that point. Did you see all the castles and stuff and the British accents?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of that, the castles, but then I was too tired and I went to sleep, so I just kind of clicked off. Yeah, I saw some of that, yeah. But as for Paul, if I could, and that whole idea of his message, I think the way I understand it myself and how we can, if you want to use the word win, I don't know if it's the right word, it's the only word that comes to me right now, but I'll use it, win against this New World Order, whatever the fuck it is. And someone was saying, it may have been you, Jeff, that we can't change the world and all of this. And then Pineal said, oh, I can see it and whatever. And then you guys mentioned about Paul. And I think that I see that message that Paul has, that the way I understand it is that if we're not doing anything to stand up personally in our own lives, wherever we are, whether you're at the store, whether you're at the, driving, whether you're, whatever the situation is, if we're not making a serious stand for our rights and freedoms, then definitely we're not winning. But if individually we're doing that, and it will at some point become exponential, because people will see it, some will get the message and start doing it. And it takes like a few housewives with a couple of kids in the back who get arrested because they said, no, I'm not giving you my license. I have a right to travel. And you get a dozen of those on the news, and it could really turn exponential quick. And I believe that it can be, again, I could be wrong, but I believe that it can be the answer to winning in the practical application of fighting towards this beast system. Because I'm a more maybe because I'm a very practical, pragmatic person, and I see everything very. It doesn't mean I'm not spiritual. I am very spiritual as well, but I have a pragmatic, practical view on life, and I think that it's those pragmatic and practical things that we do that make real change to any degree. So I don't know what anybody else thinks about that idea, or if I've explained it correctly. But I just wanted to jump.
I think I saw it myself, doing it for myself through this crap through the last 3 years, where I would walk into a grocery store and I was the maybe the only person not wearing a certain diaper in my face.
Yep.
And then I walk by a few people and they see me, and then they took theirs off.
Yeah, I had a couple of those too sometimes.
So like sometimes when you walk tall and you just walk like you own the place, and you're not, and you're going to do what you're going to do, even if people are going to sneer at you because of what they think, you know, you can do that. And that's the whole thing, is taking a personal choice. I think sometimes it takes at least having a knowing, even if it's through a screen like this, that there are people that feel the same way as you, but everyone's going along to get along. And that's the whole point, is like, there's this crazy mob mentality that happened, and it happened to the entire fucking world. And we watched it, and then you see how people turn on people.
Yeah.
They shun you like you're fucking part of the plague, or you're a grandma killer, you're some piece of shit. And then so most people, they live in fear, and they're cowards. And so for me, I had this personal, it was like a principle moral thing, to where I'm like, I know this is not right. And if I subdue like everyone else fucking does, then we're never going to get out of this. It's going to take a few strong people that are courageous, that are willing to stand up to the bullshit. And if we didn't have those people that even did that, we would probably still be wearing the shit. Or maybe, you know, so if we don't have those kind of people that are strong-minded and leaders and courageous and value their principles and authenticity, you know, then we're fucked, and we're all a bunch of slaves, because everyone else just walks around like NPC zombies, and just like, we're doing what we're told to do. And it's very frustrating, but it made me sad. It made me feel sad for fucking humanity, to tell you the truth. I mean, I didn't realize there was that many fucking weak people that the entire world could turn in fucking 3 weeks. And they could say,
I
you
don't
can't
think
move.
it did. I don't think it did turn in 3 weeks. I think
It was
all
like a
it was.
month.
I don't think. No, not. I don't think it turned in 1 day or 3 years. I believe that it's always been like that. It's only that it was more visibly. You couldn't deny it at some point, right? But people are not wearing masks today. But nothing's changed, in my opinion, right?
Well, I still see people wearing them.
Yeah, but those are the outliers. Those are the people that are paranoid. They probably wore a mask before. They have some sort of hypochondriac syndrome or something, and they're afraid of diseases. So they're just, they probably do that before this all happened. But yeah, I think that's just the whole, diaper thing was just a visual representation of what's already there. Right. And I think that's part of the reason they used the diaper, is just to have a measure of how deep it is. Right. Obviously, they didn't care whether we wore a diaper or not. Obviously, the people that run this show. So it was for them, I believe, just an ability to see, okay, let's see how far we are in our program, in our plan, and when we can gauge what our next steps are. Because
so they were making an assessment.
Yes.
By doing this?
No, but I think two things were happening the last 3 years, or a couple of things. Two of them that I'm thinking of right now. One of them is what I just said, that they were making an assessment on how deep the programming is, how far along on their path they are. That's one, and a pretty big one, in my opinion. And I lost my train of thought. And two was, I had another one, and I just can't remember it right now. Give me a sec.
They want to sell the rainbow with the two clouds idea. And
you said it. You got
unicorns.
me just by saying the word "sell." and two is I believe that the people that run the show are highly motivated by monetary means. It's part of, I would say, to go so deep as to say monetary's money and that type of monetary value is part of their religion, right?
I would disagree.
Even though they may not have the need for any more money because they have the wealth of the world in their hands.
I think it's
all about power. It's all about power.
I get it, and that's probably another large part of it too. However, there is that understanding that I believe that they have a strong relation to monetary means. It's worshipped to some degree.
Their control over you via that money. Their control over you, me, every one of us, even Paul, anyone who says they're not controlled by money right now, take your fucking banner off the bottom. Stop asking for it. Okay?
Yeah, exactly. I never said it.
We're
all
fucking controlled by this fucking fiat currency. And if you say you're not, and if you're espousing you're not, you're bloody lying to yourself. But truth be told, go ahead, excuse me.
You just made my point for me. So what if we're motivated by money?
The elite, that's how they control us. They already have all that they need, and they're trading in gold. They're trading in the equity. We're using the debt. Remember, there's a zero that the elite and we are not agreeing with. That 0 point balance where everything is zero, zero means nothing. No, they're selling us debt.
Yes, yeah, we're under the zero. We're in the minus. We're playing in the minus dollars while they're playing in the plus dollars.
Yeah, we function with debt. Everything is debt. All the money.
No. When you realize, hold on, separate the two. Realize there's money of account and there's money of exchange. If you have a fractional reserve bank account, you're dealing with debt. If you go and you have a reserve bank account, you can start changing the game a little bit. Now, this is in the public. All right, you can do it in the public, or you can go completely private. But public and private don't mix. When they do, they're going to take you for a fucking ride because they're going to balance the books for you every time.
Yeah, so I just I think the only way personally is individual responsibility and standing up for rights individually and using that as a way to help others. Like you lead by example. Like a parent can't be never work but try to steal into their kids to work. Their kids are going to see that they're lazy fuck. They're never going to work. They're going to take on they're going to see those parents doing that. They're going to follow the behavior. They're going to follow the example. And most people learn by example, I think. And so being the example of standing on rights, standing on freedoms, and letting other people see it, whether it costs jail or not, or death even. At this point, I understand that it's probably the only real weapon we have, because we could see how deep the control is just by the last 3 years. We could see the control they have. We had a strong visual representation of how deep the control is, because the majority of people, even if they didn't believe in it, were doing it. So they're controlled. Even if they say, "Oh, I don't want, I don't believe in this, but I'm just doing it to go along to get along." That's a controlled person, in my view.
Did you catch the 10 minutes? Did you catch the 10 minutes before you came up? Excuse me, sorry. I just wanted to catch if he caught Wizard. Ahead, what Wizard was talking about right before you came up, as far as, I don't want to say remedy. I don't want anybody to follow this as legal advice or anything. But your true knowledge and the true way forward is going to go back to what he just said within the last 15 minutes or so, talking about the Bible and how you have this. It's part of the system. They can't deny it. You just have to bring it forth and know how.
Yeah, I could see that, and I could see that. Sorry.
Can I real quick on my thought, because it kind of goes on top of his. They've hit us in every angle possible. To instill fear, to indoctrinate us, to get us away from family, God, from toxic masculinity to dividing the family, like breaking up families and making it cool to be an independent woman. It's from every angle, but it's even the deepest and most prolific to me is trying to make people believe that there is no like God or anything more higher than us. And so to make you look at the Bible or any of these texts and think, there's not some bearded dude in the sky. So no one has faith. So they walk with fear, and everyone's fearful, because if you have true faith and you're internally at peace, then you could go to jail. You would be willing to die because you're not scared of anything but fucking God. No man or nobody can touch you. If you're sound inside and your fucking inner peace is uncanny, infallible, and your mind, heart, and spirit's good, then they can't fucking touch you. So they don't want you having that power. So if they try to trick you with the science, this is, science is the new religion, which makes fun of God, then everyone's questioning and you get made fun of for believing in some bullshit, then everyone's going to walk around fearful, and they're not going to be authentic, and they're going to be fucking scared. It's going to be a bunch of scared children because they're afraid to die or afraid to get locked up or whatever else. But if you have that true faith and you're good, then nothing can touch you. So they don't want that. And that's kind of what I think has happened. And they did a pretty damn good job of scaring the shit out of people.
Sorry, I had a phone call and I may have lost some of what you said, but I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's but
Jack Talcott likes Tony Robbins quite a bit, and Tony has a special on Netflix that has a little section on it with a guy and a girl that come up and talks about when you lose the boy, the man will appear. And a lot of what we got going on in society is we've stifled young men, okay, and then we've turned around and now we're telling girls that boys are girls. It's just freaking madness. And it really is upside down world. But in my heart of hearts, it's not people like us. It's people like us it's people like us that will influence the masses if you can get the word out. And the best way to get the word out is to continue talking about it and try and grow through your conversations, not try and, this is my humble opinion, not trying to overtalk, overrun, or educate somebody on anything. Try and make an even playing field where if someone's miseducated, I'm not saying anybody Jack Talcott, then everybody's trying to help him move forward rather than make him the brunt of all jokes. And then I think it's starting to happen, but on a larger scale, if it happens, it'll grow.
What happens if Jack gets to the UN or something?
No, Jack ain't going to the UN. I'm talking about someone other than Jack. Yeah. I'm talking about someone on the outside of even who you know that you'll influence. And that's your goal. If you're wanting to do the right thing in this world, don't even pay attention to who you're going to meet or who you're going to see. Pay attention to what you're going to say and hope it affects change in the right person along the right way. And they get to the UN. They may not have come on this channel and might not for another year. But if they hear the right thing, it resonates properly, and they have the fucking connections, the desire, and the creativity to fucking put forth a message of fucking common sense in some cases, maybe it'll be heard.
I don't know. I think that it's ingrained too deeply. I mean, they are the UN, and they are all the governments, and they are all the countries. We've been taken over worldwide. This is not a Canadian or American, New Zealand or Australia. This is worldwide. Like, they already have control of the world, right? And you know, I don't know if you guys remember during the the Iran-Iraq crap after 9/11, and Bushy, little Bushy Jr. there came up and said, well, we have to deal with the axis of evil, right? And who was the axis of evil? It was those 7 countries at that time that still had not been fully entrenched and taken over into the Federal Reserve System. It was Muammar Gaddafi who had created the gold dinar and wasn't willing to sell his gold for American dollars anymore. It was Saddam Hussein that was doing something very similar. It wanted to accept only gold and creating his own gold-backed currency. And so they were the axis of evil. It was North Korea, who has their own system of currency. However dysfunctional it is, it's not connected into the World Economic Forum and the Federal Reserve. You know, it was countries like Sudan. It was Iran. You know, these were the axis of evil. So it's only 6 or 7 countries. There's 190, almost 200 countries in the world. So, and then there's only 6 or 7 that haven't been fully engulfed and taken over by the Federal, or I won't even say Federal Reserve, the International Reserve, the Bank of International Settlements,
Central banks.
The central banks of the world.
IMF, it's the IMF, International Monetary Fund.
Right. Yeah, IMF, all these, so that tells you they already have control of the world, monetarily for sure. To mentally, you look at the last 3 years and you could tell that they have a very good population of the world. I would say probably 85% of the people are already hooked up into the system, just based on the last 3 years. And the test, doing that test, which, and again, I still believe that they are highly motivated by monetary ideas, even though they control the world's wealth. The idea of money is a religion, part of their religion. It's part and parcel with the power.
Can I tell you why I agree with you real quick, Lou? Because you're right. The true money that we're talking about is the labor, and they're able to trick us into taking paper for it. So the money that you're saying they're interested in is our fucking back-breaking, jaw-fucking-breaking sweat equity. They're stealing from us by giving us. It's what Jesus turned over the tables for, literally.
Right. Exactly. It's the system called usury that was, like it or not, and I don't think I'm backing the Catholic Church in any sort of way, because they're demons in my view. But up until a couple hundred years ago, I don't know what it was, I think it's almost 300 years now, we were in a system that the Catholic Church maintained the law over most of the world, at least the Western world, that it was illegal. Usury was illegal for 2,000 years. So once that changed and usury became just a fact of life, that in fact is the New World Order. The old world order, usury was not illegal. Jesus turned the tables and he said, no, it's not. It's over. Right? And it lasted for a couple thousand years. And mankind made huge strides in those couple thousand years. And now we're back for the last couple hundred, maybe 250 years, back in that system where usury is a way of life, and it's entrenched in everything monetary, where everything is debt. There's no, you know what I mean? Even back when money was backed by gold, we're under the usury system.
Can I give you? I'm an optimist, so I have something that maybe would shed a light on what's happening. I think at some point in the past, they did have a lot of control, and they could do it in certain ways through communication. Now that we have the internet, even though there is a lot of misinformation, we do have more knowledge than ever available to us. So more and more people are able to research, use discernment, and see what is going on. And so they're having a little bit harder, they're having a bigger problem in controlling it because there's just too many people that are spreading out of it. So they can't control everybody. Used to, they kind of could, but now that all the information is there, there's too many people that are finding out the truth. They just can't. Now they can't control all the lies and information anymore. It's not so succinct, and before there was just a paper. You know what I mean? So I think there is hope with the information, although there is a lot of disinformation, and they try to censor us. But people are finding out ways to not be censored. They're going to different platforms. I think there's a lot of good guys out there. I think there's more good people in this world than bad. I just think a lot of people are uneducated and indoctrinated and for fucking coming out of it. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's called the Great Awakening. I think we're in the midst of it. Sorry about that. Go ahead. I'll yield.
Yeah, no. Go ahead. I just wanted to say, or the people that are, I believe most people are good too, or the ones that don't seem like they're afraid to make any waves, so they keep their mouth shut, like those people that you were talking about. Yeah, I did have something to say. I don't know why I fucking keep forgetting my train of thought lately.
You need to eat that chicken soup.
Yeah, I need some more chicken soup, man.
You sound better, Lou. Your throat's better.
It's a little better. Yes. The chicken soup really helps because I tell you, if I didn't have that chicken soup, man, and I quit coffee since this cold I had, and I'm actually having one right now, so I'm a liar, but I haven't had one for I don't know, since I got sick, and I just had one now. I don't want to go back to them heavily because I was having 2 or 3 coffees a day and it didn't feel right, but. Yeah. That's where I was going to go. And that's why there is this dual jurisdiction. And that's why I believe there's always going to be a dual jurisdiction because there's always they have to maintain a dual jurisdiction to some degree because there's not enough manpower to go out and put the thumb on everybody who's not willing to follow their side of the jurisdiction. So they have to leave some sort of remedy. And I believe that will only grow if people start to take personal responsibility for their rights and their freedom. Right? Because again, going back to the, teach by example, the more people see that, and you were saying about God, people don't have God, you're right. When people see that don't have God and they see someone that's standing up there for their rights and they're not willing to back down and they're willing to even die for their rights, they will look at that as powerful eventually. At first, they may say, oh, what an idiot. He's given up his whole life for this. But then as they think about it on their own, laying down when they're sleeping and nobody's around, it'll come to their mind. That fucker had power. He may be dead right now. He may be in jail right now. But fuck, he had power. Where did that come from? And it may send them on the road to searching. And they may come back to God. Whoever your God is. I don't care. To me, it doesn't matter. I personally believe in that there is a greater power that has brought us to this earth. I do believe in Jesus Christ, and that is mine. But nobody, I don't care what God. You could believe in fucking, I don't know, the tree in your backyard is God. I don't care. But you need a God at some point. You need something greater than yourself to give you that strength when all you have is weakness, or all you have is yourself and you're alone in a cell. And that can give you that power that you need to get through it, right? And that's a great teaching tool, I think, especially for children. If a child sees that, the parents are not afraid to stand and stand and fight, they will learn to stand and fight. They will want to stand and fight. And then eventually, I see it probably that there will end up being sort of like a dual world, where there will be a system eventually come about, especially if they bring about this digital bullshit, because I don't think people are going to accept that very easily. Definitely not these countries they call the third world, which that's a whole nother issue I won't get into. But they need a system of currency, and they'll create a system of currency. If they can't access the digital currency, they will create a system of currency. It might be local, it might be regional, it might be by country, but something will come up. And then there'll be those level of people that gravitate towards the cities, accept the friggin' the digital currency, and maybe even love it, and hook themselves up into ChatGPT and get the implant so they don't even have to own a computer. They just have to blink their eyes and it's all works for them, and they see it just out and, like it's standing in front of them, and some robot whacks them off, every couple of days, and they're all good. And let them have it. They have the right, if that's what they choose, I think.
I might be okay with that world. A robot whacking you off if she looks good, Some of these robots are great and are unfucking believable these days. Just that in and of itself is freaking me out. But when they released the dogs in fucking New York, I was like, Jesus Christ, do they know New York at all? These guys are going to fucking be beating these dogs up with baseball bats and spray painting their cameras. Like, holy shit. They may have been New York or Chicago. Was it Chicago they did that?
So you want a robo dog, huh? Is that what you're saying, Scott?
No, I don't want
to. You're talking about the robot dogs? Is that what you're talking about?
They released some at well, you said.
Yeah, they have them in New York now. They have robot dogs and robot.
You said they were going to have robots whacking you off. I was like, oh, hey, there's an idea. I mean, I've seen some of these fucking robots they're making. Actually, geez, back in the 90s, I think it was the 90s, they started the sex doll or some bullshit. It was like, oh, my God.
Listen, Scott. Look, stop playing around. Just go to the closet.
No, I'm not trying to play.
Pull it out and let us have a look at it. We know you got one in the closet.
Hey, Pineal.
Just go get it. I want to see it.
Yeah.
Sean.
Is your mother sleeping? Make sure she's in another room and pull
Mom's
it up.
Mom's up having dinner or lunch somewhere. I don't know where she is.
Go to the closet. Go to the closet.
Can you do us a favor and give us a Lauren voice so we can kind of touch ourselves?
D Laguna.
I can't not do Laguna. Do Laguna, Sean.
He fucked.
Oh,
why'd you scare him away, man? You scared him away. What the hell, man?
That's what happens when you go hunting and you move and you step on a stick and you create noise, and all of a sudden, boom, the deer goes running away. That's what happens.
What's going on with?
I had a mess this morning again with this fucking broad that lives at my dad's farm. Bitch won't leave me alone. She's like, oh my God. It's a horrible thing, and I don't like doing
Found a
that.
girlfriend, Lou? What's up?
She says they're not together. They're just because she's got a guy. They live at the farm at one of the houses at my dad's farm, and she's with a guy. And she says, "Oh no, we're not together. He's just a roommate." But just not buying it, right? So it feels really dirty. But
there it is.
This is not tuna. I love that.
There's my sexy girl.
That's the best.
La
This is
tuna.
not tuna. Hi,
Lauren,
So
can
do you
talk
like
dirty
the
to me?
show, Lou?
Hey guys, how are you?
Come on, that's a little low. Can you raise the bass level, the treble level, and bass lower?
What do you mean?
Raise the.
What do you mean?
Oh, okay, there. That's better. Okay, we're in the right bass treble level. I don't know about.
Hey, Lauren, what are you wearing right now?
That's what she asked me this morning.
Why are you assuming that I'm wearing anything? You know, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, and I'd like to see your ass next to you and me. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I was trying comedy there, but it didn't really work. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just stick to showing us your titties.
No,
That's
don't
really
do
rude.
that. Don't listen
I'd rather
to.
talk on law and well, legal. Sorry, not law, legal. They're the same, right? Legal, lawful. It's the same thing. Or?
I thought it was legal loggle.
It's all the same, Laguna. It's all the same.
Right.
Yes. The government has all the power, and we should shut up about it.
That voice is too good.
I agree. I'd fuck me.
You do every day. What the fuck are you talking about? You do that every day.
That is true. That is true.
Why is it your microphone only works when you're doing this voice and it never works anytime else?
That is really weird. That is so weird. Oh my God. How did you notice?
Can you go on a hike, Laguna? You get on a hike. Leave your dog at home, though. It's only going to get in the
I actually
way.
just went on a hike with a dyke. We took our bikes, and they're actually a hike, like myself.
Were you with Brian O'Shea on that hike?
No, I was with a kike.
With a kike. A what?
A kike. They're a dyke. A dyke kike on a bike. We went on the hike.
Hold on. A kike is something completely different as far as I'm concerned.
Isn't kike Jewish?
That's what I thought. That's what the derogatory term for Jewish is that.
It's not a real nice term, but hey, if you're on a bike with a kike that's a dyke and you're going to trade it in for a trike, I don't know. Maybe you'll be all right. I'd like.
What is that? What does it mean? I never understood that slur. Does anybody know what it means?
It's like you just got psyched out, bro. You're so psyched out. I can't even do the voice anymore.
Somebody tell me what that means, because I have no clue what kike means and why it's derogatory in any way. I don't get it.
Asking the wrong dude. I do not know.
That is true, Salty Siren, but not really at the same time because
a contemptuous term for a Jewish person.
Yes, Laguna is Jewish though. She is Jewish.
She is. She is. Yes.
Yeah.
And penile was at one point in time.
By injection?
What do you
penile injection?
What do you mean you were Jewish? You're an apostate now? Pineal, are you an apostate? Where'd he go? We lost him again. I gotta go soon. I just came on because I wanted to say that about the it's all our own individual responsibility to stand up for our rights and freedoms. And when people come up and laugh and joke about the fact that Paul places a lot of emphasis on the whole traveling thing, if you think about it a little deeper, what more of a fundamental right is there than to be able to take whatever property you own from point A to point B? I don't care if it's a truck, a car, or a couch. Who the fuck should be able to tell you that, no, you have to have a registration, a license, and you have to buy our insurance to move that property from point A to point B? What more of a fundamental right is there on this earth?
Forget about right. It's a liberty. That's your liberty.
Next to being able to protect yourself with whatever tool you deem necessary. Even a freaking rocket launcher, as far as I'm concerned. You know, those are fundamental rights. Movement and protection are like base rights. I don't understand how people don't get this. You know, I've always known it. I've just been, you know, I had this idea of fucking, pick my battles. You know, I'll fight the battles I can win. So I get out of the freaking currency system. And anytime I have fiat, I put it into something that has value. You know, whatever it may be, it's got to be something that has value. It could be a vehicle. It could be a property. It could be X, Y, or Z, but something of hard value that I can turn around and sell it for fiat and you, if I need fiat, and use that fiat for something else. But I never hold fiat because it's debt, pure debt. So why would I hold debt? And do other things. Sorry?
Are you paying attention to some of what Wizard's showing you? Okay, that U.S. debit. Here, you go in, you spend your money and buy a pack of cigarettes, right? It's not money, it's debt, remember? So what you're doing is you're transferring a debt for a credit. So now they have the debt, okay? What do you have?
Yeah, I know, but see, hold on. When you guys start talking like, I'm a fucking dumb fuck. Let's just get that.
I'm trying to help you make this real simple. I'm trying.
I'm a fucking dumb fuck, and I want it like simple for dummies, not just dummies, idiots like me. And fucking Wizard makes it hard.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you right now, Lou. Listen.
Okay.
Trust transaction. All right. When I go in and I give a girl a dollar bill, it's because she's giving me a bill. So if she gave me a bill for the hamburger and I have to give her a dollar bill for the hamburger to pay for it, now she owes me. What does she owe me if I gave her a dollar bill? Besides the hamburger, because the hamburger was paid for, we already know it would have never got there.
A receipt.
So what does she owe me?
She owes you a receipt.
There you go. What does she owe me? The receipt. Well, if we look on most of the receipts in this country, we'll find out they have something uniquely different from the dollar bill. The dollar bill doesn't have a dollar sign on it, but the receipt does.
What?
Okay. So look at your receipts. Most of them do. Now, it's because if you listen, Wizards told you the game, turn the fucking receipt in to the Department of Debt, the Bureau of Debt. They're the ones that have to. They're going to send you credits. They send you back credits. When you set things up properly, they send you credits. And credits can be respent. You're eliminating the national debt this way.
Okay, I see the dollar sign. And it's
go look at your dollar bill. There's no fucking dollar sign on a dollar bill, not even $100 bill, because it's dead. It's underwater.
So what do you propose you do with those bills or those receipts? Because I have like
add them up.
Cases and no matter what year.
How big is the national debt? How big? Oh, how big is the national debt?
I don't know.
That's all the debt that's not been turned back in. It's all them receipts that keep floating around, which means the corporations are keeping the credits that you're supposed to be getting returned to you. Go read IRS publication 1212 and understand they're talking about the decedent's estate. You're the decedent. You have $3.5 million tax credits every year. You just don't know how to spend them. I'm learning now. Don't listen to this. This is not legal advice. I'm on the journey right now, taking care of my mom, fucking going upside down because to tell an old lady what's going on, or even have her fundamentally support me in the rigmarole that is legal when you step up to some bullshit like this, I have to protect my mom.
Hey, look what's on this $100 bill. Can anybody see what this? Hold on, let me get to the camera. Can anybody read what that says? Is it too blurry?
Too blurry here.
Blurry. We could see the numbers, but not what's written on top of it, though.
Okay, what it says above those numbers, which is the serial number of this particular bill, is innovation, medical innovation, and it has this jar of medication beside it. I never even looked at this, and it has some scientist looking in a microscope. You can kind of see through the bill, but you can see the scientist. Oh, here, let me put my hand behind it. You see it? And, and there's a pill bottle or something, and it says in 2 languages, French and English. It says medical innovation médicale. And then on the pill bottle, it says insulin. So I guess that's Bantam, or I guess that's whatever. I don't know who this fucker is.
Some Canadian dude.
But there is no $sign. That's definitely for sure. There is no $sign. It's interesting you say that. You know, I have always pretty much my whole life kept my receipts, even a fucking coffee receipt. I put it all in a bag.
Same here, man. Well, maybe not all my life, but for at least I have maybe I can back up maybe 5 or 10 years. No, 5 years for sure.
I lost some in the fire, so I don't have a bunch of years. But after that, I got everything. Like, I don't throw any receipts away. I put them in a bag, and like a plastic bag. I seal it, and I just put them away somewhere.
Those are all credits on account.
Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of receipts.
So that's like money in the bank, kind of?
I don't know how far back, but Wizard, can you tell us how far back they can go? They're up in Canada, so I don't know anything about Canada.
It's all the same fucking system.
It's fucking, those are receipts. Now, whoever, then it goes back for fucking whatever. You have the truck document.
Where do you
it goes back to the
receipts? That's what I want to know. I want my money.
It goes back to the establishment of the debt, and here in the United States, or on the United States, America, whatever you want to call it, you're supposed to send them to the Bureau of Public Debt with the directive for conversion for the misapplication and appropriation of the funds. Because the United States being bankrupt, they can't provide these funds.
If you were to do this, would it be dumb to send them the actual receipt, or would it be smart, should I say, to make a copy of the receipt and send them that? Or do you
keep your copies? Always keep the copies, but send them.
No, you keep the originals.
You keep the original. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Send them a copy.
And I just got something. This is freaking. I haven't had anything for a while.
I'd have to spend weeks scanning every single receipt, and that would be crazy, man. But I do believe there are like these apps that you can use that like you can take the picture, and with the barcode or whatever, it'll automatically register and categorize every receipt into whatever it needs to go to. And I think they have apps do that now.
And
if they were legible.
And another important thing to realize here is the terms that they use in the things that we do back and forth, the communications, messages, whatever. I want to explain it in a way that you guys will comprehend it totally. Because
say it like I'm an idiot, Wizard, because I damn well am.
Okay, with the United States, again, they're bankrupt. So if you know the first thing about bankruptcy, if you're bankrupt, you don't have assets. They've been eaten up by the expenses. And therefore, you have to liquidate everything you have left to give relief to some of the debt But in order to provide remedy, you don't have anything for remedy except the labor of the United States. I'll have to. I got to clean my computer up and get it into the shop. My apologies. That's why I got booted earlier. I can't believe this. But basically what it is, the United States is bankrupt. They have no assets. Therefore, the only way they can give remedy, aside from the relief of liquidity, is labor. Because they have no assets to sell off anymore. Where do they get their labor? From us to begin with. So who is actually funding everything? Us. That's the correction of the record. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
No, but you're robot. I'm saying no because you keep roboting.
Okay. He's working perfect on my end. You're going perfect.
Yeah,
here.
I hear him great too. I don't see any. You're the one who's
Lou, you might need to jump in and jump out.
Oh, maybe it's me.
Thanks, guys. Okay. I have been having issues. I did get dropped, and I still thought it was me.
Oh, now it is you. That's kind of weird.
It's just no shit. We're all talking.
This is fucking crazy, man. What a fucking stupid.
This is why you need the X Factor up here, because all you guys are a bunch of clowns. No one pays attention. You need the X Factor back here. Lubass, you can hook me up with your daughter or what? Yeah, I'll be your son-in-law. Yeah.
I have a particular set of skills. So be careful. I will find you and I will take you hiking.
Oh, I want to take your daughter hiking.
I haven't dealt with the tax department in I don't know how many years now.
You haven't dealt with the X Factor in a while either, have you, Lou? Yeah, you fat grease pig.
I have the I don't know, the L factor. I'm just a loser. Listen, Wizard, I just received this bill. I don't know what the fuck it's for. I believe it says Ontario, you know, it has the provincial stamp on it and everything. It doesn't say whether it's from Revenue Ontario, Revenue Canada.
He's charging you by the minute. You better hurry up. You better hurry up.
Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance. That's where it comes from. They're asking me for $554. I haven't had income for over 15 years because I have voluntary exchanges of products and monetary instruments between friends, and it's not income, it's just a voluntary exchange. So now they want me to pay them this $540, and I think it's monthly they're asking me for this. What current day 1 of 30, and then 31 of 60, then 61 of 90. So yeah, this is something that they're asking for me monthly. What do I send them back? What do I say to them? What do I write on this thing and send it back to them? Because I ain't fucking giving them
a big
penny.
emoji with a big finger.
Yeah, just draw a middle finger, send it back to them.
What about a dick pic? Can I get him a dick pic?
Oh, I don't know.
Muted.
If
You're muted.
Unmute,
You're muted.
Unmute.
Unmute.
Do they have evidence that you owe another man anything?
Well, fuck all there is here.
They claim you owe the corporation. They have to prove that you're of like kind.
Ministry of Finance. They claim the Ministry of Finance, Payment Processing Center.
Ministry of Finance. 5. Moral deficit. Nancy boy. Effeminate man. Ministering the feminine male. They're calling you a feminine corporate male.
Lou Fancy Pants. That's what he's saying. You're fancy pants.
Shut up.
Nancy Pants.
At the top of this thing, they have, first it says, it has a number and it says customer. I'm assuming they're calling me a customer.
Yeah, show them where you have a contract under customs.
Yeah, they're calling me a customer, and then next to it there's another number, and it says HST registration number, because we have what's called the HST
Harmonized
tax.
tax.
What?
Yeah, harmonized
What is
tariff
that tax
system.
again? Harmonized.
Harmonized. Harmonized
something
tariff
like that.
system. Same thing as the United States. Yeah, now he's gone.
There we
But
go.
yeah,
He's off
it's
like
the
a
same
wet
thing as,
prom dress. Oh, there he is.
it's the same. You're muted now. It's the same thing as the United States.
Sorry,
harmonized-
Wizard, I had a call. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I lost everything that you said.
It's the harmonized tariff system, and it's the same thing as the United States. And a tariff system, just like a banking system, is always, always, always foreign. Now, in that foreign element, like I said, they're a corporation. Do I owe any man anything? Destroys the plaintiff.
I guess it's the same.
The plaintiff is fiction and cannot appear in court, while at the same time, they say the defendant must appear in court when that's false. The defendant needs to voluntarily appear in court. They
Then
have
they're saying-
jurisdiction. They have no jurisdiction. You ask them one question. Do you have proof that I owe another man anything?
So
They
just
can't
write that
prove
on. So just
Yeah,
write
they
that on a separate
cannot
piece
prove that.
of
Whenever they
paper.
try to prove that, yep, and whenever they try to prove that, or when you ask that, they're never going to try come back with any kind of proof. They're going to come back with some other bullshit to try to distract you. You stick with that, and the fact that they are of unlike kind. You are not organized to conduct business for commercial services or products, period. You're not importing or exporting. Those are the only things they have for customer. That's customs. Who manages customs? The import and export people, right? So that's
Right.
international. Always international, meaning always foreign.
What did you call that HST again? Harmonized.
Harmonized tariff system.
What do they? How do they? What's the HST? What does it stand for here? OTW. Isn't it
What? Say what?
harmonized? Isn't it? Doesn't it stand for, or what they say it stands for, is harmonized sales tax. So they're combining federal
Tariff is
and
a tax.
provincial. They're combining federal and provincial sales tax. So it's a harmonized sales tax, because we have two different taxes, right? We have the state tax, or provincial, what we call, and we have our federal tax. And in Ontario, it's harmonized. It's together. So they combined them, and they called it the harmonized sales tax. So
Okay.
I think that's what it means on this paper.
Right. It
It's
might be
not.
different.
It's
in
not
Quebec.
the H tariff system or whatever you said. I think that's what it means here. And then
Wizard.
And then below they call it an invoice with a number. Facture. Oh, that's French for invoice, right?
Yeah.
Facture. And then
Facture.
credit memo. Note de credit memo. And then PMT payment. PMT. What the fuck's PMT? Payment method transfer? I don't fucking know.
Does that, Lou, does that have a detachable coupon at the bottom of it to pay them with? A remittance that you just pull apart with a perforated line?
Yes, it does.
Okay, don't pull that apart. Now, Wizard, talk to me about this. He's holding the bearer bond right there. That's the money. He needs to take that. He has to set up an account with the bank somehow. He can deposit that. They'll fucking send the money off to pay the bill.
It says remittance advice on that piece of paper that has the perforation. At the top of that, it says Ministry
You're
of
holding
Finance,
a bond
blah,
and
blah,
that
blah.
amount of money. That's a bearer bond. You're the bearer. You're the holder in due course. You need to now have a financial institution that knows how to transfer the energy out of that fucking document back to the people that are claiming they want the credit. The credit's right there.
Remittance advice. They're asking me if I want advice.
Don't take that advice. You'll be sending them a check. Then they're double dipping.
Yeah,
Getting two
no, I'm
payments.
not fucking sending them 3 cents. And we don't have pennies anymore.
What do you do, Wizard? Or did you freeze?
Please detach and return this portion with your payment in the enclosed envelope. To apply
frozen.
this payment to a specific invoice, see reverse. There is no reverse. What are you talking about?
They got rid of the penny in Canada, Lou?
Yes, it's gone. Yes.
Wow, yeah, they said they were going to do that here, and they haven't. And they've been saying that for years, and they haven't here. But
bro, you
You're
know how
back
much
up,
money
boy.
they're making? You know how much money they're making, their corporations, with that one move alone?
I got to duck out and fix this. I'll be back.
They're making incredible amounts of money by just taking because they round up. They still charge all the prices in the stores, especially all the big corporate stores like, you know, Home Depot, Lowe's, fucking Walmart. They all have prices still with the pennies in it. So they'll say, you know, whatever, $9.95 or $6 or something, $9.97. But they always round up. They never round down. So you're always giving them 2, 3, 4 pennies extra rather than having 2, 3, 4 pennies taken off. It's always rounded up, especially at the big stores. So they're making a shit ton of money by eliminating the penny when you add them all up, right? Anyways, guys, I got to fuck off. I got to go do some work, and my buddy's trying to get a hold of me because we have a plan. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Thank you, OTW.
Follow the plan there, Lou.
I trust the plan. I'm
Love you,
following
Lou.
the plan. Love you guys.
Make sure
you
to hit that.
I still need your email.
Make sure to hit that donate link on your way out.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you a 2x4. I have lots of them.
All right, good. I'll be needing them.
Okay.
Got a mini
ciao,
house.
man.
I have a mini house to build.
Yeah.
Still need your email there, Lou.
Sorry. I
still
sent you
never-
an email.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck? I told you 3 times I sent you an email.
Oh, all right. My bad. I didn't check. Okay. All right.
Check your email and respond, and then we'll figure out if you want one of these phones. I'll send it to you. All right,
brother. I appreciate it, man.
See you guys later.
Probably. Much love.
Peace.
Probably see him in 3 hours.
In slave verse?
Somewhere in this meta madness.
Tautonia, what is it?
Yeah, what were you guys talking about on Jack's show yesterday, Pat? Because I saw it looked like you were.
Yeah, I didn't say much. I was there, but I didn't say much, and eventually everybody started going all out on Jack, and I decided to, just sit back and listen to the shit show that I eventually fell asleep on, and then I woke up like at 1:30 in the morning, went to bed, and I missed the that part of the show where everybody's speaking British, and I guess I missed the best part of the show. So I guess I'm gonna have to go watch that.
Yeah, I crashed. I fell out. I was listening for a little bit, and then I crashed. But yeah,
that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was some quality entertainment, as usual. But right as I was getting summoned to come up, that's when I realized how tired I was and how much I didn't have it in me to do a 30-minute bit, or more. So, yeah.
I fell asleep and woke up to the guys talking. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I realized, geez, I forgot to shut off the phone. They were interesting, though. Everybody was hammering Jack. That was funny shit. Some of the the smoke detector was literally, if he doesn't fix that, I think he should take the punishment that he deserved for it. That's crazy. You were on him for that, weren't you, Jeff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I gave him a mini shit but my smoke detector was going off in my house, and I had to get up over my I ended up getting a ladder because it was just fucking annoying, but I had to like twist the whole thing off. I took the battery out, and it was still, I mean, and mine wasn't just chirping. My shit started going off, and so it scared the fuck out of me. And then it would go off about every 15 minutes, even after I took the batteries out. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this thing? So like I had to, because I was trying to do an easy way, and then I ended up having to pull the whole freaking thing off and the plug out, and it was still chirping after I took it off the ceiling and unplugged it. I was like, it was just very awkward. But I finally got it to quit fucking chirping. So, but I did handle it. I didn't just let it go. I didn't just let it chirp all day, every day. I handled it when it was chirping.
You're not hosting a show or a broadcast and expecting people to come on and concentrate and participate and then distracting the fuck out of them is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's admitted 2 days now that he's had a smoke alarm chirping. So he said that the homeowner is going to handle it today or something. Is kind of what he got to. But of course, everyone's like, dude, just fucking go get a ladder, be a man, and change
Borrow
your
one.
battery.
Borrow a ladder. I mean, I don't know where he lives if he's in a rural area, but it looks like that house looks a little more tracked, you know. If he's got a landlord, tell the landlord, can I borrow a ladder? I'll fix this myself. It's a fucking $2 battery. So I don't know. I hope he gets it fixed because I mean, I've spent a lot of hours in studios where you could hear your fucking heartbeat. Okay? No sound, nowhere, nothing but yourselves. And we do that because you want the broadcast, you want the recording, you want the album to go out fucking proper. You don't want a lot of shit in it. And I don't know. I take a little bit of exception to that because it's such an easy fix. Yield.
Yep. I think it just yeah. I don't want
He'll get it
harp
fixed
on it any longer, you know.
He'll get it fixed. He'll get it fixed.
Like I said, that's why I said when I was on the panel, everyone was like, I think I saw Lee or someone. They're always on my side, and they were like, Jeff, no, because I was kind of, you know, semi taken up for Talcott, which I never really do. I just normally play middle or just. I mean, I give him a hard time in the chat a long time ago and stuff, and then I just kind of was like, whatevs. I look at it as like entertainment value and think he's a nice person and stuff, but we all know that
there's a fine line. There's a fine line. You got to be careful somewhat. I mean, there's, you know, in all honesty, you know, I like Jack. I don't know him personally. I like Paulie. I don't know him personally, but you know, where Jack's coming from right now, he's apparently handling things well, but you know, at the same time, he's taking a lot of gunning, and if this is his character, if he's okay with it and all, but I take exception to the grandioso ideas that he wants to put himself out in front of people, and then Joe Cool the other night asked him, "What are you going to say if you get in front of the you know, the United Nations? What's your idea? What's your pitch?" And he's like, "I want everybody to love each other," and you know. And Joe was like, "What the fuck? Is that what you're gonna get 2 minutes, and you got to do better than that in essence?" And you know, my take is he's on a self awareness journey. I think a lot of people are helping him. I think if he can get a little introspective, look at some of these streams and whatnot, I think you're asking him to do that somewhat in your own, Jeff, in your own sideways, satirical sort of way. You're going, and I know Wizards for sure. She's saying, Jack, what did you say? What are you doing? How come there's no mystery to anybody else that those two don't align? So I think they do align a little bit more than people might picture. I just think that Jack's someone that might need, rather than the 0.3 of a second to respond, might need 3 seconds to respond, or maybe even 13. So my suggestion, to be purely fair to Jack, would be if someone asks him a question, everybody else give him a break, let him sit back and go, here's what I think about that. And that would be a little bit more, at least giving him a fucking college effort to come back with a response that wasn't reactionary and was a little more thought out. In my humble opinion.
Scott, how long you been watching?
Not long enough to know everything, and I'm never going to be able to watch it long enough to know everything. I've only been on this for 7 to 10 days total now. Watched Keith's stuff for 2-3 months before that, but none of this at all. None of this. Only Keith, just Keith, period. Tripped onto this through Keith. And, but otherwise, I mean, and I have to say that I'm not shying away from Paulie. That's a fucking deeply valuable source and intellect there. But I think his presentation is somewhat being dictated by the metaverse out here. He's throwing out, and he's kind of keep throwing out what people respond to most, and that's his I think desire is to try and give the people what they want. Sometimes you'll only give so many people what they want, and you can't grow from that, and that may be a consequence of his actions. I could be wholly wrong, because there's a whole nother generation that I'm not real familiar with than when I was actually studying some of this shit, looking at demographics, trying to figure out who you're going to fucking talk to. So I'm not going to put myself there saying I know what to do, who to talk to, and how to do that. But from personal past experience, I mean, everything has its purpose. You just got to kind of tailor it to that, I guess, that fine little fucking bandwidth where everybody can relate to it if you're able. That's, I mean, if we're just throwing...
Most of the people that come along in the beginning, they kind of get triggered, and then there is a thing that seems like a chaotic circus and this and that. But what I've come to find, and this is what I've taken from it, is that he's going to be who he is no matter what. So people come in and try to give him suggestions and do this and this, and you could run it this way. But whatever he is doing is working, and he's not going to change. And it's him being authentic, and it can be distasteful for some people, and some people think it's chimpanzee, chaotic, rude bullshit. And then, I can see that side. I felt that way at some point, but then the longer you are in on it, it's like watching a TV show. The more you kind of understand. He's just a big, he's a lovable guy, very articulate. His rhetoric is uncanny, and he's fucking smart as fuck, man. I mean, that dude, he's got a mind and heart on him. So he's been through a lot, it seems like. So I think he gives people the tough love because he had a tough life, and he's had to walk and go to jail and do a bunch of shit that a lot of people won't do. So I think in a way he's been empowered, and he just puts the pressure on people to be better, because I think he knows he said it. He said his life story. He was, a loser. He didn't care about himself. He was a drug addict. He almost died. He's been, he felt worthless. And now he is utilizing his brain, heart, and mind in such a dynamic way that's different than most people. And he's going to trigger people, because you're going to get haters, and then you're going to get people that love you, and it's going to seem like a fucking cult. But I think, it's kind of like sometimes when you're like, do you get the show? I mean, maybe you just don't get the show or whatever. But some people get turned off right away and they will never come back, but some people will kind of be drawn in because, you know, bad publicity or good publicity or whatever, you know, is good. So they'll come back just because they can't stand him and they'll talk shit, you know, and troll in the chat. But he's pretty fearless on anyone that will. I mean, he can go up against 6-8 people on a panel against him, and he holds his ground.
And he's poised under pressure. I mean, I'm absolutely a fan of Paulie. I'm just saying, you know, when you talk about co-creating and working with somebody, I'm an old guy who's got a lot of pain. I got thrown off a horse years and years ago. I should have played football. One of my fucking best friends is in the Guinness Book of World Record for racing a horse and beating it. Was on a Super Bowl football player. I'm not trying to throw around names. I'm just saying I fucked up. I thought I was a cowboy. I landed on concrete off that fucking horse, and I never played football ever again. I never rode a horse again. I was 10 foot tall and bulletproof. I thought I was a cowboy. I was one of the biggest fucking guys around. And you know what? I was cut down to size fucking quick. Now, I haven't let it stop me. I'm like Keith, okay? To this day, I do whatever I have to do to go out and ground myself on the earth. I try and stretch. I do things at my size. I see people making fun of me. I still can move. I've been this way for 30 plus years now. Fucked my spine. They say it looks like Jenga. I've got the fucking onset of ankylosing spondylitis. That's what fucking what's his name had. I think from Motley Crue, Nikki Sixx, I think it is. That your fucking cartilage in your bones turning to cement. You know, that's what's going on with me in my spine. It's a bitch. So I deal with a lot of pain. I deal with a lot of anxiety. They were talking about with you earlier. And, you know, so sometimes when I'm trying to talk or say something, I'm not able to go with that immediate fucking bombardment. You know, I'm not able to hold my train of thought and go, okay, well, here, I'll go ahead and say the rest of this fucking bit or this joke while I'm dealing with 4 hecklers that don't even understand the first part, you know? And sometimes that's what I think our problem with society is today, is that the powers that be have decided to amp us all up with higher frequencies and less fucking ability to think about things. So visuals, I mean, I watch it. I've been involved in motion picture television industry, been involved in the audio industry, music wise, and looking at the evolution of things. I mean, you know, you went from fucking 2/4 to 4/4 to 4 to 8/4 beats a minute. Now they're fucking 64 beats a measure sometimes with drums. I mean, you're fucking going crazy. Now, I can only say this: if our frequencies are all hopped up all the time, it's harder to resonate and sit back and realize what you're trying to get across. And that would be my thought on that, is, you know, and I'm not capable of getting amped up anymore. Just can't do that as much because it throws me into more anxieties. And, you know, watching, you know, I could do, and that's what I even approached these guys originally. I mean, Keith I talked to first and then talked to Paulie, basically about what they're doing, thinking it's a good thing. And here's an idea of one possibility that I know you could kick it forward with. I have 6 more ideas. I've been involved in a lot of shit. So, for all practical and intents and purposes, the practical idea is whatever they're going to be comfortable with their presentment of themselves. You know, and that's, if they bring anybody along, if you came along, if Talcott came along and y'all were going to do something collaborating as a team, you got to sit down. And I would highly suggest making it a prerequisite. Everybody fucking read Robert's Rules and Order. It's only a 100-page book, but it tells you how to fucking get along in a business meeting so you can have the optimal effect by the fucking end of an hour rather than a 5-hour that doesn't create the result you were desiring. So,
yeah, I think I think some of it's showmanship. There's a certain message, but I don't think there's like a. I mean, like I said, to me, the main message is from Paul is just to be a better self. So he's not really. Doesn't seem like he's trying to build a business besides just being himself every day, and he just kind of goes with the flow. He doesn't have a script, he just raps with whatever. And so it's just kind of like for me it's situational awareness. So the ability
one would question why is he doing that then? One would question why is he doing that? If there's no point to it, why would you toy with other people's emotions?
Well, no, I wouldn't say there's no point to it. I guess you would have to ask Paul. I think I don't want to speak for him, but
I think there's a point to it. I think that's the point I'm making is there's a point. He's trying to get into people's heads, and I think he's trying to help affect change in some of them. But I think there comes a point. I think there comes a point in time where he interjects himself, his self-actualization, which is what what's his name was calling Jack out on last night, is that, it's all about you. It's all about you. And that's sometimes we all fucking fuck up and do that because that's what we have the best to relate to. We relate to the guy in the mirror because that's who we're with fucking tugging on the dick of every day. So we know ourselves best. That's why we relate to ourselves. But, I did hear, and I'll call this out, is, Paulie talking to a guy and saying, well, maybe she'd be better off with me. And I tried to interject. And all I was going to say is, if you have the power to be a third party influence over this man and his wife and his life, and you're using that to tell him or her that they'd be better off separate and that you might be better with her or she could be better with you because she sees the value in you. She sees the man in you that she doesn't see in her own husband. I cut you off right there and I say, man, you're not helping anybody but yourself. What are you helping yourself for? How come you're not being the third party influence that's telling this man he's got to grow as a man so he can be that man for his wife, so he can be that man for himself, so he can be that man for his neighbors, for his fellow countrymen? That's the point I'm trying to make, because if you're going to belittle the man, then you're going to bring out the boy. And why do we want more boys around us? That's a horseshit opinion.
Yeah, I think the main thing that he preaches that I get is he calls all the boys inauthentic males, inauthentic corporate males. So meaning they're not men, basically. So he tries to get people to be more like men.
And that's admirable. That's admirable. We should all try and get them to be more like men, but you don't get them to be more like men by suggesting that their wife might be better off finding a more manly man. And if that's a bit, that's okay. If that's a bit, if that's just okay. But if there's any sincerity behind that you think you should be toying with a relationship that you're 1,000 miles away from or around the globe from, that you don't have the ins and outs and the knowledge of what goes on behind those fucking doors when nobody's looking, then you can't see the characters at play, and you shouldn't be acting as if you do. Now, you can surface level things, but I wouldn't go into she sees me more as a man. But he does qualify that shit all the time. I won't fucking say Paulie doesn't come back to, in my opinion, or the way I see things. I mean, he's quick to not tell you to follow him in that respect. He's saying you got to think for yourself. So if you're not following what he's saying, you're not getting what he's laying down. I'm saying this. I'm saying this. I'm saying this. And he does continually do that. So I'll hand it to him. But I don't think people are, we're full of fucking daft individuals around us who've been dumbed down by fucking the last 30 years of indoctrination USA. Okay, so for these people to catch on to Paulie, who's at a higher level of fucking vibration a lot of times than most of the miscreants that come around him, it's just not possible for them to catch what he's actually doing. He's above them, and he proves that, and he doesn't want them to rise. And that's where I see, well, he does pick and choose some he wants to rise, but then if they get too close, he'll also come at them. It just depends. So that's, in a short time, a very, very surface level evaluation. I haven't dug deep. The most that I had watched before I came on, even, and experienced this for myself, which has been enlightening, was his couple videos about getting in trouble and stuff, and talking to other people, the interviews of him, if you will. So that's where I first came across Paulie, and then came to this. And,
okay, you've been watching, yeah. So I would say that OTW, you there, Patrick? I guess he's not there.
Went to take a shit.
Yeah, no, because
yeah, I'm here. What did you say?
Did you hear what Scott said?
No, I didn't actually. I was AFK.
So he was talking about his surface level interpretation of Paul.
Right.
And you just want to give a summation real quick, Scott? Again? Scott?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll give you guys a clue here. I don't like to smoke on camera, and I'll show you this. And this is everybody should make a fucking little vent here. If you're around computer electronics, if you're around studio stuff like this and you're blowing out smoke, bad idea. Bad idea. Just, you got to replace your things. You have the mic problems, you have the static, you have connectivity issues after just a few months with shit all over them. So after it collects dust, collects static, and you're fucking having a nightmare. So when you're smoking around your equipment, you're always degrading it. Needless to say, what I said, OTW, about Paulie is, not for nothing. I mean, I'm not the one to make any assessment or judgment or good, bad, or indifferent. I like Paulie. I think he's got a good thing going. I wonder if it could grow more if he tailored his approach. I think he has kind of gone for what worked. He's looking for the audience. He's looking for the for the moments of fun and excitement, which is good. But at the same time, I think he's a smart guy. I think he's probably a little more able to help some of these people rather than push them in a direction that may be, fitting to him. What I discussed was, a guy talking about his wife, CT, I think the guy's name was Marcy, last night. And, Paul's go-to reaction was to put him down, bring the wife over and say, well, she may see me as more of a man, more of that alpha and this and that. And in that case, then you're wrong for it. I'm like, if you're looking through a screen into a two-dimensional universe where you can't get into their bedroom, you can't get into their living room, you can't get into their lives, their work relationships, their kids, their family dynamic, then it's really hard for you to just go in and say, I can fix the psychology of the being, but I'm going to, negate the fact that there's going to be outside influences for that. And on the surface level, I said that Paulie tends to interject himself, and he does do it with a caveat, in my opinion, or this is what I'm saying, but as that dominant person. And if that's the approach, I just think that if he tailored that a little differently for the result of the person he's helping to push him forward and upward, or where he's seen as and this is my my desire would be to see that man and that woman work it out by making her feel that he's become more a man and less a boy. Okay?
I love what you're saying. I just came into the party, but I love what you're saying, Scott. It totally makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. But that's, I mean, it should be what we all strive for, because if we're here espousing that we can help you, then you should probably get help from us, not a sleight of hand.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the reason why I brought you, or was going to bring you in OTW, is because I said Scott's only watched for a little while, and mainly Paul's thing is to just work on yourself.
That is usually one of the best optics that you can get, from afar. A newbie, not somebody that's enticed with the whole clue or with the whole clan. Somebody that's fresh from outside usually gets the best view on it, and he shares that with us. And that's why I came in. That's how I came in. I said thank you for that view. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
So OTW, what was your first interaction with Paul? It was quite.
I actually liked it in the beginning. I actually liked it. I was like into it really until the shit hit the fan with the Zetetic Warrior and Ian on We Are Awake TV, and then I kind of like chose sides and went off on a war rampage. I was actually the one who instigated the whole kind of like the one who started the spark, if you will, of the dynamite there, that little thing, that spark there. It goes and goes, tss, and then that Mission Impossible song starts. Dance, 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 dance. No, I guess you didn't see that movie.
Well, that's called viral.
So anyway, yeah. So that's how everything got started for me. So I actually,
but you changed your mind, right? Because you didn't. You kind of liked him at first.
I kind of
really
like disapproved them kind of bashing my friends and shit. But I took a step back for a couple of weeks, and looked from a different perspective, tried to understand why these things were happening, and came back with a different view on things, and tried to build bridges instead of burning them.
And so that's why I would disagree with you, Voynick. Because I think if you just see it on a surface level and you haven't.
That's usually what I do, but you can do it too. So yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I think we've all kind of had that first like abrasive opinion, or there's things that trigger us and that we disagree with. But
so since you addressed me that I disagreed with something, what did I disagree with? Because I came in to agree with Scott, but since you since you appoint me that I disagree with something, I would like to hear what I disagree with, and you agree with my disagreement, because that's how you started up. Yeah, please do.
Okay, yeah, you said
he was
that
actually
Scott
disagreeing with what you were agreeing with, I think, or something like that. But anyways, now it's kind of confusing. But go on, Jeff.
I'll clarify. So he said he agrees with Scott. He was saying that a fresh outside view is a more realistic view. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, yep. Well, usually
that's what I
disagree.
That's what I disagree. Yeah. That's what I disagree with, because you probably think that I'm culted and brainwashed by Paul or something. Or
No, I didn't say anything about you. No, I just had an opinion about the pattern, and it was not about you. It was not about me. It was not about source. It was about what I see. I wasn't addressing anybody personally, but I addressed. I referred to source as the source of that explanation. So,
well,
but you can take it any way you want. I mean, I'm totally up for that.
As I see it, you're correct on the outer perspective, but in my firsthand experience, that outer perspective as a newbie on these platforms, I've been doing the videos for a long time. I've been doing the exposure to the information for a long time. on other platforms, and then just posting my videos on YouTube. But when I started entering the stream platform, I too, being new and not knowing how it worked, with that outer perspective, I didn't catch some of the things that were going on right away. And it wasn't until I caught on to them and got back out into that outer perspective. Because when I first came on Paul's platform, I was immediately attracted to him. So I dove right in. And that's where the emotions and the passions were being expressed, because I felt that was part of my duty as well. My task was to push that ego. And I found out I can't do it that way. I can't do it the
and
same.
I'm sorry to interject, but I forgot by now, because of the interjection of Little X and my response to it and your response to it, what actual Source was talking about. Can you remind us again, Source? Because I really don't remember, because I got so enticed.
The first
Scott was
the first-hand experience.
Let me interject here for a minute. I'm not trying to say that Paulie needs to change or anything, but I think that the ultimate overview, and like I said, and you guys know this, that it is an overview, and I think that what Voynich is saying, and what I'm just putting forth, I mean, it's going to be a choice going forward how you break things down, who you involve yourself with, how you involve yourself with. I can promise you this. I've been in many meetings with many people. You have, in some cases, fucking 15 seconds to get their approval or lose it. And if you lose it, you've lost it forever. Period. This is different. It's a whole nother arena. But let me ask you something. If I bring someone into this arena on the surface and let them watch it, what will they see? Now, if I invited someone of consequence onto a panel, this one, well, they'd see something I think that was respectable and honorable. Okay. However, if we went on to Poly Unslaved on one of its fucking random, road shows, I think that I would just shy away from 99.9% of the people that I know of influence, bringing them into that world unless I had a preconceived notion, an agreement ahead of time with Paulie and anybody he brought up to respect this person, or I would lose my own dignity.
I think roadshow is a very good denomination. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I like the word roadshow that you used there. Yeah.
Well, and it could be that ultimately, it really, this is something that there's enough intellect here that you could take a show like this and do, around the country's little seminars, little, small mini festivals 2-3 times a year.
Right.
But you have to do it with some sense of purpose. You need to get an outline.
Right. I mean, do you actually does Paul actually want the audience that he has?
I would never be a part of that myself.
Because this is just a how do you say, rhetorical question, because I know he doesn't. He doesn't like the audience that he has.
Then you have to question why is he doing it.
If I would speak for him,
well, no, that's actually the answer. He doesn't like the audience that he has. He thinks his audience is an insane asylum. He actually addressed it that way. No, well, that's okay. But
that's a trigger that he uses to. That's a trigger.
Let me finish. But just let me finish my point, please.
You didn't let me finish my point earlier, right?
Can you not just let me finish?
You had to interject in my 3 minutes, right?
You love talking through somebody's final point. Okay, cool.
Yeah, like you.
Go ahead there.
You wouldn't let me finish my point earlier, right?
My point. Okay,
let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah, you just want to bring your point out. There's no rumble at all.
You actually are proving my point here. Thank you very much.
You proved earlier by interrupting me, you dumbass.
All right. Back to civility for just a minute.
I love this.
Go ahead, Voynich. Just finish your thought. I want to hear that. And Keith, you did get interrupted by him. You're correct to point that out, but we moved past it for the moment.
cool.
Yeah,
So,
and in the meantime,
okay,
nobody
so let
got
me.
to hear what I had to say, so I'm wasting my fucking
I
time.
was talking. Okay, so I was talking about how Paul doesn't really appreciate his audience, and he thinks of his audience as an insane asylum. I mean, you know, it really actually fits him too. And that's all. That's all the point that I wanted to make. I mean, he came from an insane asylum, and he adjusted to the way he was taught, and now he's being the teacher in the same asylum, in the same insane asylum that he was being.
You're saying he's gravitating to the same place. Now let's mute
Yeah.
yourself for a minute. Hold on, that's fine. Mute yourself a minute. Keith, come back up, and would you finish your thought for a minute? Because I think you're wrong there. I don't think he's gravitating towards an insane asylum. I think that what Paulie's doing is he's finding himself. I think he knows where he's been. I think he knows where he wants to be. I think he's in the middle of trying to figure out how to get there. And I don't think he trusts anybody. I honestly think
that's a good point. That's a good
And
point.
can I say something too?
Please.
Real quick.
I yield.
Because I've been around since the beginning. I don't think Paulie gives a fuck what anyone thinks. I think Paulie's going to do him.
I agree with that.
And he doesn't give a fuck if you like him or not, because he's going to be his authentic self. He's never going to change for you, Scott, or your producers, or anyone that you bring in and say, you need to be polite on this channel and not have it chaotic. You know, not that you would do that, but you said if you were to bring someone in to watch him and they saw the chaos and the madness, they would be immediately repelled. Well, that's fine.
Which is why you got to figure out a happy
I'm just saying he won't. He's not going to change for anybody because he is him, and that's why everyone that follows him respects him. Is because he will not fucking change for anyone.
Exactly.
And this shit is not for the lighthearted. Period.
It's not for the lighthearted. You have to kind of go through the weeds with it, and some of it's abrasive, and some of it is chaos. But what is life, dude?
No,
Do you think
life's
life's
like fucking
rainbows?
I like
you know?
Paul for that qualities that you just now described.
If we're gonna go to a board meeting, or if you think Paul went to court, if he ever chose to go again, he's gonna have a different demeanor. He's a chameleon. He knows what to do. He knows how to read. He has situational awareness. Everyone, I think, just reads into it a little bit too much. And they want to pick people apart. I don't know why everyone wants to do this all the time. It's like, your broadcast could be a little bit better if you did this. And that's his like number one fucking pet peeve. He doesn't want to fucking be told what to do.
I like you, but if I could tweak you just a little bit, we could get you on the right track. Stick
My
with me, you'll
biggest
be in
thing.
gold-plated diapers.
My biggest thing when I
right
went,
on it.
Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead.
Well, Jeff used a perfect term there, situational. That's the now time. That's where you're sitting right now. Okay? And what motivates you to get off your ass and do something now? Most people live in yesterday or tomorrow. They never live in the situation. They're always worried about what in the past is going to provide something in the future, or what in the past is going to prevent something in the future. They never worry about what they're doing right now because it's never going to be.
You know what I can't stand? People that talk about other people that talk about people that live in the past and the future. Why don't you, Keith Little, talk about you yourself in the now? But you know that.
Yeah. Why don't I talk about me in the now? I do. I give everybody the firsthand experiences that I go through. I show them the research and the sources, and I tell them, don't believe me. So no matter what I tell you about me, what the fuck does it matter to you?
So now that I question you about, can you tell me about you in the now? You get angry. But when you talk about other people in the past and the future, you're very diligent. But when I ask you, can you talk about yourself in the now? You're very angry. This is what I see.
Yeah, because everybody wants proof of me now. Don't you see it? Don't you see it?
Yeah, I see you now.
Okay. And now let me point something out. No matter what you see, on this thing, it's never going to be real.
Oh, so now I see you now.
I talk about here.
When I acknowledge that I see you now, it doesn't matter.
So no matter what I talk about here, it's never going to be true to you or anyone else.
Now that I acknowledge that I see you now, it doesn't matter all of a sudden. That's weird, dude. That's weird.
Yeah, because right now, he's already fucking gone, dumbass.
See, that's weird again. See, that's weird again. Because right now is not.
Do I have to do anything in this situation?
For many reasons, that doesn't make sense because everybody can go back on YouTube and review you. So therefore, your now is not a now.
Correct.
So,
and that's why I say, don't believe me. Do your own research so you can see how it correlates to your.
No, but if I don't believe you now, and if I don't have to do any research,
that's your problem. You don't want to fucking know.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
you don't want to have to do anything. You're a lazy fuck.
Yeah, I'm a black hole, dude. I'm a fucking black hole.
Hey, you don't show your face.
Hey,
fucking illiterate bitch.
Do you know what is weird? Is that you came up here just to chime in about Paul.
Did I?
Yeah. That's weird.
And do you know what? Dude,
and then when I wanted to speak on Paul,
do you know what's even weirder? I was the third one to chime in, and then 3 or 4 other ones came in. Wow.
You said you came up just to comment on Scott for what he had to say about Paul. Why is he in your mind and heart?
And it's not some I like what Scott had to say.
Yes, it is. It is in your mind and heart
because I like what Scott. I like Scott's vision on it, and it was not so much about.
It was about Paul.
That's
the only thing.
In all fairness, what I was saying was about Paul. So he.
Yeah.
So are you saying that,
Vonic,
are you saying that you think?
I mean, it's okay to have an opinion, right? But that was the premise, right, Scott? Was if we just change a few little rough edges that.
No. I don't want to change Paul at all. I don't know.
Oh, you didn't say
I don't know that you're hearing me.
So if I go back and listen to this broadcast, there wasn't a point where you said if you just change a couple things or
my point was it turned me off when he was
he would
telling
be ready for the big time, right? He'd be able to go to
no, I can't make that happen. It's up to him. It's up to you. It's up to anybody that's going to kick themselves through a door.
That's not what I got.
I totally misinterpreted it.
Yeah, that's
Dick,
not what I
think
got.
I think you're out in left field.
Yeah, I think
you're out in left field.
My bad.
The way I got it was again the way I expressed it. When we look at it, it's not up to us to change Paul. We can have hope and faith that he will, so that we can feel better about how we feel about it. But that's never going to make anything change about Paul. He's going to do that himself, whether we want him to or not. Same with me. The only one that's going to make me change is my reflection on myself in regards to these platforms and how I want to put my message out. And again, I don't want people to listen to me. I want them to listen to the message, because my message, as far as I can discern, is as close to his message as I can make it. And I'm doing better every day. And I'm doing better and better every day. And this is what Voynich doesn't get, because he doesn't watch me. He doesn't see how I'm improving.
Oh, dude.
And when somebody comes up, and when somebody that comes up and doesn't even give you 3 minutes, that's the most disrespectful thing you can. Because he wants to place his opinion, but he won't allow you to place your opinion.
I think, dude, I will tell you, I will talk over you. I think that I was one of the first ones.
Oh, really?
I think that I was.
You're going to talk over me, bitch?
This is funny. I think
that
I
was
one
you just said that you're going to talk over me.
That I was one of the...
Let's get ready to rumble!
I actually know that I was one of the first ones to tell you that you look better since a few weeks ago, and that you talk better too. And you actually affirmed that. So come again, El Perro.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Tell me you're gonna talk again, bitch.
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth.
Did you say bitch?
Yes, I did.
Oh wow. So
What
many.
you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What?
Gonna get offended, dude.
Dick, may I reply? Let me respond to what Dick had said earlier, and my observations of Paul don't.
Yeah, minimum, you were saying he's doing he needs to do something better, right? I mean, I can't have completely misheard it.
I'm wondering, and this is from past experiences, what's going to happen when that if he wants nothing to do with anything, then that's an important concept there. If he doesn't want to go anywhere with anything, just wants to enjoy what he's doing, stay where he's at, then he's perfectly happy. No man should challenge that. That's really simple. Fucking leave him alone. Let him do what he's doing.
I love that.
Now, if he wants to go further with it, if he wants to gain a larger audience, if he wants to develop a platform with which he could stand on, I'll be honest, I created my own social media platform. I tried to fucking go up against Facebook, YouTube, fucking everybody with. That's where this Scott to Be Live came from. That was the fucking name of it. I had venture capitalists offering me a bunch of money. Before we could get it through the open goddamn doors we needed to, the people we'd already showed it to were stealing the shit.
Wow.
Problem, reaction, solution left us without the ability to fight these fucking giants. Now, the guy that was working with me that helped me develop this is an Oracle database engineer, one of my good friends, fucking just a genius. I call him a Twinkie eater because he sits at the computer and can fuck up anything you know about a computer.
Oracle, Mike Stratton, Ham Cupcake, Mike Stratton.
Excuse me?
Marfugal.
Oh no!
Go
this
right
is
ahead.
This is just Paniel Sean. He just throws in things, and he means nothing. He's a fence sitter.
No, that's fine.
Pogo.
But you're an
Wheat
actual
and
man.
tears.
No, but please
It
continue.
is
Going back, Dick. Hold on, Vodic. Dick, where Paulie's concerned, all I'm saying is Keith's learning, and he's telling himself, he said it, that the abrasive side of him, he's starting to lose. And I think it's because some of the toxins and poisons are coming out of him, quite honestly, that he's thinking clearly. He's understanding that even if he doesn't change the world out there, he can maneuver a lot better if he can win friends and influence people. That's what he figured out with judges. If you go in front of a judge and you tell him you're an asshole and I know better than you, he's going to go, no, you don't. I got a guy with a gun and a bat right there, and they're going to beat the shit out of you because I say so. So your best bet is to really try and find the most appropriate way that you can communicate with these people. And if they're the ones dictating it, follow their fucking lead.
If you care for the physical.
Negotiable instruments. That means you can write the things down. Why would you show up in the court and let them write it down when you're nervous and scared? Why not just take your time, do your research, and do some copy pasting of the things they use against us and turn it right back on them? Can you license an animal? Well, no. Then why are you holding me under a license? Dumbasses.
Why am I considered chattel? Show me where you can call me chattel and consider me chattel. Let me ask you this. Where's the disclosure in any contract that you say I'm a part of that allows you to do this? Full disclosure being a fucking primary, fundamentally part of a contract. If it's not it's not a valid contract.
Thank you. Wow.
So no, just
because you just said a trigger word.
So,
What's
but
that?
dude,
Hey,
so
hold on. Let me let me say what the
people
trigger.
wanting.
Let me
Scott,
say what the
there's
trigger word is,
people
Mr.
wanting to
Interrupter.
challenge you on it. There's many people here that will agree with you on that, but there's one person standing out, and he will play the devil's advocate. Have you go, dude. Have you go. What's your name? X.
It's a Z if you know the alphabet, but little Z.
No, dude, you're an X. You're an X. You're an X and a Y and a Z.
Yeah, I got the X factor, that's for sure.
But just do it. Just do what you want to do.
Okay, well, Scott just said a trigger word that doesn't resonate. I would say for Keith or Paul, the word contract. You said if he's going to contract with someone, that's the whole thing. He's against all contracts. So is Keith. You don't do contracts. Because then you have to sign up to their demands and play by their rules. And that's not something that's going to happen. If you've ever paid attention to the stream, it's not going to change. That's my opinion.
Unfortunately,
what do you think about that, Dick?
Well, it's a contract, so it's going to get you on the track to the con. Is essentially what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, I essentially agree.
93.
And I've heard that message.
He's using contracts anyways.
92.
You may not
cases, and the prosecutor stood there on sentencing day wanting for the 6th offense, possession. And when she sat there reading all these charges from my previous cases, 92 of them, and she looked at the judge and said, he's never done what we've told him to do. And he looked at her and said, no shit. And I ended up with 60 days, no attorney. And that was from flipping them off and telling them to suck my dick. You're nothing but communist bastards. Now, when I started doing my research after
did they actually suck your dick?
Now, when I started doing my fucking research in that motherfucking jail, I learned better to fucking bring a negotiable instrument.
No, but did you pay them to suck your dick, or did you just tell them?
Mute yourself, Vonek. Mute yourself.
You're suck my dick. I told them to suck my dick. And then I did it all without signing any of their documents and walked out of jail again.
Okay.
Without signing.
Besides that question, so you told them to suck your dick, whether it doesn't matter that much whether you paid for them or not. But did you actually get off? Did you do it? Did you do the thing? Could you actually get it up at the time?
Are you just a troll?
I don't see
Wizard. Don't respond, Wizard. That was just pure ignorance. Jesus. Hey, Vonek, I don't need any support if you're going to be a complete fucking moron. No doubt about that. But
that is my default. That is my default. Yeah.
By default, I guess. But going back, Dick.
It's not your default, it's your norm. You fucking moron.
Well, going back, Dick, I want to address the Paul.
Yeah, let's loop back to Dick.
Let's loop back to Dick because Dick's a nice guy over here, and he looks like he cleaned up for the broadcast today. So I want to recognize him for that.
I actually didn't. I should have. I really need to trim my nose hairs and stuff, but we do what we can, sir.
Did you use the weed eater for them nose hairs?
Whatever's available. Maybe a dull pocket knife or some kind of like. You ever see those little bars that the street sweepers leave on the side of the road?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll be walking along and I'll sharpen one up on a stone, and then,
There you go. There you go. Yeah. No, I don't think that I would change Paulie's intellect. I couldn't change his approach. I wouldn't change his inability, in my opinion. This is just an observation, to somehow, not make it about him all the time. He comes back to himself all the time, and I know where he's been. I know what he's done in a week and a half's time, because he said it 27 times. Okay, now I get it. You've been in jail, so have I. I get it. You've been thrown to the ground, so have I. More times than you know. I get it. You probably had a gun in your face. I've had one in my fucking mouth. It scared the fucking shit out of me. I almost shit my pants. Okay? The shit's happened to us. Okay? We've been places we shouldn't have been. We've done things we shouldn't have done, and some of us have been called on it. Now,
Keith is
I
enjoying
know
this very much. He loves this. He loves this stuff.
Well, my point is I think Paulie has taken this to a level that, studying and being introspective and, now going outward, but calling everybody on their shit all the time rather than calling them on their shit and saying, I want to pull you away from it more. That's what I want to see more of. I like Paulie's ability. He's able to call people on their shit. Wizard, you're able to call Talcott on a shit. You're able to call.
No, but I know what you're saying, Scott. But no, but sometimes
I don't need your help. But I don't need your help. But,
okay, I just want to confirm what you say.
All right, well, let me finish then before you fucking interrupt and throw me off.
Now you want to confirm it? He will call people on their shit when they have no shit too. That's what. That's,
no, it doesn't matter. If you want to call Paulie, if he doesn't have
Voynich on his shit for interrupting me because he calls me on interrupting him. That's the only reason I fucking interrupted you is because you fucking interrupted me. Tit for tat. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, bitch.
One of the lowest forms of insult is for you to look at another man and tell him what he doesn't have. If you're doing that, all you're going to do is inspire him to get more than what you have. So if you think you're doing any favors to yourself by going, you don't have anything, you live in a trailer, you've got nothing, the guy's going to work harder. He's going to go farther. He's going to really show you up. So if you understand psychology,
really? So okay, I'm going to challenge you on that. So
shut up, boy, bitch.
No, I'm going to challenge you on that because you live in America.
Voy bitch. That's a better name for him,
the land of the living dreams, right? The land of the living nightmare, And so tell me which man.
Where the fuck are you from? Hold on.
No. I'm challenging you on your proposition.
First off, I don't want to play this game unless I have a baseline of where the fuck you're coming from.
No. Stop this fucking act. You're telling me that anybody that can live in an RV can get out of it and live in a fucking castle. Show me.
Why do you need a castle?
Dude, all you need to do is just show me which man grew out of his RV into a castle.
Do you want?
They didn't.
You would
no.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Show me which man grew out of his RV into a fucking castle. Was it melt-minded build it? I think it was melt-minded build it. That fucking
castle that in the Bible?
Out of his RV.
Where's that in the scripture? Where is that in the scripture?
I think it was Matthew McConaughey.
Mind, build, and castle.
He's been to a fucking RV.
You got to be in America to believe the fucking American dream. Stay asleep, guys.
Wait, where are you from?
Dreaming of those castles, please.
Why would I believe in an American dream when that's a materialistic dream in this world? And I'm just in this world. I'm not of this world.
Are you not entertained?
Oh, you're not in the void.
Yeah, I am mostly entertained by people like you.
Thank you for nodding your head.
Are you the void, bitch?
Thank you for nodding your head. I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know my own name. I have to come across with some idea of you don't know who you are so that I can validate myself.
Are you just a shadow man that you know to show my face and talk shit?
And instead of using a license plate, you just use my bobblehead.
People don't even know what they're doing.
Where are you from, my friend?
I love it.
You own a 7-Eleven. You own a convenience store. What is the name of your convenience store? Do you sell gas there and lottery tickets?
Yeah, lottery tickets.
Convenience store. That's like convenience.
Lottery tickets for free. You can win very much money and lottery tickets for free. Yeah, 1 cent. Only 1 cent for free.
Are you overcharging people for the milk to pay for a lottery ticket, hoping to become a millionaire?
I'm
only
showing people how to
1
make their
cent.
own stamps. Did
But
you
you
guys
get
know?
prices for free. Prices
Did you guys
for
know?
free. 1
Did you
cent overcharging.
Did you guys know that you spend Federal Reserve notes, which is an obligation, or other securities of the United States?
Are you
known as
talking like
checks?
2016? Are you talking
Notice-
like 2016 here? Word
OTW,
wizard?
can you
Word
mute
wizard-
this motherfucker
Word
so I
wizard
can put some
talking like
news
it's
out?
2016 again. Dude, I mean, you look pretty healthy a month ago.
Yeah.
But by now, I mean, you're looking a bit sick again.
He
Really?
got good news today.
Really? Yeah, really. I've been doing
Dumbass.
push-ups. I've been wrenching on my bike. I gained more weight. My pH.
Oh wow.
My blood pH
Hey,
came
but
down.
dude. Remember me telling you that you look better and that you sounded better
and do you think I give a
no,
fuck
you don't.
about that?
Hey,
I
dude,
know
you
that.
don't. No, dude, you
I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
You actually like when I say that you don't look good, but when I say you do look good, you know, you don't.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you?
No one gives a fuck about your opinion.
What you talking about, Willis?
Willis, I don't
That
care
is
either
what
way.
I'm talking about.
Remember, I said that's an opinion. Your comments, whether written or spoken, are inventions, fabrications, and fictions. What don't you get about?
I don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
I'm talking about the etymology of the term comment. So when you're up here on this platform,
hey,
whether
you're from America, and you
comment,
don't even speak 2 languages, and you're talking about etymology. You better stop talking, dude. You better stop talking.
Languages? I created my own language.
Dude, please. You know, if you don't stop talking, I will stop talking.
What's your purpose, dude?
Yeah.
Where are you from, Vonik?
Let's get there.
Where are you from?
What's your purpose? Are you an agent of chaos or what?
Obviously.
Voynich is here to spread love.
Why can't we just all love each other, man?
Suffering, pounding, agonizing, annoyingly.
Hey, OTW, you got screen share on?
Love, straight from Voynich to the panel.
Hey,
well,
dude,
yeah,
I'm not here. I'm not here to love the man. I'm not here to love the man.
Hey, tell you what. Okay, here's a link to my site. It's the homepage. If you scroll down, you'll see my language. Tell me I don't how to deal with all these different languages. Isaiah 54:17. Let no tongue prosper against you.
Don't talk to me about languages when you only speak one language, bitch. You only speak one language.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So and what language is that? What language is that, guys? Tell me, Voynich.
That language is ugly. Ugly. It's an ugly language that you speak. And I speak
would
this
you call
ugly
it
language
English?
too. Just to communicate with you. Imagine that, dude. Imagine that. Imagine me speaking with somebody who defines himself as a fucking dog.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, El Perro. That is not Spanish. It comes from ancient Kemet, and it's El Hotep Secondly Perro. El stands for God. Lower sense, the God within me, the one that gives myself authority. El Hotep Secondly.
You don't even speak.
Peace
Dude, you
between
don't
the
even
two.
spell the word.
Peace
Dude, you don't
two.
even spell the word pero correctly. Dude,
Can
you spell the word pero like it's
so I can give
but.
people some education.
You spell the word pero like it's but. And it's not like it's
pero.
No,
from ancient
pero is
Kemet.
Dude,
How
pero
many
is spelled like
times? How many languages
pero,
spell
P-E-R-O? Okay, dude.
They
If
have a
you don't want to
different
let me
meaning.
speak, I'm not gonna let you speak because
Of course
you're just
not.
a
You
pedo.
won't let me speak, you
Because
dumb
you're just a
fucking
pedo.
cunt. You
Pedo,
ignorant
pedo.
fucking bitch. You
Pedo
want to
is
test
spelled-
it? You want to
Pedo.
You spit.
Pedo.
You
Chief,
fucking
relax. He's not worth it.
The word pedo. The word pedo.
Let's get ready to rumble.
The word pedo is.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Don't pass out, Keith. Get to the chopper.
Oh, no.
Do it now. Come on. I'm Mr. Olympia 7 times. I have 22-inch biceps. Wow.
Hey, with this
Do
Polish
it.
guy
Do
around,
it
I
now.
want to make
Hear
fun
me.
of
Come
my
on.
European accent.
I try to drop
cool.
some bombs, and somebody won't quiet him down.
If you
so
don't
get some
even know,
education.
if you want to make
OTW,
if you
this
want to
guy's
make
just
any
chaos.
reference to any etymological sentence, and you spell your word being the dog, but spelling it wrongly, by spelling it like el perro, it means
Your
the butt.
purpose on it. Why
It
do you
means
want to
the
pick
butt.
on?
It means the actually it's something else. Well,
why do you want
that says a lot about your etymological skills. Let's
why do you put yourself in a place of superiority and you won't even tell us where you are, who you are, what you're about?
I'm not in a place of superiority at all.
Well, you act as though you are.
No, because we are here in
You
a
speak
truther
two
community.
languages.
Dude,
I speak one and a
We are
half.
here in a truther community, and so we want to know the truth. And so the truth has an end, and it has a beginning. And if you don't recognize that, and if you think that everything can go anywhere,
Everything
that's
has a
what you-
beginning, a middle, and an end. I mean, that's not
right,
unique.
right. And so
Everything.
I'm telling you the end of pero and the beginning of pero.
Okay. Pero
Yeah.
in Spanish is but. You're saying, right? But.
Right. And dog.
Pero ay, como me duele. So what?
Yeah, so what? Vale,
Who
vale,
El
cares?
cartón negro en mis pantalones.
Vale, dude. Vale.
Man, listen, the point is you came up, you made a point that was actually worth making, but then you walked away from any logic and just started attacking a man who shares freely. If you're wondering what he has to share, he shares freely. You only need
I
to
did not leave logic at one point.
repeat that. What'd you say?
I did not leave logic at one point.
Then what was your point?
Yeah, you addressed me on leaving my point while I didn't, and it just stated that I didn't leave my point, and now you say why I didn't leave my point.
No, you attacked him. My point. You didn't leave your original point, but my point was going after El Perro. You know why would you?
Yeah, you should go after El Perro.
That's what I'm asking. Why? Tell me why.
I'm not going after El Perro. You said that your point was going after El Perro. It's a dog. It's a dog.
Yeah, well, okay, I can make sense of that because you're not willing to accept a fucking other meaning and the etymology of that not being of the origins you're suggesting. So that's fine.
Explain to me more about the etymology of El Perro.
It comes from different backgrounds. That same sound and that
well,
same.
no. Just don't say different. Just explain.
You tell me. You're the expert. Let's go.
No.
No,
You just corrected me. No, dude. You just tried to correct me, and
I said where you're getting the word
I'm
from.
totally available for being corrected, but then please correct me.
Well, Keith already corrected you. He told you that L comes from God.
No, you're not
No,
trying
I
to.
told you. He corrected you. You don't want to accept
dude.
it.
All you're trying to do is suggest something.
Okay.
So
well,
please, dude, please be my guest. Suggest something into me.
B'nai Elohim.
Vuile, gore, smerige kankerjood.
Oh, yes, you can say some
Kankerjood.
bullshit.
Vuile kankerjood. Blijf naar buiten. Je moet wegblijven. Je hoort hier niet.
This means
Kanker
nothing to
op.
translate. It means
Kankerjood.
nothing.
Rot
What you're
op.
doing is you're trying
Kanker
to
op. Kanker op.
amuse your
Rot
friends. Amuse
Toch?
your friends that
Je
speak your
spreekt toch geen
language.
Nederlands?
Try and
Je doet
talk
toch
over
alsof
my
je geen
head.
Nederlands
Act
spreekt?
like an ignorant
Je doet toch
infidel.
alsof je geen Nederlands spreekt? Je doet toch alsof je
Hey.
geen Nederlands spreekt? Vuile
You know
kankerjood,
the
je moet oproepen. Je hoort hier niet. Je moet
Ja,
You know that.
naar buiten
Hey.
gaan. Je moet veel verder naar buiten gaan, kankerjood.
Do you know the irony of this whole thing? As he come up here
What's that?
commenting on Scott's assessment of Paul about the chaos, and this dude is nothing but chaos. He's a hypocrite.
Exactly.
A hypocrite that we can't even understand, that interrupts and is watching, waiting, hating, and a bitch. He's a void bitch.
When he loses the boy, the man will show up.
Let the silence wash over. I guess that is kind of nice. It's kind of nice. And
Yeah, it's
silent.
crazy. I'm getting a ton of snow out here today. It's coming down good against what the weather said. We were just supposed to get like an inch, and just keeps going down.
What
Oh,
part
it's
of the
fun to have
country
a
are you in?
spring storm? Colorado.
Oh, nice.
You're waiting for the voice. Right. So sweet.
I mean, I don't mind a little bit of chaos, but it's nice, or even a lot of chaos, but it's nice if there's some semblance of order to it, in the sense that, you know, there's two opposing opinions or something that are real.
It should be, if you
and
want,
they're being articulated in the process of that argument.
no, but
and
you
so
know, we need.
I just didn't see any productivity behind what you guys were doing.
No, yeah, right. Because there needs to be less Jewishness, you know, in the whole conversation. Because if there's too much Jewishness, it's not gonna work. It's all gonna go down, and it's all gonna go. You know, I don't even have a word for that. Because it's too Jewish.
What's that mean?
Because it's too Jewish. I don't have a
Explain.
word for that.
Explain.
I just.
What do you mean
told
by Jewish?
I don't have a word for that because it's not my
I mean,
realm.
the culture or the
No, it's not my
the
realm.
people or the,
You know,
like
it's
the religion
it's
or
totally different from me, and people like you. I mean, totally explain that.
I thought you said you could speak two languages. You don't know how to fucking translate Jewishness? What the fuck?
I thought you said that you cannot speak any language other than English.
I can.
I think
I can speak Spanish.
No, you
Eu
didn't.
gato
You
negro
said,
mis
no,
pantalones.
you said that you were stupid.
You
You-
tupanao,
no,
güey.
no.
mames,
You just
you.
made you just actually made a statement that you can only speak one language, and now you're
No, I
saying
can
that
speak
you
two
can.
language.
No, dude.
Was that English? I was just.
No, dude. By now, I will not hear what you're saying because you.
I know you don't listen. You
Dude,
just
you're
talk.
lying. You're lying. You're lying.
I just spoke Spanish,
No,
bruh.
you're lying. You're lying.
I'm a
You're
Jewish.
lying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Therefore,
I gotta
any
stop
word
my
that you will
Jewishness.
say
Hold on.
from now.
Dick,
Any
hold that.
word that you will say from now.
Stop me from being so
Any
Jewish.
word that you will say from now.
they
Oh
got
my
pills
God.
for that at the
Jewish.
doctor
It's gonna
that
be
you can
Jewish.
take.
It's gonna be Jewish.
Yeah, it'll
I don't know what
There's
that
only
means.
so much that I can take.
None of us know what that means.
Nah.
We don't know what that language that is. Until you can explain that word, we don't understand. No comprehende. No mames way. What are you doing? Are you like in a are you in a basement?
Is
like
the
in a dark
actual reason
dungeon or something?
why you people cannot come to me physically.
When you say
Because
you
can.
people,
Because you can.
you calling
makes
us
a lot of
Jews?
sense to do that.
Because you can't come at
Boy
me
wants to
physically.
roll
Okay?
around with men. He's trying to solicit
Oh, I
some
get.
boys
Maybe he
to
means Jewishness.
slap
He
you
was.
with.
That's
Now
like
the
a
truth
slang.
comes
That's slang
out.
for gay in his culture, I think.
Yeah.
That's what it is, right, Dick? He sees
You
little
stool
X.
pusher.
He sees little X and Big D and Scott Daddy, and he just wants to roll around on the mats and get Jewy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, work it around, brother. do the shoulder thing again, please.
Oh, see, he likes that. I knew it.
I love it when you do that. Oh, that's so fucking funky, dude.
Hey, you want me to unzip it a little bit? Let me get a little. You want me to get a little Jewy with you?
Okay, like that. You know, I mean, I know you like to unzip. I know.
Okay, hey, can we all reconcile here? I don't know where this went sideways. Let's just stop. Let's just stop the madness.
Well, it's not on my side to stop it. I think it's on your side to stop.
I know. That's why. That's why I brought it up.
I'm gonna get angry at one point.
That's why I brought it up.
I'm really gonna get very angry at one point. So your side has, dude. Your side has to stop with your small hat, dude. Are you wearing a small hat? Yeah, you're wearing a small hat. Do you look like it? Yeah, you look like it. Stop it on your side. Don't ask me to stop it on my side.
I extended an olive branch.
Dude. You need to listen to me. You ought to stop it on your side.
You're attracted to me, aren't you?
Thank you very much for listening to me.
I think you want to make out with me, don't you? Is that the thing? Is this like this love-hate thing? You want to? I'm not gay, but I mean, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I want to make out with you. This is
always the way that they will go because they're from Israel. This is so. I'm not even gonna address this. Of course, this is what they will say. Oh, you're gay. Oh, you're gay, right? Because you address you address male people. Yeah, right. Yeah. Well.
So if I was to try to impersonate Voynich, I just have to like scream, rambling, insane, nonsensical nothingness.
Well, do it.
And just kind of.
Well, please do it.
Just knee jerk in a bunch of different directions.
Well, please do it, Dick. Dick, please do it.
I'm trying to listen to your
now he's like, do it.
Please, Dick.
Hey, Dick,
because that's how much I appreciate
Voynich.
Is that I would actually sit on a broadcast and listen to him and consider what is he doing that I could try to emulate.
When you try to impersonate Voynich, and see if
ass.
you actually succeed, because you won't. And if you will,
right.
I will appraise you.
Some people are more difficult to impersonate than others.
I know.
Dick, give it a go. Give it a go. I think you got it.
I don't care about all of you.
Nah.
You all suck.
Nah.
This is.
All right, I'll try. Hey, you all stop the Jewish and make out with me.
No, dude.
Fuck your country and fuck me in the ass. Because I love.
I mean, in all of my previous lives, in all of my previous lives, I've seen so many of your impersonations, and they still don't. They all fuck up the actual real thing. But you can come again. Come again. Come again. Come again.
Guys, come over to my channel and listen to some music.
How many times do you want me to come?
Together?
I can only do
talk about
maybe twice.
It's always this fucking Israeli. It's your accent that really blows it out, guys. I mean, you all look the same. You all talk the same.
Everybody, make sure to hit that donation button.
OTW grifting for some fiat notes.
OTW
off of our incredible talent and amazing ability to draw and retain an audience.
Bleep, 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 bloop, 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 bleep.
Sorry, Dick. I was away from keyboard there. I'm trying to cook spaghetti at the same time.
That's a great way to run a broadcast.
Yeah, well, it's because you guys are entertaining the audience. I can't just shut it down like that. I was supposed to shut this down 3 hours ago, guy.
All right, Dick. I was away for 4 hours. I'm back now.
there's always too many Jews on your stream. Yeah, to begin with.
Well,
we all
Voynich is probably a Jew. You know that
he's got a
makes the
fetish.
most sense at this point.
I mean, is it not? I mean, is it not a giveaway that his channel is called OTWNEWS? Yeah. I mean, there's always 2 Jews or 3.
You're a strange woman, Voynich.
No. Yeah.
Oh, you at home in your
mother's
mother's
very erratic at this point. It's definitely causing
Hey,
frustration.
but can I be a Jew? Can I hate Jews? I mean, everything should be allowed. I should be allowed.
Anti-Semites?
To feel like a woman, but I cannot hate Jews. But I can feel like a woman if I mean.
You feel like a woman? Let's talk about that.
No, dude. I hate Jews.
That's why
I hate Jews. Let's talk about that. These are the options. I
Do you wear pantyhose?
No, dude, and
I'm not a bottom. I'm a top. Okay,
so I don't like women. I don't like women, and I don't like Jews.
Is Shania
So
Twain
where
your
does that
favorite
leave
country
me?
singer?
Hey, dude, this is an actual question. I don't like Jews.
Like women?
I don't like Jews. Does that make me an anti-Semite?
But you like to feel like a woman.
No. See, this is how I define the Jewish. This is how I define the Jews.
Are you a spiritual man that follows the scripture?
They will not.
Okay, so are
answer
you a
my
spiritual
question.
man that-
They will not answer my question.
Are you a
Therefore,
spiritual man
the
that
rest of
follows
the
the
people can
scripture?
also define how many Jews are in this. How many Jews are in this panel?
You got a lot
They
of hate
will
in your
not
heart,
answer
bro.
my question. If I hate a Jew, if I don't like the Jew,
I don't give a fuck what you like, bro. Sounds like you like penis.
I know
bro.
because you're Jewish.
You don't like Jews, but you love penis.
Dude. That if you don't mind what I do,
Are you a spiritual man that follows
makes you
scripture, Voynich? Do you follow scripture?
I think, dude, you're a dog.
Are you a colon cowboy?
I'm asking you. I'm trying to be reasonable, brother.
Listen,
Are
dude,
you a man
I
that
said-
follows scripture?
Dude, you're a dog.
Are you a man that follows
You're a
scripture?
dog. You're a dog.
Are you a man that follows scripture?
Sometimes I pet dogs.
Okay, so you still haven't answered. So
Did he
this
say
is
some? Did he say sometimes he fucks dogs?
That's what he
Did I hear
said.
that?
Yes, that's what he said. Okay,
Something
now let me read you some scripture here.
Wow, man.
Because
So he's homosexual and he's into bestiality.
I like to pet dogs on their head, or
Do I get a chance to say something, OTW?
Yes, of course.
OTW,
This
this
is
is
crazy.
a skit, right? Who
No,
is this
I
guy?
don't.
Is this
No,
real?
well,
Is this real,
I know-
man?
No, this is Jews. This is Jews.
I want to
This is
say
what
something
Jews-
after Wizard.
This is
I
what
just know
Jews
it'll,
do.
but
This
I
is
don't know
what
what it's going to be, so I'll think about it.
All right,
between now and
Voynich, can I ask
Couple
you to
something.
pipe down? Just
Rather
let
than
somebody
listen, I'd rather
say
just
something.
think about what I'm going to say. Which is more productive. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Welcome to
Wizard.
the fucking asylum, bro. To the asylum.
Oh God, fucking Cage is here. Jesus Christ. This
you
one I
glutton for
thought things were
punishment.
bad with fucking Void bitch. Now we got Cage down here. Fucking jeez. All right, go ahead, Wizard.
King James.
Fuck, I don't even know who you are, but to be honest
That's great.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna, guys, I'm gonna tap out because I'm too goy to be in this channel. Okay.
Good call.
Right.
Yeah.
On your way.
Make like Michael Jackson and beat it.
Yeah.
I hope you find the man you're looking for tonight.
On your neck, dude. On your
Put it in the Stoli Shania up your asshole.
You're gonna have real good fun with those men you find out at the deli.
Why do you rob
Yeah,
a
I'm a-
cashless store?
He almost gave Wizard an aneurysm. Don't blow that straw like that, Wizard. You worry me when you do that shit. that whistle thing, your fucking whole head was about to pop, bro. You just got good.
I'm just glad I got the headphones off in time, or I'd have lost an eardrum.
Man, someone hasn't riled him up like that since Talcott. Man,
Yeah,
I kind of missed that wizard.
Yeah.
We only got like one or two dumbasses though. Man, that was good.
Those are the ones that ruined
Cage,
everybody.
maybe this is a good time for you to interject and tell us about how you know everything.
Is that Slave Cage? Yeah, that's Cage Slave.
I've had pretty good interactions with Cage this recent though, so
Whenever I ever
it
said
might
that,
be a different dynamic.
I've never claimed that.
Yeah, I bet you'd characterize yourself as more intelligent than most people, maybe like 99.99% of people that you interact with, right?
Yeah, and that he was the
Not
winner of the
necessarily.
last year's Mortal Kombat.
Not necessarily,
you know?
okay.
He saved the world
99
last year.
I know some pretty smart, people that are a lot smarter than myself for sure.
That's good. Well, surround yourself with, people that you aspire to be like, and
Cage, it's been a long time since I've seen you, and I hate you.
You're
I haven't missed you. Haven't missed you at all. You know why?
What's your name? What's your name usually?
You're nobody. You're nothing. Okay, you're just a controversial, inauthentic piece of shit. You understand?
Should I go kill myself right now or what?
You understand it? You jump off.
If I kill myself, I'm gonna do something crazy. I'm gonna go with a bang. I'm gonna be creative with it,
Rob a bank. Rob a bank. Go on police shit.
Good
Make it
advice.
exciting. Let's the whole world see.
This guy's a fucking
Age.
That's solid though.
A good way to go out.
I'm just fucking with you, Cage.
Have you ever done Jack Talcott, Jeff?
Yep. I did it in the tub. You miss that? I did tub cut. I was in a bubble bath on your stream pretending to be Talcott.
I must have missed that, yeah.
You totally missed
Damn.
Talcott.
I gotta go through the archives.
That was my big Talcott reveal. I even bought glasses and had a ponytail, and I talked about imagination and stuff. So,
oh, awesome! I bet you did it great.
I gotta go watch that. That must have been epic.
Yeah, I did.
Hey, when I'm at Goodwill, I'm looking for
nervous.
glasses and ponytails.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'd like to try to do an impression of him too. It's funny guy to try to emulate.
I can only imitate his voice, brothers. And I actually do the imitation that Paul is like. I do the imitation of the imitation. I don't do the actual Jack. I do the imitation of Paul's imitation.
No, I wrote
Much
something
love,
down,
brothers.
So I wrote something down because you know how Talcott he segues, and so it's like a bunch of word salad. He's like, with happiness comes love. With love comes purity. With purity comes God, and with God is peace. Just like it goes from one synonym to another. I had it written out. It was way better than that, but like I had it written down, and I'm like, and then world peace and the UN. You're welcome.
But now you gotta reach higher heights there to, it's gotta go further now. We gotta go for Klaus Schwab.
I understand.
It's becoming too big, man. I don't know, man. I think we're gonna have to have bobbleheads with pull strings. They're gonna sell like hotcakes.
Golly geez, guys. This world is crazy, man. Holy shit.
I
love you guys, man.
I fucking love you guys, man.
I fucking love you guys.
You guys are so fucking great.
I fucking love Dick.
Fucking God. Gotta work on it.
Jeez, that's the Paulie Express. He needs to do a show with everybody emulating Talcott one night. Everybody just has to be all Talcott all the time.
He did that once.
Everybody's got some Talcott in them at this point. They've heard enough. There's no way you couldn't bust something out of Talcottism somewhere in you.
It's hilarious. If he's done that, I want to go back and find it. That's fucking got to be hilarious.
Look, brothers, I'm anti-job, pro-labor.
I believe that God is using me, and that God has a plan for my life.
I've known this all along.
Yeah, I've known this all along. Yeah. Something is like,
why don't you go buy a ladder? Well, I'm gonna pay this guy
to explain this to people.
$50.
CHRiSTOS, what's with the fucking giraffe, bro?
Why are you teasing me with that giraffe, bro?
What's with the giraffe?
I feel like we've already been through this, man. I think everyone already knows about the giraffe.
Yeah, but you purposely set it up behind you. Look at
It's just always in here for real. I do that. I do purposely set it up, but usually it's just kind of in a good positioning where I want to set up in my sunroom.
with arms wide open.
I smokes fucking DMT and I starts talking to him and shit, telling him the mysteries of the universe.
Hello, my
These are the
friends,
golden
we
rules
meet
shit.
again.
Right.
In a while, where should we begin? Yeah! Feels like forever. Hell yeah! Where you at, Jackie?
Yeah, Voy was sounding like a little hoe there earlier. Wanted to talk about me and my people.
I think he had a few glasses to drink there, and was looking for looking to pick a fight.
When you are with me, I'm free. How do you do that, dude? That's fucking awesome. He sounds just like him.
Yeah, he does. Do it again, Pineal. Pineal.
I'm careless, I believe.
I thought you were gonna say I'm gay, but what the hell?
Your laugh.
Zippity doo dah. All right, guys. This has been an awesome show, man. 11 hours in. This is crazy. Make sure to hit that like button. We have 48 people watching right now. Go ahead and share this out. Go ahead and sub to everybody's channel on the panel. Hey, that rhymed. Cool. So, go ahead and do that and click the bell for all the notifications, all the YouTube mumbo jumbo. You know the drill. And hit the link to go ahead and support the channel by buying a coffee for OTW News. Isn't too expensive, and it'll help out the channel, keep us going 8 to 12 hours a day, seemingly, because I was supposed to end it like 8 hours in, and now we're at 11, so we're 3 hours overtime, not getting paid overtime. So please be generous. Go ahead and guys, promote me, guys. Tell the people how it's a good idea to go ahead and help support the channel. How about you first there, Dick?
How big do you want the channel to be?
As big as it can get.
All right, I'll make some calls. I'll pull some strings. I'll do that for you, OTW, because I like you. Just don't piss me off. Make me get crazy on you. It's a crazy world out here, OTW.
You won't like it when he's crazy.
To happen to you.
You won't like it when Dick goes crazy. Not good.
A certain set of skills that I've acquired.
I'm free. I'm fearless. I believe. Is that it?
You sound like a church singer.
Yeah.
Amen.
All right, I'm out of here. You guys have a good day.
Hey, thanks, Dick, for being here, man.
All right.
Much respect, much love, dude.
Man, I came on the tail end of this. I clicked the link and people were blowing whistles and yelling at each other. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It's insanity. After 11 hours, it's sure to turn into something like that.
Yeah, we were in overtime.
Cooped
We were in
up
sudden.
Hey, Jenny,
I'm
any
gonna call it
idea on
sudden
what-
death.
Oh wow, you're about to hit 12 hours. That's right. You're already past 11. That's crazy.
Yeah. When I pass 8 hours, guys, we're gonna call it sudden death overtime.
You got to stop it by like 11:50 or something, or it's gonna delete itself.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it down pretty soon. We're just waiting for everything to calm down and relax. Come back to a normal vibe, and I can't end it on a big war going on. So rather end it on positive notes where people have positive things to say, and and end the stream on a great, like it started, just as well as it started. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it's all about here, man. We go through all the emotions, all the scenarios, and all the bits, whatever you want to call it. It's here. It happens all here in OTW News. Please, everybody, make sure to stay tuned and be here tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern Time here in Montreal, Canada, where you get the best, great morning show ever. It's a Grand Rising show. Make sure to be tuned in and ready for some more 8-hour action, 5 days a week. And what's up, Emilios, man?
Mind blowing OTW, mind blowing.
Hey, hold on. What the hell? I was gonna say, Cage, just before the conversation continues, Cage, it doesn't erase if you pass 11:55. It will cut it at 11:55 blank, but
oh really?
No, you can live stream past it, and yeah, it will save. Initially, it will look like it will be 13 hours, 14 hours, whatever it is, but give it a couple hours, and then when it's like fully on there and ready to go, it's 11:55, 22 or 00, whatever the last two are.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I just heard people say that before, so I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've experienced it multiple times. You can stream past, but it's not like it deletes the whole thing if you pass 11:55.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't stop a restream. I mean, you can't continue a restream like you can if you're mirroring a tab. But like if you were to keep going though past the 12-hour mark, it maybe would keep your stream and then continue it on mine. But I don't really care either way because I could always just start a new stream. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, but I really doubt I'm gonna pass the 12-hour mark, guys. Seriously, I'm tired and I got to be up in the morning early. I got another stream to do, and I've been planning on doing another fitness stream on OTW News too that I haven't gotten around to, and I know that some people have been waiting for that. So I got some responsibilities to hold up to my word and stuff like that. So anyway, but we're not done yet, guys. We still have a little stretch to go. So thank you everybody for being here.
Cult member. Someone in the comments, OTW, want to know if they consider e-transfers if they're in Canada instead.
What'd you say?
Someone wants to know if they consider e-transfers. Then they're gonna have your full name, though. That's the thing.
I don't care. It's not hard to find, man. I'm on Facebook. My full name's everywhere. My real identity, I don't hide, man.
So who gives a fuck? I don't give. So give the email for the e-transfers, because Canadians, it's easy to e-transfer, right? And they don't take any percentage out of that or anything, so it's better.
Hey, OTW. Years ago, my grandparents had a priest, a Catholic priest that was their family priest. Just happened to be Father Joseph Tremonti. Then later in life, you had Scott Stapp up there. I never met him, but Mark Tremonti ended up was his nephew, his fucking nephew. But this priest, up until he was 95 or 96, a Catholic priest would drive from Chicago, Illinois down to Miami, hop on cruise ships, and go out, say, Jewish services, Muslim services. He would do everything. Literally, Mark Tremonti's uncle. And driving this old, what was it, an LTD? But come visit my grandparents before they passed away, would come down after they passed away, visit us, and it was just incredible. And it was truly Mark Tremonti from Creed's uncle. Crazy. I just saw Scott Stapp there, so thought that was an interesting thing, and how that Catholic priest said masses and then said what would the Jewish thing be? Synagogue, he'd do synagogue and all that shit for free cruises, by the way.
I'm gonna steal Krista's giraffe, dude. I hope you heard me.
That was like right after I put my headphones on too. That's funny.
There we go. Put my email out there for people who want to do the.
How was your interview last night, Christos?
Oh, the first 40 minutes were good. First hour was good. First 40 minutes was good, and then not as good. Next 20 minutes, but within the next hour, the second hour mark, it was too much. I could not keep up. It was insane ramblings, and I'm not trying to throw him under the bus, but it was nothing that I was enjoying, or I couldn't steer it. If I tried to get the reins on the thing of some type of structure or topic, it wasn't happening. And I could tell that people didn't know what he was talking about, just like I didn't, and were losing interest very quickly. And what I thought could be something interesting started out kind of interesting and good, but then quickly became bullshit. And I didn't enjoy it. I didn't want to post it. I didn't think it was good. And I was disappointed. But I got to talk to two people that I enjoyed talking to that joined towards the end, Svetlana and Max from Max Vision Remote Viewing. So there was a little silver lining to it. I got to talk to some cool people. But no, it was, Luma Tommy, you disappointed me. And yeah, I'm not going to say anything else.
What do you expect, bro?
What was the original topic? Like, what were you gonna talk to him about? Y'all had some kind of plan,
we just started
right?
talking. I just went live when we were in the middle of talking.
It was like the same thing as Ian. It was giving him a moment to just.
What is this place? We were going to talk about whatever, but I tried to steer it and it just wasn't steering. It was a bad idea, I guess. But I don't want to say anything else about it.
I signed on for a little bit, but then it spiraled. Then I couldn't take it anymore. So sorry. I back off.
Well, I just said what I said, so I don't care. There's a reason I don't have it posted. It was ultimately an experiment. I had higher hopes, but I didn't have expectations for real because it's just someone on the internet that's a character.
Yeah, people should just be themselves. I'm the same in real life and on the internet. Just be yourself, bro.
Mm-hmm.
What was your topic of the day? What were you trying to bring it back to?
We never really had a topic. It just bounced around here and there. It went through many different topics. That's what happens when you're going 11 hours and 11 minutes, everybody. Crazy stream. Yeah, crazy stream, man.
Killer stream,
Insane.
OTW. Killer. We had
Xeon.
We talked about law.
Emilios, what I tell you? Quit talking to me. Get out of here. I'm the X Factor. Tired of looking at you and your stupid E on my face. CHRiSTOS, what were you thinking? Bringing on Aluma Tommy, he's fucking psycho. Could have told you have no discernment. That's why I'm the X Factor. I figure everything out. You need me to be your X Factor right hand man. You understand? If you don't let me ride your giraffe if you don't let me ride your giraffe, then you just go hang yourself, okay? Just go kill yourself, all right?
It's like you already weigh.
Who knows?
It's like it's you got to put more into it, dude. It's like I don't know. No, I'm joking. Maybe it's because you already did it, and now you need to like,
I gotta go back. I gotta go back and watch some more. I gotta get.
Yeah, exactly. You got to bring us some new material. Yeah, and but you're really good at it though. I really appreciate it. The first time I saw it was like I was fucking almost pissing my pants, man. It was fucking so funny.
Oh, it was great. Dude. It was great.
It's awesome.
Hilarious.
You're good at impressions. Yeah, I like that.
Who did the mashup of Talcott and last night that Paulie played? Did anybody see that?
With the Wes Watson one? That was great.
Yeah. That was hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know who did that.
Is Moose on with Talcott now still, or where's Moose been? He's disappeared.
He's on with Talcott. They just started something new.
Was he on this morning? I can't remember. I can't recall if Moose showed up. I think he did this morning. I'm not too sure. Or was it yesterday morning?
Oh, okay.
I can't tell the difference between the days now. Yeah, and I'm hungry as hell, man. I can't wait to go eat my spaghetti.
I already ate it, man. Sorry.
Well, I'm going to sign off. You wonderful gentlemen. I'm going to be listening in the background because I'm going to be making a lot of noise. OTW, love it. Awesome.
All right. Thanks a lot for being here, man. Much love. Much respect to you,
guys.
Emilios.
Hey, thank you, Z. I love you nonetheless.
All right. Hey, dude, don't forget to hit that donation button on your way out.
Tomorrow, I promise. Tomorrow.
All that time that you're off the camera, you're not.
Yeah, you know what? Really,
doing off camera.
Everybody should donate at least a couple of dollars to OTW. Everybody stop being such cheapskates.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm here giving my time, energy, and wisdom and knowledge and talent.
Hey, OTW, did you ever watch Alex Stein at all? Did you ever watch Alex Stein?
No, I don't know who Alex Stein is.
Primetime 99, Conspiracy Castle?
Nope.
Primetime 99.
That's right. He used to have a little box up at the top, and every time somebody donated, it would put a prompt on his screen.
Yeah, I'd like to know how to do that, but
it kind of helped other people donate. So every time they saw that, like so and so donated such and such, and they would put like a little message.
But I do
whatever does
that. I let when that happens, I put it in chat and then I highlight it up on the screen. That's the way I found to do it. Because I don't know how to.
Yeah, I wish I knew how he did it.
That technological mumbo jumbo is kind of Chinese to me. I know a lot about computers and stuff like that, but when it comes to add-ons and whatever like that, that's a little bit more complicated. And I already have a slow computer. It must be like at least 10 years old, so it's not. I have to really minimize everything I do in here and make sure so the broadcast runs smoothly. And even then, sometimes we have some or a lot of audio issues, all depending on who's on the panel.
So let's just remind everybody out there, viewers and listeners, OTW would like a small donation from you. It's value for value exchange. I think it's very fair given the quality content that you've experienced here today, going on almost 12 hours. I think a fine channel and content creator like OTW on the wonderful guests he's had on here. I mean, Z came out of hiding for OTW. I mean, this is epic, epic. You guys can't find it in your hearts for $2 to help him upkeep and maintain his computer for the very least. It's not much to ask. It's a value for value exchange. And with that, I bid you adieu.
All right, man. What a great promo. Thank you very much, sir. And you're always welcome here on
Love
OTW
you, OTW.
News.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Peace out, man.
Bye-bye.
I'm up next. I'm going to run. I'm going to have to say great show. A lot of information. You had El Perro and you had El Zorro, Little Zorro. So it was a good show. It was nice to see everybody, and the Vonage character, if he's still out there listening, should probably go take a few minutes to view what has been put forth or presented by El Perro, and I think he'll be a little bit more amazed. And obviously, he comes from another part of the world, so you shouldn't be shocked by the fact that they fucking hate us. All of them do. And it's not us they hate. They hate the government actors who have left us in the lurch, basically, by trading everything away from us and then stealing everything from them. It's kind of a weird world we live in, but the show's great. I think everybody should go and take a little bit of time. If you have a few bucks, donate, and that's all he's asking for. It's not he's not asking you to pay him. He's not asking you to fucking gift him your next born. But if you have a few pennies here and there, nickels left over at the end of the week, dollars, give them up. Everybody can probably afford a little something. So, hey, thanks for your time, both y'all, and CHRiSTOS, PP. I think that's Pineal. I haven't talked to him much. Cage, have a good day. Peace.
All right, peace out. Thanks a lot for that promo, sir. And you're always welcome back here anytime, man. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm off for now. If anyone wants to join, I'll be streaming some information.
No. You're not just gonna say no. You got a promo to do too, Cage. You're not going anywhere.
Okay. If you guys have, it's not a couple dollars here adds up. If everyone pitches in, OTW is a great guy. He deserves it. Hit his link if you're in Canada. E-transfer is even better. It's easier. And everyone have a great rest of your afternoon and day. Much love, everybody.
All right, that was a great promo, Cage. Thanks a lot, man. You're awesome, man. You're always welcome here as usual. A fellow Canadian brother. Thanks for being here. Much love, much respect to you, dude.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Yeah. Peace out. All right, so we got Pineal Power left, Mr. CHRiSTOS, and Mr. Little Z, aka Mr. Jeff Pizer, or also formerly known as Jeff Tubcott, has many names, many faces, many voices, a man of many identities. So, who wants to go next?
Don't forget Jeff Harlow.
Draw straws? Who wants to draw straws? All right, so go ahead, sir.
Today was amazing. I appreciate you for having me on, Patrick. Lots of good conversations, good time, and everyone, you should donate. OTW News coming at you live every morning. Grand Rising. It was this entertainment's invaluable.
Pipe up, LA slave.
But anyways, hey, thank you, dude. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you. Great conversation. And everyone should chip in. I'm going to. Appreciate you, man.
All right. I appreciate you too, man. And thank you for participating here on OTW News, the Grand Rising show number 15. It was an epic show. As usual, you guys are always well served when you come over here and watch this show, because everything or anything can happen. And Mr. Jeff here was an integral part of that today. So salutes to you, Mr. Jeff. And I hope you come back with some more skits and more interpretations. You were absolutely awesome, and thank you very much for your support, sir. And much love, much respect to you. Peace out, brother.
Peace out.
All right, so we got CHRiSTOS. I think just wanted to pop back in and say something. Either one of you will be fine. Either you, CHRiSTOS, or Pineal. Geez, you guys don't jump in all at the same time. There's no room in the pool.
My bad. No, I was just gonna say.
Mic check.
Okay, go ahead, CHRiSTOS.
Go ahead, CHRiSTOS.
Am I coming in?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
So it's your promo time now.
I was taking a gamble with doing this Tommy one-on-one thing, and it was so casual in the beginning that it derailed so quickly, and overall I have no regrets. I'm gonna shake it off. I don't really care. I'm gonna do another stream sometime soon. I'm trying to talk about the fun things like the occult and architecture, sacred geometry, cymatics, psychedelics, ayahuasca stories, all that amazing imaginative stuff. And yeah, OTW, thanks for doing what you do. I'm always sharing. And yeah, you're picking up a lot of steam right now. That's a good way to put it. So keep it up, man. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for that.
I'm gonna email you, Pineal. That's the last bit I need to say.
Hey, I'm
Thanks.
gonna do a I was
Thank
gonna
you
do
very
it
much,
earlier, but
Christos.
then this stream went for so long. But I'm gonna do a secret teachings of all ages stream, Manly P Hall. But I don't know if I want to like do a live reading, or just watch a video and do some commentary, or maybe a little of both. I wasn't really thinking of it being an open panel, but it would be really interesting to have it as an open panel, just to kind of dive into the whole. The book is like hundreds and hundreds of pages, bro. So it would be a long. I'd have to do like dozens of videos on it, honestly. But I think there's one video. There's a couple that have the whole book, and it's it's like a dozen hours or something. So yeah.
All right,
Anyway.
so it's your turn to promo, my friend.
Well, I just did. I mean, that was the promo, I guess, and there's the background right there. And honestly, I'm pretty new to the book and to the knowledge, and I'm not very read on it, so it would be kind of like a live reaction / I mean, maybe I will do an open panel because I think it would be an interesting dynamic. But again, I don't think it's realistic to read out of the whole book, like start to finish. It's endless. It's almost endless once you see how thick the book it is. But yeah, anyone's free to join. Pat, I'd like to get your 2 cents on it. So I don't know if you're new to it, but yeah.
Yeah, I've heard
Manly
of
P
it.
Hall.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
And I was also going to go into Morals and Dogma, but that's a completely different direction, obviously. So it's definitely relevant to the times, though.
So do you have a few words that you would like to say for the channel?
Well, for your channel, I mean, just keep it going, man. This is day 7 that I've mirrored you. So I did Monday to Friday last week, and today's Tuesday. So Monday and Tuesday this week. I might, keep it going the rest of the week, and then we'll see. I mean, I don't know how long I'll keep it going for. I said last week maybe I'll try to start my own thing Monday, but we'll see what happens. I'm playing it by ear. I'm just going with the flow. But I appreciate what you got going on here for the most part. So it can get off a little off the rails there. It got a lot off the rails. I was kind of doing my own thing in the background there because I was kind of preparing for this Manly P Hall stream, because it's just one of those, like, let's just say this individual, Manly P Hall, with this book, Secret Teachings of All Ages, in and of itself is a whole, I don't want to say rabbit hole, but it's a whole quest in and of itself. So just the name should give it away, should tell you enough right there, So it's all the esoteric and occulted knowledge that's been hidden from us, surmised into a book, by this individual. I don't know how many years went into this book, but it could be his life's work. I don't know. He's got a couple other books, obviously. So
very interesting. I might go check that out, Mr. Sean, sir.
Yeah, I could probably prepare for weeks or months to do it, but I'd rather just go dive into it live with other people who probably are fairly unfamiliar with it too. So that's where some people found out about, like things like gematria. So that's where the gematria effect dude found out about. So it's just to cite somebody who maybe wouldn't even have what they have had it not been for his work. So, and I'm sure the same can be said about a lot of other people too, who found a lot of gems from the likes of, people like himself, Manly P, and and other high-ranking Masons and occultists and stuff. So not to glorify them in any way, just to it's obvious that they're attuned to knowledge that most people will never come across in their entire life. So it's worth looking at and deciphering and chewing the fruit and spitting out the pit. And I'm about walking the narrow path, not the left hand or the right hand myself. That's me. But yeah, with that, I yield, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your long-winded ending and promo there. Thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure to co-create with you, sir. And thank you as well for your restreams. It gets the channel known, and I've seen a growth in subscribers and everything. So it benefits both of us. So you're always welcome to do that, sir. And thank you for your participation. Now, that being said, I will put you,
And I gotta get you a new hat too. I'm getting you a new hat and sending you it in the mail. We need even if it's a boss hat, it needs to be a different color boss hat.
Okay, sounds
All right,
good.
boss.
So let's go with the.
I never actually called you boss, but I just called you boss.
An ending song.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you
I want the truth! Let's get ready to rumble!
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar,